28. Reed's search of Martin Harris's room at Osprey House 4 days earlier hadn't turned up anything of interest, but that of the shared bathroom at the end of the hall had. The walls were lined with blue tiles, probably as old as the 200-year-old hotel itself. Some of them cracked, pieces missing, caulk chipped away. The housekeeper obviously tried to keep it clean, but the mildew created by years of seaside fog and the steam of thousands of showers made it a losing battle. The floor was covered with yellow linoleum. Reed noticed how the corner under the sink was curled up, so he pulled on the edge and found a cache of porn. Whole magazines wouldn't fit, so pages had been torn out and slid under the loose floor. Reed called a team to process the scene. The pages came from different kinds of publications, from soft to hardcore porn, suggestive photos of celebrities and models ripped from mainstream magazines, and even photos of models in pajamas and bathing suits ripped from the J. Jill and Sundance catalogs. Among the stash were images of naked women tied up, bound with their own underwear, gagged and blindfolded. Because the bathroom was shared by all 8 rooms on the floor, and residents from the 3 other floors could use it as well, Reed couldn't immediately link the pages to Harris. The state police lab found 22 different sets of fingerprints. The Osprey House version of a dirty magazine being passed around a camp cabin. And one was Harris's. Harris had not been sent back to Ainsworth, the state's highest security prison, but he was being held at Avery, the local jail on the road between Silver Bay and Blackhall, used to hold prisoners waiting for trial, usually on lesser offenses. Reed had checked his alibi for Beth's last day. Harris claimed to have been drinking with some Osprey House buddies in the first-floor TV room. 3 of them confirmed it, but all 3 admitted to having passed out drunk, so how good were their stories? "This isn't looking good for you," Reed said, sitting opposite Harris and Lisa Lewiston, his attorney. "I didn't do anything," Harris said. "Mr. Harris," Lewiston said, her hand on his arm. "I need to tell him," Harris said, "so he understands, and I'm going to." He gave his lawyer a stern look. He hadn't had a drink in the 4 days since he'd left Osprey House and been held at Avery, and his eyes looked clearer. His voice had an echo of the authority it might have had when he was still a professor. "I'm listening," Reed said. "Those were not my pictures," Harris said. "But your fingerprints were on them." "I know." Harris took a deep breath. "I can't help what other people do. There are plenty of guys not on parole at Osprey House, and they can buy whatever magazines they want and keep them in their rooms. But not you." "Right. But not everyone can afford to buy magazines, so when people are finished with theirs, they share. Doris, the housekeeper, wouldn't allow things like that lying around, so guys tear out the pages they like and hide them in the bathrooms." "Where you found them?" "Yes," Harris said. "I didn't know what it was at first. I saw the corners of some papers sticking out from under the linoleum, and I pulled them out. Detective Reed, I was shocked." "I bet. No, I mean really. I haven't looked at pornography in 20 years. Since I was arrested. With all the treatment I've been through, honestly, it makes me sick." "Honestly." Reed kept a straight face. "So that's what happened. I saw the pictures and I put them right back. It was only that one time. I should have reported it to Robin or even Paul downstairs, but I just wanted nothing to do with it, wanted to wipe the whole thing from my mind." "Mr. Harris, do you think you're in jail because of those pictures?" "Yes," he said, looking confused. "They're just the reason we can put you in jail. But the real trouble is you had that postcard of the art gallery in Blackhall. You know, the one Beth Lathrop's family owns." "I told you I just like pretty towns." "Yes, you did tell me that," Reed said. He opened his briefcase and took out the postcard in a cellophane wrapper. He felt confident but on edge, What Harris had to tell him would make or break the theory that had been growing stronger. "But I'm wondering why you wrote the names Beth, Judy, Alyssa, Jennifer, Rose, and Faith on the back, and at the top of the card, the names Pete and Martin." Reed stared at Harris as the blood drained from his face. He pushed the postcard, picture side down, across the table. "That is your handwriting, isn't it?" Reed asked. Harris said. "Is that a yes?" Reed asked. Yes." The professional authority had gone from his voice. "So why do you have Beth's name at the top of that list?" "No reason." "The others are the names of the women you were convicted of sexually assaulting, right? Judith Lane, Alyssa Fratelli, Jennifer Mornay." "It's a coincidence," he said. "So you sexually assaulted every woman on that list except Beth Lathrop?" Harris nodded, looking miserable. "We'll come back to that in a minute," Reed said. "I see that you've put these two men's names at the top, and you've written them in bolder ink. Like you must have really pressed down to make the names nice and strong. Read me the names, will you?" Harris coughed. He looked away, then back at the postcard. "Martin and Pete," he said finally. "Martin and Pete," Reed said. "Martin, that's you, right?" "Yeah." "So what about Pete? Who's he?" "I guess it's Pete Lathrop." "You guess or you know? Considering you wrote it." "I know," he said. "It's Pete Lathrop." "But I thought you said you don't know him," Reed said, watching for even a blink that might give him away. "That's true. I don't." "Never met him?" Harris shook his head. "So what is Pete Lathrop's name doing on this list you made of the women you assaulted?" "Except Beth," Harris interjected. "I did not assault her. We need to be clear on that." "Well, let's say we are. Still, what is Pete's name doing here?" Martin Harris glanced at his lawyer. A little color had returned to his face, 2 pink patches on his round cheeks. His eyes were full of anxiety. "I advise you not to answer," Lewiston said. "But otherwise he'll think," Harris whispered, "and it will be worse." Lewiston shrugged. "I've given you my advice." Harris seemed to make up his mind. He sat taller, folded his hands on the table in front of him. "I wanted to help you solve the crime," he said, staring into Reed's eyes. Reed tried not to show his disbelief. "And how would you help me?" Reed asked. "Unfortunately, from my past behavior, I know too much about people who do things to women, such as those that were done to Beth." Beth. Reed controlled his breathing. He had been careful about what was reported in the case. The department had held back certain details of the crime scene, including the fact that lace impressions had been left by the force of strangulation. "What things were done to her?" Reed asked. The pink patches on Harris's cheeks were turning red. Temperature's rising. He's getting excited, Reed thought. "Horrible things. Rape things," he said. "Like what?" "Being stripped, the strangling with hands all over her body, then around her neck." Reed watched Harris's hands unconsciously flexing and unflexing, making an oval as if wrapping around a throat. "Did you do these rape things?" Reed asked, chilled as he watched Harris's hands tighten and release. "Not to Beth." "Did you see someone else do them to Beth?" He hesitated, started to say something, then changed his mind and shook his head. "It seems to me like you did," Reed said. "Not really." "Not really? But sort of?" He sighed. "I dreamed about it," he said. "My treatment is working. It is, truly. But I can't help what I dream." "Truly." "Of course you can't," Reed said. "So what did you dream?" "I saw Pete doing it to her," Harris said. "She was on the bed, so beautiful and dainty, wearing her nightie, pregnant. And how lovely a woman is at that time. There is a glow. I've seen it many times. My own wife—" "Did you want to strangle your own wife, too?" Reed wondered, watching sweat break out onto his forehead. "Right, so you dreamed of Beth on her bed. And Pete, her strong husband, standing over her, very serious." "Wives are dainty and lovely. Husbands are strong and serious," Reed thought. "What did Pete do?" "Well, he hit her, of course. That's what the bruises are from. And he did this," Harris said, mimicking strangulation with his hands, consciously this time. "Then he would have taken her panties, which he would have removed after he hit her. I left that out. And then he would have wrapped it around her throat and, well, you can imagine." Reed watched him in silence. During the course of most of Martin Harris's sexual assaults, he did use ligatures. He would start to choke his victim, then stop just as she was about to pass out. He always wore a mask. He'd never strangled a woman to death. He had always stopped short. "I really can't imagine, Martin," Reed said. "You need to tell me exactly what you're talking about." "Well, after he wrapped her panties around her throat, he would pull them tight, and then, eventually, she would die." "That's what you saw Pete do?" "In my dream, not real life. Wasn't I being clear?" Harris asked. "Not entirely," Reed said. "What did her panties look like?" "Black, lacy edge." As he said the words, Harris tickled his own neck, then made a finger slash as if cutting his throat. He shivered and tried to hold back a smile. "They matched her bra." Reed pictured the crime scene as if he were there right now. Beth on her side, that bruised, lace-imprinted line around her neck, her black panties and bra. The French lace torn to shreds lying on the floor. No one who had not been in that room or read the police reports knew those details. Reed's heart was slamming in his chest, and his mouth was dry. "You were there," Reed said. "No, I told you, I just dreamed about it." Reed picked up the postcard and looked at the way Harris had written Pete's name next to his own, almost like doodling the name of a crush. Reed knew that criminals, especially those with paraphilic disorders, loved to communicate with each other, relive their crimes, and share fantasies. "I'm really curious about why you wrote Pete's name right next to yours. I know you say you dreamed about him, but to me it seems like more than that, Martin. To me, it seems as if you and Pete did something together. Or maybe he told you about what he did." "Yes," Harris said, looking almost triumphant, as if Reed finally got it. "That's exactly it. In the dream, he told me. He showed me. I saw it all. That's what I mean by wanting to help you solve the crime. That's why I put his name and Beth's with the list of, you know, the women you assaulted," Reed said in a calm voice. "Well, yes. Because even though I don't do that anymore, have no desire whatsoever to do that again, I understand people who do. That's why I dreamed of Pete. I don't want to sound like I admire him, honestly, I don't. But I can get right into his skin and feel how he hurt his wife and then killed her. Honestly." "Let's get a written statement on that," Reed said. "So you believe me?" Harris said. Reed stared at him. He believed that Martin Harris had either killed Beth or spoken to the killer, who had given him very specific details. He saw the hopefulness in Harris's eyes. Reed was happy to dash it. "The problem, Martin, is that I don't believe in dreams," Reed said. And he left the interview room, the Blackhall postcard in his hand. 29. Her phone buzzed and Kate glanced at the screen. It was Lulu calling for the third time since Kate had left the soup kitchen. Scotty had obviously raised the alarm. Again, Kate let it go to voicemail. In the midday sun, she walked from downtown New London, past Fort Trumbull to Pequot Avenue. Nothing revealed a person's character like the poetics of loss. Beth's death had revealed the dark sides of people she'd loved and trusted. Kate had felt guilty for not telling Lulu about the sketch, but the way she and Scotty had known everything and kept Beth's secret felt like a much worse betrayal. Even deeper than that, Beth herself had chosen to keep it from Kate. When Kate got to Monte Cristo Cottage, the boyhood home of Eugene O'Neill, she slowed down. The Victorian house was up a slight rise from the street, and she sat on the wall along the sidewalk and faced the harbor. There was barely a breeze. 2 boats with sails futilely raised motored toward the sound, looking for wind. She felt a presence behind her, not a person, but the cottage itself. O'Neill's father had been an actor, the house named for his most famous role, the Count of Monte Cristo. It had been the setting for O'Neill's play Long Day's Journey into Night. When Kate was a senior in high school, Matilda had taken her and Beth to see the brilliant production in New York at the Plymouth Theater, with Vanessa Redgrave and Brian Dennehy starring as Mary and James Tyrone, Philip Seymour Hoffman as Jamie, and Robert Sean Leonard as Edmund, O'Neill's autobiographical character. The play had hit Kate hard. It was about a Connecticut family so full of love for each other, yet tormented with addiction and sinking with secrets. Mary was a morphine addict, James a liar, Jamie an alcoholic, Edmund dying of consumption. She'd thought of her own family, of how happy she had thought they were. In some ways, they were completely different from the Tyrones. Her family didn't suffer from addiction or alcoholism. No one had a fatal disease. Instead of 2 sons, there were 2 daughters. Her father had not been a drunk, but he had been a liar and a cheat. He had acted the role of good husband and father, but was actually a different person entirely. When they saw the play, her mother had been dead barely a year. It was only in retrospect, after her mother's death and father's imprisonment, after Beth's retreat from closeness, and after Kate's own heart became concretized, that she realized how her father's secrets had destroyed them. He had had a private life unknown to the family. He was so charming. Even Kate was charmed by him. Only back then, she had called it love. She had adored her dad. He could do no wrong. Even though he stayed out lots of nights and her mother seemed upset about it, Kate figured he deserved to have fun. He worked hard at the gallery that had belonged to her mother and grandmother, built it into an even more successful business because of all the collectors he befriended. Everyone wanted him to like them. He loved to gamble. Even on family vacations, they would often go to places that had casinos, like the trip to Monte Carlo the summer Kate was 13. The excuse had been to visit the Jean Cocteau murals in Villefranche-sur-Mer, to stay in Saint-Paul-du-Vence, the medieval village above Nice, and to dine at La Colombe d'Or. Legend had it that artists had paid for their meals with paintings. The walls were hung with art by Matisse, Léger, Picasso, Chagall, but the way her father had driven them back to the auberge, kissed them all goodnight, saying it was for luck, and left for the rest of the night, Kate knew he was speeding back to the casino. "What's he doing there?" Kate asked her mother. "He enjoys games," her mother said. "What kind of games?" Kate asked. Her mother laughed. "Why don't you ask him that?" So Kate did when he returned late the next morning. "Why would you rather play roulette than stay at the hotel with us?" Her father chuckled. "Wait till you're older. You'll see James Bond movies and get it." Then, just as the rest of the family was heading to Ez for lunch, he went to bed to sleep through the day. One late night during school vacation, Dr. No was on TV, and Kate made Lulu stay over and watch it with her. James was playing baccarat at a casino. He wore a dinner jacket and looked handsome, just like her father. Kate tried to imagine what her father had been trying to say, but to her, hanging out in a casino seemed boring. Living in Connecticut, temptation was close for him. Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun casinos were not far from Blackhall. But instead of just being away from dinner till dawn, he had started not coming home for days at a time. One day he came home just before she left for school. He hugged her and she smelled perfume. She was only 15 at the time, but she knew right then that he was having an affair. She wanted to tell Beth, but Kate took her position as older sister seriously and had to protect her. She watched her mother to see how she reacted. For the longest time, her mother seemed fine, but once in a while, her father would talk on the phone in a low voice, then leave the house. Kate would see her mother hitting redial after her father left. Kate figured her mother must have smelled the perfume too. Walking down Pequot Avenue, Kate had intended to keep going to the lighthouse. But when she stopped to sit on the wall outside Monte Cristo Cottage, she realized this was where she had wanted to come all along. She needed to visit this house, to feel Eugene O'Neill's spirit and bring back a moment in her life when she had sat with Beth and Matilda in the theater, when a certain truth about her father had clicked in her mind. Her phone rang again. This time she answered without even looking at the screen. "You didn't even text me back. You couldn't bring yourself to tell me," Kate said. "You have no idea how much I wanted to," Lulu said. "But Beth made you promise not to." "No, she never said that. I can't even figure it out, why I didn't. At first I thought that, yes, that if she'd wanted you to know, she'd have told you herself." "Am I that terrible?" she asked. "That judgmental?" Lulu studiously avoided answering the question. "Kate, I want to see you. We need to talk in person." Kate's jaw was so tight she could barely speak. "Where is Jed Hilliard now?" she finally asked. "I don't know. If you had to guess." "Kate, we weren't friends. I only met him once, accidentally." "Where?" "On the Block Island ferry. It was late last winter. The boat was practically empty. I had a few days off and was heading out to clear my head. I spotted Beth standing on deck. I was in the cabin. It was so cold. I remember there was ice on the lines and it was starting to snow. I was so surprised to see her there at all. I started to go outside when a guy walked up to her, handed her a cup of something hot. Coffee, I guess. I tried to hang back, but she saw me, so I couldn't avoid going over to talk. She introduced him as an artist friend, said they were going to go to Mohegan Bluffs to take photos of the cliffs in the snow so they could paint the scene later. Maybe they were just friends. I saw him kiss her when he handed her the cup, Lulu said. It was a real kiss. Kate stared out at the water, picturing her sister on the ferry, kissing a stranger. So Scotty had been wrong. They were more than just friends. And the baby? Could he have been Jed's? She closed her eyes and tried to imagine how Beth must have felt. It must have been exciting. She must have been happy. Kate kept the small fat key in her pocket, and her hand closed around it now. Whose baby was it? Kate asked. Where are you? Lulu asked. New London. At home? On Pequot. Stay there, Lulu said. I'm coming to get you. 30. Kate had already decided what to do next. When Lulu picked her up, Kate asked her to drive her home. She needed to be behind the wheel of her own car, regain a feeling of power and control. "I need to get my car," she said. "To go where?" Lulu asked. "Ainsworth." "Holy shit. You can come if you want." So Lulu parked her Range Rover in Kate's spot behind the loft building, and they took off in Kate's Porsche. Kate had sworn she would never see her father again, but he was going to explain this to her, how he'd introduced Beth to a fellow inmate. Kate drove north on Route 9, following directions to the Ainsworth Correctional Institute. "Why are we doing this?" Lulu asked. "I should be buying you martinis at the Ocean House and begging you to forgive me and understand why I didn't tell you." "Yes, you should, but I want to find Jed." "Tell the detective, he'll find him." "I plan to," Kate said, "but this part's on me. I want to know if my father introduced Beth to her killer." "Do you think Jed did it, not Pete?" "Well, he wasn't happy with her." "What are you talking about?" Lulu exhaled hard. "She was married. He wanted her not to be. They fought about it." "Was he the father?" Kate asked. "I'd say it's a distinct possibility." "Did you ask her?" "She didn't tell me everything, Kate. And she didn't tell me anything." "What the hell are we doing?" Lulu said. "Get the detective on this so you don't have to see your father for the first time since—" "He paid to have us tied up in the cellar," Kate said, finishing the sentence. Lulu had a point. Kate was so good at blocking out feelings, she'd made herself dead from the brain down. This was tricky. Her father, her dad. She had loved him like crazy when she was little. They used to go on expeditions in the backyard, with him carrying her on his shoulders. They'd see their shadow cast by the house lights. "A two-headed giant," he'd say. "Don't scare me," she'd say. "Never," he'd say. "What are we?" "Sweethearts and partners," she'd reply. "That's right," he'd say, bouncing her up and down, tossing her up to the stars and catching her as she fell. She sped along, the Connecticut River on their right through Hartford. She and her father used to go to the Wadsworth Athenaeum, and she felt her old daughterly love flooding back. She had been close to her father. Whenever they had stopped at the Athenaeum, they had visited Andrew Wyeth's chambered nautilus, a painting of a young girl in her gauze-canopied bed, looking out the window with unbridled longing, a luminous seashell on the hope chest at the foot of the bed. "Why do you think it's a hope chest?" her father had asked one time. Kate stared, reddening as if he had caught her having a fantasy. "Because the girl wants to get married," she said quietly. "That's her greatest wish?" he asked. Kate stared at the painting, haunting in shades of white, wheat, and gray. The girl in the bed reminded her of herself, thin with long brown hair, filled with constant yearning. She could never have expressed that to her father or anyone. No one thought of her as a girl in bed. She was an athlete, always on a tennis court, a sailboat, or skis. She laughed. She didn't moon. At least those were the things she showed the world. "Kate," her father prodded. He stood beside her, tall and lean, the handsomest man she knew. He wore a navy and black houndstooth jacket from Allen Collins, gray flannels, and loafers without socks. He had a narrow face with a crooked nose and deeply sensitive hazel eyes, always ready to smile. His hair was short and full, brown with white starting to come in. "Silver threads among the gold," he would joke. "Her fondest wish is to get out of the bed and run," Kate said. "And do something exciting." "That's my girl," he said. "You still think it's a hope chest?" "It's a blanket chest, for when the nights get cold, when it's winter." "That's what I think, too," he said. They always had lunch at the Hartford Club, with its brick facade and arched windows, just across Prospect Street from the Athenaeum. He seemed proud to show her off. She'd wear a dress, and he'd ask people if they didn't think she had long legs like a thoroughbred. She had often been conscious of thinking she had been lucky to be there alone with him, that he'd taken her and not their mother or Beth. But it had made her feel guilty at the same time. Speeding past the Colt Armory with its dark blue, star-dazzled dome and the ghosts of makers of firearms, she couldn't help glancing at the Hartford skyline, trying in a split second to locate the museum and the club. Memories flooded into her, just like the dam her dad had told her about that had broken in 1936, nearly washed away Hartford and his parents' home, drowned an aunt he'd never met. He had grown up with the family's legacy and fear and hatred of that flood and all it had taken. "We're getting closer," Kate said to Lulu. "Are you okay?" Lulu asked. "Yes. Because it seems like you might not be. In fact, how could you be? It's a big deal seeing him." As she listened to Lulu's words, Kate's heart began to harden again. To purposely do without someone you loved was a big deal. But so was setting in motion a crime that would destroy his family. She took one of the last exits before the Massachusetts border. The maximum security prison was set back from the main road, down a long driveway. 2 rows of tall anchor fences, topped with triple coils of razor wire, surrounded the premises. The visitors' parking lot was clearly marked. It was crowded, but Kate noticed a steady stream of people, mostly women, leaving the building, getting into their cars. Kate imagined them visiting husbands, boyfriends, sons, fathers, all incarcerated just like her father. "I don't know how to do this," Kate said, staring at the brick building. "The procedures? I should have called to see about visiting hours." "I'm sure they'll tell you when you get to the door," Lulu said. "Are you nervous?" Kate nodded. Lulu hugged her hard. "I'll wait in the car," she said. "Take your time." Kate walked down a sidewalk past a sign. No weapons, no cell phones, modest dress. Despite the number of people leaving, there was a line, again mostly women, many holding grocery bags. One by one, they went through metal detectors. Correctional officers stood talking to each other while watching the visitors enter. "Who are you visiting?" a guard at the desk asked Kate. "Garth Woodward," she said. "Your name?" "Kate Woodward," she said, watching him scan a computer screen. "Why?" "You have to be on his visitors list." "I'm not," she said. "Then you can't visit till you are." Kate wanted to argue with him, but she knew there was no point. Frustrated, she turned to go. "Wait," the guard said. "Catherine Woodward?" "Yes." "You're on here." He handed her a pass and directed her to Garth's cell block. She swallowed hard, walking through the metal detector. She hadn't visited, written, or called for 23 years, but he'd kept her name on his list. She and the other women walked through a series of metal doors, one clanging shut behind them before the next opened. Correctional officers inspected the grocery bags, rifling through them. Kate heard potato chips crunch and break as one guard pawed through a woman's bag roughly. "Hey," the woman said, "don't bust them." "What's the difference? He's gonna eat them anyway." The woman turned to Kate, anger in her eyes. "No respect here, none." "No talking," a different guard barked. It took 30 minutes to get from the prison's front entrance to the last metal door. A massive guard stood in the middle of the corridor, making the women go around him. He had the neck of a bodybuilder and the gut of a lazy slob. His brown hair was slicked back, his complexion sallow. He watched the women pass with half-lidded eyes, like a frog waiting to lap up a fly. His left thumb was hooked into his belt, his fingers dangling down the front of his pants. The visiting room was full. Prisoners in bright yellow uniforms sat facing their visitors across long tables that reminded Kate of the soup kitchen. Many of the men had tattooed arms and necks. Kate wondered what they had done to land here. She felt sick at the idea of a criminal from Ainsworth worming his way into Beth's life. Guards were stationed around the room, keeping watch. The door guard had followed the women in. Kate could barely breathe. She looked at all the faces, wondering if she'd even recognize her father. She thought maybe he was still in his cell, but in the half hour since she'd signed in, she saw the guards had gotten him. He saw her approach and stood. She held back a gasp. He was old. Her tall, handsome father was stooped and gray. His skin was pale. He had a white scar on his forehead. But he was beaming, his smile at the sight of her as delighted as ever. When she got close, she had to hold herself back from crashing into him with a hug. "I never thought you'd come," he said. "Neither did I," she said. They stood facing each other for a minute, till a guard approached them and gestured to keep a distance apart. Sit down on opposite sides of the table. Kate tried to keep her face from crumpling, but it was a losing battle. She felt like a little kid whose heart had been broken. She stared into her father's hazel eyes, saw all the love and pride he'd always felt for her, thought of all the years he'd stolen from them. "My name was on your list," she said. "I know, Katie. I never gave up hoping." "You probably should have," she said. "But I didn't." She looked at his hands. Gnarled and veined, they were flat on the table, as if he wanted to reach across and take hers, reassure her like he used to when she was a little girl. Let her know that everything would be all right. He'd been the best father ever, until he wasn't. "What happened to your forehead?" she asked. "A fight," he said. "Years ago when I first arrived." "You fight in here?" she asked harshly. "No," he said. "I got beaten for what I did to you and Beth. People here don't like fathers hurting their children." She braced herself, her whole body shaking, remembering the ropes around her wrists, the weight of her mother's body. "Do you know about Beth?" she asked. "Yes, Kate," he said, the smile completely gone. The moment rocked her. The horror of Beth's death hit her again, seeing the grief in her father's eyes. "Murdered," she said, "just like Mom." "Who did it?" her father asked. "Her husband? I want to kill him, Kate. If he gets caught and winds up here, I will." "Your mind goes straight to that?" she asked. "That's not how most people think." "It's how fathers think," he said. She took that in and imagined how he must feel, trapped in here, unable to be with the family, to have protected any of them, to have put them in such danger. She had loved him so much. She wondered how he had lived through the last 23 years, knowing what he'd done to his daughters, to his wife. "Tell me, do they think it's Pete?" he asked. "No one has been arrested." "I know, but you two are so close, and you have the best instincts. I don't believe you don't know. Whether it's been proven or not, you know in your gut. No one knew Beth better than you." "Actually, I think you knew her better." Her father sat back. She'd shocked him. "That's not true," he said. "We weren't close anymore. We haven't been since the day Mom died." "Don't say that." "It changed everything between us. We were never the same after that," Kate said. She delivered the words like blows. She saw the pain in his face and didn't care that she was being cruel. "She talked about you every time she came here," he said. "She told me about your job, all the famous people you flew, the places you visited. You always brought her presents. She told me about dinners you two had and what a great aunt you are to Samantha. How you and Lulu are still best friends. No, Katie, you're wrong in what you're telling me. She adored you as much as ever." Kate looked down. She hadn't said that she and Beth didn't stop loving each other deeply. In fact, she thought they'd loved each other even more as time went on. But they'd been blocked by the trauma, a force field created by the violence of that day, impermeable to words. Each of them occupied her own dark solitude. Feelings could break through, but language couldn't. "I don't know if it was Pete," Kate said, thinking of what Lulu had said. "Then who?" "Who is Jed Hilliard?" "Jed?" her father asked, looking confused. "The kid who was here." "Kid?" Kate asked. "Well, to me. 30, 31, something like that last time I saw him. The artist." "Yes, an artist." "Why? What does he have to do with Beth?" "She met him here." "Yes, but they barely knew each other. He's a good artist. He has a fine eye. I told him if I still had the gallery, I'd give him a show." "Is that why you introduced them, so she could exhibit his work?" Her father paused. His gaze sharpened. A terrifying look entered his eyes, and for the first time she saw the deep change in him. Not just age, but the darkness of life in prison. "No, definitely not. But I was proud of her," he said. "I was being a big shot, letting him know I used to be someone, that my daughter was a star in the art world." "Are you saying he killed her?" "I don't know. I didn't even know his name until this week. Where is he?" "He's not from Connecticut. He got arrested here, a pot conviction. That's why they sent him to Ainsworth. When he was released, the plan was for him to go back to Warwick, Rhode Island. That's where he lived before, where his family lives. He had to return there. That would have been his parole arrangement." "Warwick's not far from New London. Where did he get caught?" "The shoreline somewhere." Her father nodded slowly. "Maybe New London, I'm thinking. Maybe it was. But still, Beth lived in Blackhall. That's a world away from drugs and the back streets." "She volunteered in New London, didn't she tell you?" "She sure did. I was proud of her." "And Jed wound up at her soup kitchen. They became friends," Kate said, watching for his reaction. "She appreciated talent, and he was a master of the line," he said, frowning slightly. "He had a touch of Matisse in him." "I've seen his work," she said. "You did? What did you think?" "I think he caused her problems," Kate said. "What problems? What did he do?" "Worked at getting close to her, complicated her life," Kate said. "He wasn't a user, Kate. I know a little about people in here after all that time, and I didn't get that from him at all. Beth had a good sense, and if she liked him, it was because he is a decent person. And I'm sure she saw his talent, like I did. In fact," he stopped himself. "In fact what?" she asked. "Well, he missed nature in here. It ripped him apart. He was always sketching rivers, hills, trees. When he was getting out, I told him he should draw the gardens at the Ledges." The Ledges was an abandoned estate a few miles north of Matilda's house, also on the Connecticut River. Years ago, a non-profit group had restored and operated it as a state park. There was a sunken garden full of lavender and old roses. Concerts and plays had been held in an amphitheater beside the rock ledge sloping into Long Island Sound. Many Sunday nights, her family had gone there to picnic and fly kites and listen to Mozart or bluegrass, see performances of Gilbert and Sullivan, and once a production of Henry V. But there were financial misdeeds on the part of the nonprofit's board, and the Ledges went untended. Kate didn't tell her father that the mansion had fallen into ruin, the gardens now overtaken by weeds and tall grass. "Jed was never violent," her father said, a ravaged tone in his voice. "He was peaceful. I worried about him in here. He wasn't tough enough. I can't believe that he could have attacked anyone. He was always one of the ones who needed to go home, who didn't belong in this place. But I swear to God, if he fucking hurt her—" "How did you find out she died?" Kate asked. "Scotty Breen told me," he said, using Scotty's maiden name. "She called. It was the worst day of my life. The second worst." "Those 2 days are connected," she said. "I don't dare ask you to forgive me," he said. "I don't even want you to. I don't deserve it." Kate knew she should get the words out. This was her chance. Everyone always said forgiveness is not forgetting, that the act is as full of grace for the forgiver as the forgiven. This would not hurt her. She gazed at the old man across from her. She knew that she would never see him again, and she also knew she could never absolve him. "It's okay," he said, as if he knew her struggle. Kate pushed her chair back, ready to go. The words caught in her throat. "Kate," he said. "Thank you for coming." She nodded. "You haven't called me Dad," he said. She knew she hadn't. She had told herself long ago that she no longer had a father. Gazing into his hazel eyes now, she went back 1,000 years, was jumping up and down, wanting him to put her on his shoulders so they could be a two-headed giant. "What are we?" he used to ask. "Sweethearts and partners," she would reply. She turned to leave. Some of the women she'd come in with were still at the tables. Others were on their way to the door. She glanced over her shoulder. Her father hadn't taken his eyes off her. A guard approached him, ready to escort him back to his cell. "Dad," she called. "Katie," he said. "What are we?" she asked. He beamed, exactly the way he had when she'd first walked in, the way he had when she was a child. She walked fast, past the frog-eyed door guard, leaving the visiting room before she could hear her father answer. 31. Kate's hands felt light on the wheel, as if she were made of air. Driving south, past all the landmarks that had reminded her of her father, felt different now. He wasn't just a specter from the past, he existed. The memories changed character as she sped through Hartford. They weren't as poignant, she thought. But that was wrong. Seeing him in prison, in his jumpsuit with the scar on his forehead, made them more so. "He's never getting out," Kate said out loud. They were miles from the prison, but she hadn't spoken till now. "What was it like?" Lulu asked. "Like walking through the steel-doored gates and 10 circles of hell. These poor women bringing bags of snacks to locked-up men. In line, no talking, marching through the doors. Guards watching everything. The guards," she said, remembering the look on that one's face. "They wanted something. I don't know. For a prisoner to act up, to catch a visitor with contraband." "You were in there a long time. It took forever to get to the visiting area." "And you saw him?" "Yeah," Kate said. "Is he... How is he?" "He's old. He's sorry about everything." "What did he say?" Kate shook her head. She didn't want to talk about her father anymore. Every detail of the visit reverberated. The stoop of his shoulders, his old, familiar smile, the sound of his voice. She wanted to hold on to the moments, keep them to herself. If she spoke about them, they would become conversation and dissipate. They wouldn't belong to her anymore. Lulu sensed it and looked out the side window. They sped out of the cities, south toward the shore. Once past Middletown, the landscape became wooded. The day had been long, and shadows from trees and rock cliffs lengthened across the pavement. Although the day was hot, summer was drawing to an end. The sun had noticeably shifted its place in the sky, the angle of the light blower moving toward the equinox. "You know what we should do?" Lulu asked just before they hit the Baldwin Bridge over the Connecticut River. "We should swim." Kate had imagined dropping Lulu off at her car in New London, heading to the ledges to sit in the tangled garden and wait for Jed Hilliard to show up. Or maybe he would be there already, sketching weeds and wildflowers, waiting for the moon to rise. More likely, it was only a place her father had mentioned to him in passing, no meaning at all. Maybe Jed had never even been there. "You're right," she said to Lulu. "A swim. But what about bathing suits?" "What about them?" Lulu asked. They laughed, and Kate drove them down to Hubbard's Point. They told the summer cop by the train trestle they were visiting Scotty Waterston. The tide was high, the sandy parking lot damp. It had been built on wetland, cleared of Spartina and its thickly woven root system. The salt water followed its eternal path and still rose through the sand beneath a thin layer of gravel and broken shells. Bypassing the main beach, scattered with late-day beachgoers, they walked to the western end and climbed the steep hill to take the path to the deserted haven known as Little Beach. The crescent strand was backed by a coastal forest of pines, white oaks, and black walnut trees. Beyond the woods was the great marsh, fed by 7 Mile River. The sun had just dipped behind the trees, and the beach was shadowed. There wasn't a person in sight. Kate and Lulu dropped their clothes and walked into the water. The sound was cool, but Kate didn't hesitate. It had always been a point of pride that while others stood at the edge, getting used to the temperature, she dove right in and accepted the shock. She swam straight out, underwater, eyes wide open. At high tide, the rocks were far below, and she saw tendrils of sargassum weed drifting upward in the current. When her lungs were bursting, she crashed up through the surface and took deep breaths. Lulu was swimming toward the breakwater. Kate stayed where she was, treading water, facing shore. Blinking, her eyes cleared, she caught sight of the graffiti Lulu had mentioned. Sayings, initials, and patterns. She felt disgusted by the desecration and turned around to look out to sea. Across the sound, 2 ferries heading in opposite directions passed each other. Sunset gave the white boats a pink cast, turned the water's surface lavender. Skinny dipping at Little Beach was one of summer's great pleasures and always had been. She, Beth, Lulu, and Scotty had started doing it when they were in their teens. It had seemed grown up and forbidden, and it had always appealed to her rule-breaking side. She felt the water on her body, but it wasn't at all sensuous, and she wondered if it was for other people. She knew she was missing something, but didn't dwell on it. For Kate, the best part of swimming without clothes was freedom. She was part of the ocean. It came close to the abandon she felt while flying. As her arms and legs moved the water around her and kept her afloat, she started to let go of the claustrophobia of being at the prison, the unexpected sorrow she'd felt for her father. The rush of Long Island Sound's waves hitting the shore took away the clang of the doors. "Ah," Lulu said, side-stroking in from the breakwater. "This was the right idea," Kate said. "I figured you needed it. I know I did." They swam to shallow water, walked onto the beach, and slipped back into their clothes. The fabric stuck to their damp skin, but it quickly dried in the cool twilight breeze. They sat on the hard-packed sand. With the sun down, flies had stopped buzzing around clumps of seaweed along the tide line. She listened to the waves slapping the shore. Above, the first stars had started to appear in the violet sky. The compass rose had sat here 1,000,000 times. They had skinny-dipped, picnicked, searched for moonstones and sea glass. In the last blue light, Kate and Beth would walk along the damp sand at the very edge, watching for the moonstones' glimmer. They would fill their pockets with the tiny, perfectly smooth ovals of feldspar. Kate always intended to make jewelry with them, but they were so beautiful by themselves she kept them in a glass jar instead. They never gleamed as magically at home, though. It was never the same as seeing them in the sand, brushed by waves, collecting them with her sister. "Are you still mad at me?" Lulu asked. "About what?" "Not telling you about Beth and Jed." In the peace of the moment, Kate had almost forgotten. "No, more at myself." "Why?" "Because I'm obviously a hard-assed, judgmental witch, or Beth would have told me herself. Or you would have, or Scotty," Kate said, half hoping Lulu would say she was wrong. "What did your father say about him?" Lulu asked. The question, instead of a direct response, confirmed Kate's statement and pierced her heart. He had no idea that Jed and Beth were involved. He introduced her to him, though. Did he know where Jed might be? Some vague ideas, but not really. Just that he's from Rhode Island and is a talented artist, but I already knew that part. The sound of voices, excited and raucous, came from the direction of the path. It was dark now and hard to see, but Kate could tell it was kids. They were too far away to recognize, but Kate heard the clink of bottles as if they were drinking a toast. Then rattles that sounded as if they were all shaking maracas. "Spray paint," Lulu said, jumping up. "Hey, stop," she called as she and Kate started toward the group. The kids scattered, but Kate ran toward one and grabbed her arm. In the starlight, Kate locked eyes with her niece. "Sam," she said. Sam didn't reply. She lowered her gaze. In her right hand, she held a paint can. In her other, she gripped a half-empty bottle of Heineken. Lulu had cornered Isabel Waterston, and they came toward Kate and Sam. "You did this?" Kate asked, pointing at the rocks. Still no answer from Sam. "It's art. Better than bare rocks," Isabel said, slurring her words. "Okay, you've been drinking. No point in talking about it. Come on, we're going home," Kate said, glancing at Sam, feeling both angry and scared, not knowing quite how to handle her being drunk. The four of them walked through the path. Kate had been here so often she had no problem making her way in the dark, but for the sake of the girls, she turned on the light on her iPhone. When they got back to Hubbard's Point, they headed toward a cottage on the boat basin. Scotty, Nick, and Julie were sitting on the screened porch. Nick was reading, and Scotty and Julie were playing Scrabble. At the sight of Isabel, Scotty and Nick stood. Julie bolted into the house. Kate noticed she'd stopped in the living room, crept back to peek around the door. "They were graffitiing the rocks," Kate said, looking straight at Sam, worried out of her mind at what was going on with her. "Along with a few others who ran away," Lulu said. "Nice friends, leaving Sam and Isabel to take the blame. It was as if they weren't even there. Disappearing friends." "We should have run too," Isabel said, letting out a long burp. "Where did you get the booze?" Nick asked. "Who bought it for you? You tell me, Isabel, right now." "They took it from here," Julie called, still hiding around the corner. "Beer from the garage." "Sisters don't tell on sisters," Isabel said. "That was always Kate and Beth's code," Lulu said. Julie stared at her. "Why did you say that?" "Well, because they are sisters too," Lulu said. "Not now," Julie said. "The thing before, the disappearing friends. Talking to the air, no one there. It was bad and sad. Your mother died and—" "Look how you've upset Julie," Scotty snapped at Isabel. She put her hands on Julie's shoulders and led her into the house, closing the door behind her. For a second, Kate thought she wanted to stop Julie from saying more, but when Scotty came out, she kept railing at Isabel. "For God's sake, do you know what you've done?" Scotty demanded. "Scotty," Nick said, "take it down a notch. We'll deal with it." "Don't shush me," Scotty said, slapping his hand. "She's drunk. She's made a mockery of our family acting this way. I'm ashamed." "Mom, sorry," Isabel said. "You should be. I'm disgusted." Her voice was shaking and her face was red. She turned to Kate, pulled her and Lulu away from Nick and the kids. "Hey, did that cop ask you about tea parties in Beth's room?" "What?" Kate asked. She had expected Scotty would want to talk about how to handle the girls and felt shocked by the change of course. "Yeah, he asked me," Lulu said. "He's just ruling out fingerprints. He found all of ours in her room." "I found it offensive," Scotty said, looking at Kate. "Didn't you?" "I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it," Kate said, feeling off balance, still thinking about Sam and Isabel. "We were all best friends," Lulu said. "Her room does have the best view in the house, and we did sometimes drink tea there." "Especially in the winter," Kate said, remembering. It was so cozy by her fireplace. She loved that. "Well, I think it was outrageous," Scotty said. "He made me feel like we went creeping through there after she died to pick at her jewelry or something. I really felt like saying something to his superior. Find Beth's killer. Arrest Pete if that's who it is. They're just wasting all our time." "Well, the investigation takes time," Lulu said. "They're doing the best they can," Kate said. Scotty exhaled, eyes red with tears, sputtering as if she was the only person who really loved Beth, who wanted to see her killer brought to justice. Then she took a deep breath and hugged Kate. "I'm so sorry for overreacting. I'm just a wreck. Thanks for getting Isabel home. We'll talk tomorrow, okay?" "Okay," Kate said, exchanging a "wow, that was intense" glance with Lulu. She said goodbye to Nick, gave Isabel a quick kiss. She had wanted a minute alone with Scotty to get a mother's advice on how to deal with the girls drinking and defacing the rocks, but Scotty was clearly not in a place to give it. She, Lulu, and Sam walked to the parking lot. Sam seemed steady, as if the alcohol hadn't affected her as much as it had Isabel. They drove to Pete and Beth's house, but there were no lights on. "Where's your father?" Kate asked. 3 guesses, and if one of them is with Nicola, you're right," Sam said. "He went to Matilda's?" Kate asked, upset at the idea of Nicola letting him be there after Kate had gone out on a limb for her. "Yeah, I think so." "Then you're coming home with me," she said, trying to contain her out-of-control feelings. On the way to New London, they didn't talk at all. Lulu turned the radio to a 90s station with Smashing Pumpkins singing 1979. I-95 was crowded, and they hit a traffic jam that lasted from Niantic through Waterford. Back on Bank Street, Lulu stopped before getting into a Range Rover. Kate watched her press her forehead against Sam's. "Don't do that again," Lulu said. "Any of it. You have to take care of yourself and be strong, and I don't want you making your aunt worry." "Sorry," Sam mumbled. Lulu and Kate hugged. "What was with Scotty?" Lulu whispered. "I was going to ask you the same thing," Kate said. "She's drinking more than ever. Is it Beth? Her way of dealing with losing her?" "I guess," Kate said. "Or maybe something with Nick." "All of the above," Lulu said. "Remind me never to get married." "If you'll remind me." "Later." "Yep, later for sure." Lulu got into a Range Rover and drove away. Kate disarmed the alarm, and she and Sam climbed the stairs. "Sam," she said, "how many times have you done it? Painted those things on the rocks?" "A couple," Sam said. "You and your friends ruined something wonderful. Don't you care about that?" Sam shrugged. Kate gritted her teeth. How much of a cry for help was this, and what could Kate do about it? Your mother loved Little Beach, Kate said. How do you think she'd feel about what you did? Sam swallowed hard, looking away, as if she couldn't meet Kate's eyes. Call your father and tell him you're staying with me tonight, Kate said when they'd entered the loft. Popcorn came bounding over, barking to be fed and taken out. Can we clean it up? Sam asked, watching Kate clip the leash on Popcorn's collar. Kate looked at her. The paint? Sam asked. Can we try to get it off the rocks? I don't know if it will come off. I don't know if the chemicals it would take would be bad for the sea. Can we try? Sam asked, her voice breaking. For Mom? Kate stood still for a minute. If defacing the rocks had been Sam's way of getting attention, then maybe this was the way she had to ask for help. Yes, we can do that, Kate said. She put her arms around her knees, felt her shoulders shaking. Come on now. Call your dad so he'll know where you are. He won't care, Sam said. He will. He won't, and it doesn't matter. Nothing does. Sam, yes it does. I promise, Kate said. I want my mom, Sam said, her voice thinning out and rising to a shriek. Oh, Sam, Kate said, dropping Popcorn's leash and pulling her niece close. I want my mom, Sam wailed, and she started to pull her own hair, scratch her own face, and even though Kate was grabbing her, holding her, trying to soothe her, Sam wouldn't stop. 32. The brothers had been trying to get together, but until now, Reed hadn't been able to break away from the case. He met Tom at the Why Not, a seedy, beer-sloshed bar, mostly frequented by sailors and fishermen, on the waterfront near the New London train station. They sat on red vinyl bar stools and drank Jameson neat, just as their father had done. He had been in the Navy, stationed across the river in Groton, then a cop in New London, where the brothers had grown up. So, fill me in, Tom said. I thought we had it, right from the beginning, Reed said. I know you did, Tom said. I was worried you narrowed in on Pete too soon. Yeah, you let me know, Reed said. But I was positive. Everything lined up, not just another woman, but he had a kid with her. He thinks he's a genius, and the fact he turned up the AC, it's not the most original thing, but it takes some research. Okay, then with the evidence you have now, you still think it's him? Trick question. Tom grinned. Lay it on me. Reed took a drink. He ran through the autopsy results, the witnesses he'd questioned, the fact he was having a forensic accountant go through Pete and Beth's finances, and the most recent development, Martin Harris. Icing on the cake, Tom said. A perv living at the Osprey House. Yeah, Reed said. I'm not sure where he fits, but he fits. His parole officer is convinced his testosterone-blocking drugs have changed his life. I thought those guys never change, Tom said. Mostly true. But Harris even gave me permission to speak to his shrink, who claims he's the poster boy for chemical castration. No bad thoughts whatsoever. Doesn't want to hurt women anymore. Sex is nothing to him now. But he says he dreamed of seeing Pete kill Beth. Dreamed? Yeah. It all came to him while he slept. Tom chuckled. He sounds like a nutjob. Could it be true that he has some warped way of wanting to solve the case? It's hard to explain, Reed said. See, then there's the postcard. Blackhall, the Lathrop Gallery. If you saw his name doodled with Pete's, then Beth's name at the head of the list of all the women he'd attacked, it was like a love letter. So who? Pete? Reed drank from his scotch. Yeah, like he's in love with the idea of a buddy just a few miles down the road thinking like him, acting like him. He paused, drank again. Only the buddy takes it one step farther and actually murders his victim. You said there was no sign of sexual assault on Beth, Tom said. No fluids, Reed said, but she had bruising all over her legs, between her thighs, no sign of penetration. So, does that jibe with Harris's MO? The thing with Harris is undies. He loves lace. When he'd go to a house, he'd be afraid his victim wouldn't have pretty enough underwear, so he'd bring his own. He had charge accounts at Frederick's of Hollywood and Victoria's Secret. Spent twice as much at Fred, so I guess that's what he preferred. Classy guy, Tom said. Yeah, all the way. So that's where I get tripped up. I still want Pete for this, but Harris knew about the lacy underwear. He glanced at Tom. He kept details of the case very close, but he told his brother everything. He needed his help. And the only way he could have known... Not the only way, but the most likely way is that he was there, Reed said. Or whoever killed Beth told him about it. Or someone leaked info. From my squad or the ME. It happens. You think there was a leak? Reed had been racking his brain on that one. He shrugged. Let's try this. Where do Harris's and Pete's lives intersect? Tom asked. Dead end, Reed said. Nothing's coming up. Harris can't hold a job. He's a drunk. Robin, his PO, is constantly on him to find work. When he's sober enough, he sometimes picks up cash by washing dishes at Black Whale or the Rusty Anchor. The Whale, maybe, but the Rusty Anchor's not exactly a Pete Lathrop kind of establishment, Tom said. Nope, Reed said, chuckling to think of preppy Pete stepping foot in the second nastiest bar in New London after the Why Not. So, where else? Reed shook his head. If a guy's not into art, he can't afford to eat, other than what he gets from church basements or the food pantry, so he's not about to show up in Blackhall. He has an education. That's true, like Pete. He taught college 20 years ago. Could he have met Pete back then? Tom asked. Same school, old friends? Different schools. Harris grew up in Bridgeport and went to public school there. Pete's prep all the way. Rhode Island. And Pete was your basic gold digger. His job was landing Beth Lathrop. At least Martin Harris had a real career. He was a college professor. So basically, Pete and Martin are different as night and day, Tom said. What's your gut say? Harris has a perv mind, and did a great job of imagining what he would do with the underwear if he'd been there, Reed said. But I don't think he was. Tom finished his whiskey and signaled the bartender for 2 more. The jukebox was playing Steve Earle, and 2 TVs over the bar were broadcasting baseball games, the Red Sox on one, the Mets on the other. A bunch of Coast Guard cadets were playing darts. When the drinks arrived, the 2 brothers clinked glasses. Tom took a deep breath and a long drink. Have you really looked at the evidence that it wasn't Pete? I have, of course. He's got gouges down his back and a chunk of his shoulder practically bitten off, but not by Beth. Nothing under her fingernails, and her bite didn't match. He swears he's innocent and is insisting on a polygraph. 1 family, 2 murders, Tom said. You're telling me your old case and your, fondness for the Woodward sisters haven't given you tunnel vision? No one could get him going like Tom. They were close but competitive, and always had been. In sports, for their father's approval, even in their choices of careers. Tom in the military, Connor in law enforcement. There's a connection between the cases, regardless of who killed Beth, Reed said. Same town, same family, violence, the wife dies, the same painting taken each time. Moonlight, Tom said. Maybe Harris took it. Reed drank, staring into the mirror behind the bar. Funny, he said. He's not into art, but he could be into the moon. Let me guess, big dreams of being an astronaut? Tom asked. Nope, but he probably taught those college students about the moon. Yeah? Tom asked. What did he teach? Astronomy, Reed said. He loves the stars. Claims that's why he had those other postcards. Small Connecticut towns with night skies dark enough to see the stars. His brother stared at him. Well, that's it. What? Pete's a sailor. We both saw him at Menemsa, aboard Huntress. They'd been out in the ocean. I don't follow, Reed said. The stars, idiot. Okay, they're over the ocean and every other place, Reed said. Celestial navigation, Tom said. It's old school, but a lot of yacht guys like Pete learn it. They buy expensive sextants, find someone to teach them to shoot sun lines, steer by the stars. Makes them feel like old salts, worthy of their $1 million yachts. Reed's mind was racing. He wasn't a sailor himself, would have no idea how to recognize a sextant if his brother hadn't lived his life on the sea. He could picture the heavy mahogany box his brother's sextant was stored in, the beautiful brass instrument inside, with fine optics and a half-moon protractor-looking component used to measure angles between the horizon and the sun, the earth and the stars. Had anything like that been catalogued at the gallery, at the Lathrop's house? Your phone's ringing, Tom said, gesturing. Reed grabbed it off the bar. He recognized Kate's number. Connor Reed, he said, answering, playing it cool. Do you know about Jed Hilliard? She asked. No, he said, drawing a blank on the name. Why? Because he's someone my sister loved. I'm beginning to wonder if Pete wasn't even the father of her baby, she said. Reed was stunned. He'd never even heard of him. I'll be right over. When he hung up, Tom nodded. You've got to go, he said. Yeah, Reed said. Tom gestured at Reed's half-empty glass. I got this. Next time's on you. And think about the connection. The stars, Reed said, and he left the bar. 33. It was nearly midnight. Tyler had a cold, and Nicola rocked him, trying to get him to sleep. She couldn't bear that he was so uncomfortable, and Pete's glower from across Matilda's library didn't help. He wasn't supposed to be here in Matilda's house. Kate had been very clear about that. But he'd spent at least part of every night with her and Tyler. He wanted Nicola to be grateful for it, but mostly it wore her out and made her nervous. The French doors were open to a cool breeze blowing off the river. The late summer sounds of crickets, rustling leaves, and a distant owl came through. You don't have to stay, Nicola said to Pete. I'm waiting for him to stop crying. Well, he's not feeling well. I realize that, Pete said with exaggerated patience. It's normal for babies. It wasn't normal for Sam. Beth always seemed to know just what to do. She always got Sam to sleep through the night. Guess I'm not Beth. I guess you're not. Things had changed so drastically. Back when Nicola was working at the gallery and she and Pete were first getting together, he spoke about all the things Beth did wrong. How she wasn't supportive of him, how she had always been distracted by gallery work, neglecting Sam. He'd complained about how she would rather catalog paintings for the next show instead of watching Sam's soccer games. Now all he did was praise Beth. Nicola thought his current attitude reflected the real Beth, not the one he'd created to justify their affair. Nicola had loved her. She could say that honestly. Contrary to what Pete used to say, Beth had been a great mother. Having a great mother herself, Nicola knew. Although Beth had money and could have afforded a nanny, she did everything with and for Sam. She had dreamed of a great life for Sam, and the deepest thorn in Nicola's heart was that her relationship with Pete had devastated both his wife and daughter. I never would have thought you could do this, Beth had said to Nicola. It was a week after the nightmare, when Beth had let herself into Matilda's house, caught her resting in bed beside Pete, seen Tyler in the antique cradle. Beth had called Nicola, asked her to meet her at the coffee shop next to the Blackhall A&P. Nicola had been so scared, holding the car seat in which her 3-week-old infant slept, approaching the booth where Beth sat and sitting across from her. "It just happened," Nicola said. "Like a lightning strike? Like a hurricane?" "Don't say it like that. Don't make fun of me," Nicola said. "I never wanted to hurt you." She actually heard those movie-sappy words coming out of her mouth. "It's not just me, it's Sam," Beth said. "I think she's known all along. That's why she's slipping in school. She knew what her father was doing, and she had to protect me. I care about Sam. Don't insult me by pretending you do," Beth said. Nicola felt the words like a kick in the face. "I thought the world of you. Both Kate and I did. We wanted to support you. We knew how hard you worked to get where you are, how you excelled all along the way. I wanted that for Sam. I wanted schools like the ones you went to. She can still have them. Right now, she can't even show up for her stage design workshop. She has stomach pains and had to drop out. She's a wreck, and it's because of you and her father." "I'm so sorry," Nicola said. "What you think you have with him isn't real," Beth said. "It is," Nicola said softly, glancing at Tyler. The waitress came by to take Nicola's order and refill Beth's coffee cup. Nicola shook her head, sent her away. There were maroon paper placemats on the table, and Beth moved hers closer to Nicola. She slid the salt and pepper shakers and the sugar bowl onto her placemat. "You don't know him," Beth said. "Or maybe you do. Haven't you seen his moods?" Nicola made sure she showed no emotion. "This is me," Beth said, pointing at the salt. "And this is Pete." She touched the pepper. "Here is Sam," she said, holding the sugar bowl in both her hands. "No matter how I feel about him now, this is our family." She met Nicola's eyes, a sharp expression in hers. She tapped her coffee spoon and slid it onto the floor. "And that's you. You're off the placemat. You're out of our lives." "Not out of Pete's," Nicola said. The waitress came by to pick up the spoon and give Beth a clean one. "You are," Beth said as the waitress left. "You just don't realize it yet. He's not capable. I'll do anything for Sam, and when it comes down to it, so will Pete." Her gaze was hard and furious, and she raised her hand as if she wanted to hit Nicola. "Tyler needs his father too," Nicola said. A look of deep anguish crossed Beth's face. Her whole demeanor changed. She crumpled, putting her head in her hands. Nicola wanted to reach across the table to comfort her. She started to, hand hovering above the back of Beth's head. But she had known it would make everything worse, so she had lowered her hand and touched her sleeping son instead. Now, sitting in the cozy library with Pete, Nicola caressed their son's head again. It felt warm, but not like before. The fever was breaking. His crying had subsided, and she knew he was ready to fall asleep. The breeze had picked up, and the air was suddenly cool. Nicola wore a sage-green cashmere shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Afraid Tyler would get a chill, Nicola pulled the shawl off and tucked it around him. "Fresh air is good for him," Pete said. "He still has a little fever." "You coddle him." "Pete, you're being unreasonable." She saw him scowl, and she waited for his anger. He hated being challenged. She thought about asking to see his back. She could wash and dress his wounds, kiss them so tenderly. It might head him off, stop him from blowing up. He opened his mouth to say something, but then his phone rang. He answered, keeping his eyes on Nicola, but then he walked out the French doors to take the call in private. When he returned, He looked angrier than ever. "Is everything okay?" Nicholas said. "No," Pete said. "What's wrong?" "Sam is spending the night at Kate's, and you know why, don't you?" Nicholas shook her head. "Because I'm here, trying to keep you happy instead of being home with my daughter where I belong." "Then go," Nicholas said. "It's too late now," Pete said. "She's at her aunt's. I swear to God, if Kate keeps poisoning her against me—" "No one can do that," Nicholas said, staring at Pete with all the truth in the world. "Sam loves you. You're all she has left." "Yes," Pete said, looking away from Nicola and Tyler. 34. "Hello, Kate," Reed said, meeting her and Popcorn outside her loft on Bank Street at midnight, a few blocks from where he'd just left Tom at the Why Not. "Jed Hilliard." "My sister loved him," Kate said, with a note of despair in her voice. Reed was a little buzzed. He focused on her face, on the lines in her forehead, and he felt her unhappiness. "And she didn't tell me." Ah, Kate, Reed thought. Close sisters, a secret between them. That could hurt. It could break a heart. "Who was he to her?" Reed asked. "An artist she met, and cared about, and encouraged, and fell in love with." "And Pete found out?" Reed asked, checking another box in the motive column. "That I don't know. Not yet, but I will find out." "Take it easy, Kate. Tell me the details and I'll track it all down. Where did she meet him?" "At Ainsworth," she said, "visiting our father, and later at the soup kitchen." Ainsworth. Martin Harris had been incarcerated there too, and Reed wondered if Harris and Jed had known each other. Or if Harris had known Garth Woodward, for that matter. "You're thinking something," Kate said, grabbing Reed's hand. "I can tell." Reed held her hand tighter. The whiskey was hitting him. "You're right. I am," he said. Could she smell the whiskey on him? Did he seem too loose? He couldn't seem to let go of her hand. "I want to know. Please tell me." "Did you ever hear of anyone named Martin Harris? Did Beth mention him, or your father?" "I don't think so. Why?" "Someone from Ainsworth who might have run into Beth," Reed said, deliberately vague. "The name doesn't sound familiar," she said. "But, Connor, she was head over heels. I think Jed might have been the reason she was going to leave Pete. Now I wonder if Matthew was Pete's baby at all. What if he was Jed's?" Reed thought of the screw-up, how he hadn't requested a paternity test during the autopsy. He swallowed hard, couldn't bring himself to tell Kate, and it seemed she hadn't yet thought of it herself. She seemed to be reeling, just coming to grips with the fact her sister had had a lover she hadn't known about. "This might sound out of left field," he said, "but do you know if Pete is into celestial navigation?" She seemed taken aback, thrown off course from thinking about Beth and Jed. "Why?" she asked. "What would that have to do with the case?" "I'm just curious." "He was interested in it," Kate said. "Not seriously, but because of sailing. He thought it would be good to know." "Does he have a sextant?" "No," she said. "But I do. I need to navigate to fly. My grandmother thought it was just as important to be able to fly by the stars as it was by using instruments. I have the sextant she gave me, and I loaned it to Pete so he could practice." "When was that?" Reed asked, his pulse quickening. "I'm not sure exactly. Maybe a year ago? Something like that," Kate said. Reed nodded. What if Pete had encountered Harris while studying how to steer by the stars? Maybe Harris had been his teacher. Maybe Harris had figured out Pete's crime because of something they had talked about. Pete was the bragging type, He might have felt comfortable confiding in a guy who had committed atrocious crimes against women, a guy who might admire Pete for the way he had killed his wife. Or what if Pete had used Harris to actually kill Beth? Reed and Kate were standing on the sidewalk in the middle of New London, the ambient light from apartments and bars and street lights filling the sky, making it hard to see stars. But he looked up, and there were a few visible through the city's bright haze. He couldn't identify them, but they were there. Reed looked into Kate's eyes. He wouldn't have done it if he hadn't just had 2 scotches, but he brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. Was it his imagination, or was she leaning into it? There was so much he wanted to tell her. He raised his gaze again, looking into the sky. "Beth and I used to look up to," Kate whispered. "And we'd make wishes." "You did?" he asked. "Yes. They didn't all come true, but some of them did." "What did you wish on?" he asked. "The stars, of course," she said. Reed nodded. He stared into her eyes for a long time, thought of her and Beth, their wishes, their grandmother and her sextant, celestial navigation. He thought of his brother and what he had said barely 20 minutes ago. The connection between Pete and Harris. The stars. 35. "Let's go for a ride," Kate said. It had been 2 days since Sam had seen her father, 2 nights since she had started staying at the loft again. Kate had given Connor Jed's name and told him what she knew. The murder was his investigation, but learning more about Beth's secret life was Kate's. Perhaps the two would intersect. "Where'll we go?" Sam asked. "I was thinking the Ledges." "I haven't been there in a long time," Sam said. "Neither have I." They climbed into Kate's Porsche. It was a tight squeeze with popcorn crammed into the tiny back seat, along with a canvas bag filled with picnic things. Kate put the top down, and they took back roads through the hills and countryside. The wind blew through Kate's and Sam's hair, and Popcorn rode with his tongue out and ears flying back in pure bliss. Passing Matilda's gates, Kate glanced at Sam, who stared straight ahead. A few bends in the road later, she pulled between 2 crumbling stone pillars. The driveway was cracked and rutted with unrepaired frost heaves. There was a parking area a 1/4 mile in, and as soon as the car stopped, Popcorn bounded out and ran to the edge of the field. "Which way do you want to go?" Kate asked. The choices were up the hill toward the abandoned stone house built high on a granite ledge, or down a dirt trail to the river. The formal gardens were near the house, but rose mallows grew in abundance along the swampy inlet. Her father had said he'd suggested that Jed Hilliard come here to draw flowers. "River," Sam said. They trekked through a meadow, silvery in sunlight. The tall grass was crisscrossed with deer trails. A gray ghost, a northern harrier, flew low over the marsh in search of prey. The amphitheater loomed on the cliff above. Kate's family had spent so many happy Sundays there, but now it was a wreck, crumbling stones taken over by weeds and vines, Connecticut's own version of ancient ruins. "This place made Mom nervous," Sam said. "She brought you here?" "Yeah, sometimes, but she was always afraid of deer ticks and Lyme disease. The grass would tickle her legs and she'd jump." "What would she and you do?" Sam shrugged. "Sketch, mainly. Or she'd tell me stories about how the Black Hall artists would come here over 100 years ago, set up their easels and paint the view. You know, there weren't enough women." "Really?" Kate asked. "Yep, Matilda Brown and Mary Cassatt were the only women who really made it as American Impressionists. I mean, Miss Florence ran the boarding house for artists, but she wasn't one herself. Willard Metcalf was my favorite, but he looked down on girls who came for art lessons. So now I'm not sure how I feel about him." Did you know he called girls blots, as in blots on the landscape? I've heard that, Kate said, picturing the panel at the museum, poor little Botticelli. A 15-year-old girl in her straw hat and white dress, painting at her easel. Kate had gone through the same thing at Sam's age, being disillusioned by the artists' lives and wondering if it was okay to still love their art. They walked toward a stand of weeping willow trees, and Kate set down the canvas bag. She shook out a plaid picnic blanket, handed Sam her sandwich, and opened her own. They sat by the river eating lunch, watching kayakers paddle along the Essex side. A 55-foot boat with a catamaran hull headed slowly south, carrying tourists on a nature cruise. She glanced at Sam. If Sam had spent lots of time here with her mother, how big of a letdown must it be to come here now with her aunt? "See that island?" Sam asked, pointing. "Yes," Kate said. She knew it well. Growing up at her grandmother's, she'd heard all about the granite quarries worked in the early 20th century for stone to pave New York City. Rare indigo hummingbirds were known to nest there every 10 years. Most magical were the giant lotus lilies, completely unknown to the United States, that had bloomed on the island. Matilda had a botanist friend who had determined they had sprouted from seeds stored in the pyramids of Egypt 1,000 years BC. In the early 1800s, traders had looted the pyramids and stolen ancient racks of linen to which the seeds had stuck. They had used the fabric to wrap ivory tusks to keep them from breaking on the voyage across the Atlantic. The ivory had been headed to a piano key manufacturer in Deep River, Connecticut. The seeds had blown off the linen, drifted downriver, and taken root on the island's shore. Sometimes Mom and I would paddle out to it. "You'd bring kayaks?" "Nope," Sam said, giving her a sly smile. "Come on." They headed down to the water's edge, and Sam parted rushes and invasive phragmites to reveal a 10-foot wooden dinghy covered by a tattered canvas. Oars were stored beneath the peeling, varnished seats. Tarnished brass oarlocks were already in their holders. "Whose boat is this?" Kate asked. "A friend of Mom's. We'd head out to the island to look for the flowers. Do you know about them?" "The giant lilies?" Flowers for a friend. The back of Kate's neck tingled. "Yep. Everyone said they lived here until a raging storm washed them away in 1927. But Mom thought that was wrong. She was sure a few were left, hidden under other plants or in a secret part of the quarries. We always searched. This was our island of flowers." "Flowers," Kate said. "You and your mother searched for them?" "With her friend," Sam said. "What friend?" "An artist. I don't think you know him," Sam said. "He goes to the soup kitchen." "That's where you met him?" Kate asked, trying to sound casual. "He's poor, but he's really nice. I helped him with a couple of art workshops at the shelter. He's great with pen and ink and charcoal. Mom always said I could learn from him, that he kept it simple, like so many great artists." "He'd help you search for the lilies?" "Yeah. Apparently he somehow met your father, who told him he should draw flowers. And as horrible as your dad was in one way, Mom said no one knew more about art than he did." "Where's your mom's friend now?" Kate asked. "Jed? He sometimes camps on the island, but he's obviously not there now, or the dinghy would be on the other side. Come on, let's row out. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we used it." They pushed the wooden boat off the silty bank, and Sam gestured for Kate to sit in the stern. Sam took the middle seat and, facing Kate, began to row. Popcorn galloped into the shallows and swam alongside. The passage was short, barely 2 minutes from the shore. Kate was silent, questions running through her mind. "Was your mom close to Jed?" Kate asked. "Ew, the way you say it." "Well?" "Just come out and ask," Sam snapped. "I'm 16, not 6. I don't know, but what if she was? After how Dad acted with Nicola, I hope she was. I hope she was happy." Sam rowed through a narrow entrance to an inlet surrounded by rocks, and they both jumped out. Sam hauled the boat onto a strip of sand, threw the anchor high on the bank to hold it fast. Tension poured off her. "Sam," Kate said, watching her niece stalk away. "I'm going to the quarry to look for the lilies," Sam said. "Wait, I'll come with you." But Kate had upset her, and Sam began to run. Popcorn followed her. Kate started after them, then hung back, suddenly relieved to be left alone. She walked in the opposite direction, following a deer trail through tall grass. Glacier meltwater had torn the island from the mainland, its edges matching just like a puzzle piece. Good luck to Sam discovering a lotus. Beth had had a romantic view of life, and Kate wasn't surprised to hear that she'd believed something rare and extinct survived here. All through their childhoods, and especially after their mother's death, Beth had lived in her imagination. Kate had chosen reality. And now, strolling across the island, she didn't believe anything could improve on the real and observable. Golden grasses, pale and dark pink rose mallows, blue cornflowers, creamy Queen Anne's lace. This was our island of flowers, Sam had said. A cluster of scrub oaks and white pine trees grew at the top of a hill. Kate followed a winding brook up the rise. She looked out, watching the brook flow past granite boulders toward the sparkling river. A pair of ospreys rode the air currents overhead. Kate used to have dreams of being a bird. She could open her window and soar into the night, winged and powerful, not needing an airplane. She never crashed in those dreams, and she never wanted to land. The ground was covered in pine needles. She walked farther into the woods, still following the brook. It was shady and cool, and she was glad not to have the sun on her head. She felt tired and sat down, then lay on her back, looking up through branches that filtered the blue sky. She blinked at the glitter of light, lulled by the sound of the brook. Then, as if she had no choice in the matter, as if she already knew what she was going to see, she turned her head. Set 10 yards back, deep within the thick trees, was a dark green tent. It was well camouflaged, hidden beneath pine boughs. She walked over to it. The nylon had been patched with silver duct tape. The entrance was zipped up so she couldn't look inside. For a moment, her blood stopped. Maybe someone was sleeping inside. Not just someone, Jed. "Hello?" she said quietly. "Hello?" Her heart was racing. She looked down the trail, hoping Sam wouldn't come. She'd hear popcorn. That was a good thing. When no one answered, she tugged the zipper upward. The tent was tidy. A rolled-up sleeping bag was tucked into the corner. A gallon jug of water was half empty. A tin cup, plate, and utensils had been rinsed and stacked. The small, close space smelled musty, of sweat and pine pitch. She was having a hard time connecting Beth with a guy who lived in a tent. Beth, who seemed to safeguard her comfortable life and position in the community, who dressed the part of Blackhall business owner and Sam's mom. Another way Kate had sold her sister short. Sticking out from beneath the bedroll was a hard plastic envelope. She pulled it close to her, opened it. There were papers inside, and she paged through them. The shadowy light made it hard to see, but she peered at each sheet looking for drawings. Most were newspaper clippings, but there was one business-size white vellum envelope embossed with the Lathrop Gallery seal. It was addressed simply Jed in Beth's handwriting. Kate opened it, intending to read whatever her sister had written, but saw only a small, murky black-and-white photo. It took Kate's breath away. She sat very still, staring at the photo, her hand on her heart. When she heard voices in the distance, she replaced the plastic file, ducked out of the tent, and closed the zipper. The sounds were coming from the east side of the low hill, so she walked in that direction. Hanging back in the woods so she wouldn't be seen, she looked down at the inlet they had rowed across. She heard Sam laughing and Popcorn yelping. "Come on, Jed," Sam called. "Swim faster." "I wouldn't have to swim if someone didn't steal my boat," a man's voice called. Sam laughed again. She and Popcorn were hidden by the slant of the brush-covered hill, but Kate could see the man's head, glossy as a seal's back, slipping through the water. He held an orange backpack over his head with one hand, side-stroked across the channel with the other. When he reached shallow water, he stood and shook his reddish-brown hair, sending crystal droplets flying. He wore a gray t-shirt with an owl on it and knee-length tan shorts that stuck to his body. Sam splashed him when he scrambled up the riverbank, and she gave him a hug. "Sam, how are you doing?" he asked. "Everything sucks," she said. "I know," he said, still hugging her. I know. I'm so sorry." He was tall and lanky. He pushed his hair behind his ears and ruffled his beard as if to dry it. He was in his early 30s, and Kate realized that although she hadn't known his name, she'd seen him doing odd jobs around the academy. She started down the hill, sidestepping her way over and through loose rocks and tangled vines. "Come look for the lilies with us," Sam said to Jed. Jed ignored Sam. Hearing Kate's footsteps, he turned toward her. His eyes were kind, soft brown, and held her gaze. He looked alarmed, almost afraid. She found herself wanting to reassure him, not spook him, learn everything she could. "Hello, Jed," she said, sticking out her hand. "I'm Kate." "I've heard a lot about you," he said, shaking her hand. He was cool from the swim. "I've seen you at the academy, haven't I?" "Yes," he said. "Beth helped me get a job there." "I thought you were based in New London." "I was, till I got the job. I still have meals there sometimes, but living around here is closer to work." She nodded. "That makes sense." "So now everyone knows each other," Sam said, sounding impatient. "Can we please search for the lilies?" Jed glanced at Kate, apprehension in his eyes, as if trying to tell whether she preferred he not join them. She wondered what he'd think if he knew that in the back pocket of her shorts was the blurry black-and-white photo, the sonogram she had taken from his tent. "Sure, Sam," Kate said. "Let's go." "The thing is, I have an appointment later this afternoon," Jed said, "so I can only look for a little while." "No prob," Sam said. The three of them headed single file down the path toward the old quarry, Popcorn leading the way, Kate bringing up the rear. She wondered what appointment he had. She was sure Connor wouldn't let much time pass without interviewing him. Kate walked behind Jed now, stared at his back, never taking her eyes off him for a second. 36. Jed Hilliard didn't have transportation, so instead of having him come to the major crime squad, Reed arranged to meet him at 3 o'clock at Blackhall's Paradise Drive-In. It was a popular ice cream stand with picnic tables next to a marsh overlooking the mouth of the Connecticut River. Reed ate a mint chocolate chip cone while waiting. Jed was a few minutes late. It worked out well. Reed was able to finish his cone. He tossed the napkin into the trash as he watched Jed approach, an orange backpack slung over his right shoulder. He looked disheveled, but in an appealing way. Maybe it was the artist in him. Despite what Reed knew about Jed's beleaguered financial circumstances, he would have a hard time seeing him with the Osprey House crowd. Long hair, shaggy beard, tall with a loping stride, alert and intelligent eyes. He had a strong handshake. Reed asked if he wanted something from the snack bar, but Jed said no. They sat at a picnic table under a yellow and white striped umbrella. Reed had his back to the sun. Jed had the disadvantage of having it in his eyes, and he squinted at Reed. The sadness in his face was unmistakable. "I know you want to talk about Beth," Jed said. "That's right," Reed said, waiting. Jed seemed comfortable with the silence. He didn't rush to fill it, and he didn't fidget. "She was the best person I ever knew," he said finally. "I've heard that from a lot of people," Reed said. "She loved the world," Jed said. "She saw the good in people, and she took care of everyone." "Including you?" Reed said. "Oh yes," Jed said vigorously, as if he wasn't the least bit ashamed of it. "She believed in me, my art especially, but me as a person, too. I was in prison." He looked Reed straight in the eye when he said it. "That's where I met her." Reed had to respect him for coming right out with that. Or maybe Jed had his con down pat, and being forthcoming was part of it. "I've heard that," Reed said. "But what I've been wondering, Jed, is how did you wind up here in Blackhall? I looked up your record, and it says you're from Warwick, Rhode Island." "People, places, and things," Jed said. "They teach us in AA to avoid slippery places. And the people we used with, the things that reminded us of getting high. So I wasn't going back. Beth helped me decide that. She thought that coming here, working at the academy, would give me a fresh start." "Rhode Island," Reed said in a musing way, as if he hadn't heard what Jed had just said. "That's where Beth's husband is from. Did you know him there?" Jed's lips tightened. "Hell no. I don't know him at all, and don't want to." "But two guys from Rhode Island, the ocean state?" "No," Jed said and left it there. Reed took note. It was unusual to question someone who didn't over-explain. "You're in AA?" 24 months clean and sober." "Good for you." "Thanks." "When did you and Beth begin to have an affair?" Reed asked. He meant it to sound harsh, and it must have, because Jed reacted as if he'd been punched. "That sounds really sleazy," Jed said, shaken. "And it wasn't." "You got her to cheat on her husband," Reed said. "How isn't that sleazy?" "No, he had his thing going with Nicola. He had basically abandoned Beth. She was such a good person. Even after he hurt her, she cared about him. But there was a breaking point. How could she go on with him after he had a kid with his girlfriend? There was no way. She had already decided to leave when she and I began to see each other." "That's funny," Reed said, "because I hear she and Pete decided to reconcile, that they were working it out." Jed shook his head hard. She would never take him back. He gave Reed a sharp, defiant look. "We were in love." "And having a kid together?" Jed blushed and didn't speak. Reed watched his discomfort grow. He had boxed himself into a corner. "Jed, Beth was having a baby. Either you and she were in love and Matthew was yours, or she and Pete were getting back together and he was his. Which is it?" Reed asked. Still no reply. He watched Jed hang his head. 2 fat tears plopped down on the picnic table's weathered boards. Reed gazed at Jed's shoulders, which were shaking as he wept. The sounds were barely audible. There was a napkin dispenser on the table, but Reed made no move to pass him a napkin. A full 2 minutes passed before Jed looked up. His face was still wet, but he had composed himself. He reached for a napkin and blew his nose. He stared at Reed. Reed noticed he wore a silver band on the ring finger of his left hand. "Are you going to answer my question?" Reed asked. This might make you think I'm trying to hide something, Jed said, speaking slowly in a very measured and calm way. But I am not going to discuss that part of Beth's and my life with you. Well, that does sound as if you're trying to hide something, Reed said. Jed tightened his lips, gave a half shake of his head, as if to say he didn't care. Let me ask you this, Reed said. When did you last see Beth? Almost a week before she died, he said. That must have felt like a long time to be away from the woman you loved, Reed said. It did. So what were you doing during that week? I was on Fisher's Island, teaching art to my friend Laney's grandchildren. Did you leave the island? He shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately? That's what I said. Jed, what's that ring you're wearing? Did someone give it to you? Reed asked. Jed's mouth was clamped shut as if he had finished talking and was ready to go. The soup kitchen, Reed said, deciding to change directions. Where Beth volunteered and you sometimes had meals. Is there a food pantry there too? Yes, Jed said. Did you ever meet Martin Harris there at either place? Reed asked. Jed looked blank and shook his head. No, I don't think so. Who is he? Reed thought Jed seemed to genuinely not recognize the name, or maybe it was just the numbness left over after crying. Okay, Jed, he said. Give me your friend Laney from Fisher's Island's full name and contact info so I can get in touch with her. She'll tell you I was there the whole time, Jed said. Teaching art, Reed said. Got it. Jed pulled a sketchpad and pencil from his orange backpack and began writing out the name and phone number. One other thing, Reed said. A minute ago, when I asked if you had left the island, you said, unfortunately, no. What did you mean by that? If I had, I might have been able to save Beth, Jed said, tears filling his eyes again. Reed stared at Jed, and without thinking, handed him a napkin. The thing was, he believed him, that he really did feel that way. 37. Scotty Waterston sat on the beach with Lulu, taking the sun full on, no umbrella, no sun hat, the lowest SPF sunscreen. She'd been careful all summer, but she wanted a Saint-Tropez tan. Hubbard's Point had tons of rules, including no drinking alcohol on the beach, but Scotty had filled water bottles with gin and tonics. Lulu sipped hers slowly, but Scotty was getting quietly, progressively drunk. The two women had pulled their beach chairs close to the water's edge, and the advancing tide sent waves to tickle their toes with sea foam, then withdraw, then return. It's all too much, Scotty said. Yep, Lulu said. It's heartbreak for all of us, but you don't even have kids. I mean, Beth was our friend, but Sam is Isabel's. My daughter is a wreck. She stared across the water to where Isabel was sitting on the raft all alone. It must be horrible. I remember how it was for us when we were her age, how hard to know how to be around Kate and Beth. Scotty took a very long drink. She wished she had brought slices of fresh lime. No need to suffer. She'd have to remember for next time. The detective is coming to interview Isabel. I made the mistake of telling him how she and Pete had read the same book. Gruesome thing about a killer hiding a body in a cold room. God, like Beth, Lulu said. Poor girl, he's coming over to grill her later. Well, it's good of her to help the investigation. Sam isn't taking Isabel's calls, Scotty said. They had a bit of trouble over at Little Beach with the rocks. The graffiti, Lulu said, so harshly it felt like a slap in the face. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it, if that's what you think. Good, because what they did was horrible. I agree, but I get the feeling Kate is blaming Isabel for it. Has she said anything to you?" "No, I think she's just worried about Sam." "Well, of course," Scotty said. "If you can't act out after your mother gets murdered, when can you?" She'd caught the look Lulu gave her and checked herself. Drinking always made her want to be outrageous. The worst was when she drunk texted or posted political messages on Facebook or Twitter. The next day, she'd go back and do a mad scrub, furiously deleting everything. At least Lulu was drinking too, and hopefully wouldn't remember. "This is really hard on Kate," Lulu said. Scotty peered at her. Lulu always looked so chic. She and Kate hadn't had children. They'd kept their svelte shapes and single-woman attitudes, while Scotty wore a Hawaiian print bathing suit with a hint of a frilled skirt to cover her thighs and built-in bra cups to keep everything from wobbling. Lulu wore a white lace halter dress over her black bikini and looked like a model from the Sundance catalog, where they were all too thin, too pretty, and far too cool. "It's hard on all of us," Scotty said, staring out at Isabel. "We loved Beth, too, and let's face it, she confided in us more than she did Kate. Has anyone talked to Jed, by the way? He must be destroyed." "Kate met him," Lulu said. "She hasn't told me the details yet, but she texted that she found him." I can't believe I had to be the one to tell her about him. I felt so awful. And I haven't heard from her at all, as if she's blaming me. Where is he, anyway? "Camping somewhere," Lulu said, sipping her drink and looking away as if she wanted to evade further questions. That was so Lulu, keeping Kate mostly to herself. It had always hurt Scotty, the way the two of them were a closed society. Beth had felt that way too. Scotty felt herself burning over it. "Sometimes you seem so superior," Scotty said. "What?" "Yes, you and Kate, the pilots. Above it all, better than me and Beth. It hurts." "I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you feel that way," Lulu said, sounding genuinely surprised. Was it possible she didn't know how fat and suburban and boring Scotty felt beside her? "Well, you do," Scotty said. She realized she was slurring her words, but took another long drink anyway. She was about to tip over into weepy territory, feeling sorry for herself about Beth, feeling helpless about Isabel's pain, and even Jed's. Beth hadn't treated him very well at the end. And then there was Julie, her beautiful little girl with schizotypal personality disorder. The name alone terrified her, but the reality was even worse. Even the literature was hurtful. People with the disorder were labeled odd and eccentric. Julie turned inward, had never had a close friend. She didn't know how to interpret people's words and actions. She was so easily hurt and confused. Julie had started dreaming about the murder, screaming out in her sleep. "When I think about Sam's mommy, it hurts me a lot," she cried while Scotty rocked her. Scotty wanted her daughter to feel peace, to not be so scared. She felt as if Julie's fears would pass as time went by, but some nights they were extreme. "Sweetie, it was just a dream," Scotty whispered, holding her. "Bad person, terrible bad person," Julie had said, shaking as she'd cried. The rest of Julie's diagnosis, receptive and expressive aphasia and language processing disability, meant that she experienced life in ways both simpler and more complicated than everyone else. She got so frustrated trying to get her thoughts and feelings out. Scotty told the pediatrician, asking if it would be appropriate to give Julie something for anxiety. The doctor had suggested taking Julie to therapy, and Scotty was more than willing to do that, but in the last few days, Julie had seemed quieter, retreating into her safe, private world. Nick was far from helpful. He would come home from the office, throw on his shorts and Nikes and go running for hours, sometimes until dark. He was training for the Labor Day half marathon, aiming for next year's New York City marathon. He had told Scotty a bunch of people from work were doing it. Scotty pictured the women in his office. Everyone but her was in shape. She downed a big gulp of her drink. "Let's take a swim," Lulu said, reaching for her hand. "It will be good for us." "I'm looped. We don't have to go out far. The detective is coming to see Isabel later," Scotty said. "I should go up to the house and take a nap. I have the G&T flu." She paused, glancing at Lulu. "Who do you think did it?" "Mostly, I think Pete." "Me too, but sometimes I think Jed. I mean, she met him in prison." "I know," Lulu said. "And he's an art person. It would make sense for him to take Moonlight. I'm sure he has a network. He could sell it. And we really have no idea how he took the fact Beth had cooled off, was seeing him less. I think she wanted to stop altogether." "She did?" Lulu asked, and Scotty couldn't help feeling gratified that she knew at least some things Lulu didn't. She had made a mess of things. To go from perfect Beth to being pregnant and having 2 men in her life, it was tearing her apart. Didn't she tell you? Lulu shook her head. "She never talked to me about it, Scotty. You've told me more than she ever did. I only saw her with Jed that one time on the ferry." Scotty sighed. He made her so happy for a while. It must have felt so nice to have someone all for herself, someone who really wanted her. Not like Pete, off with Nicola. She thought of herself and Nick. She couldn't help wondering about the women he worked with, beautiful and thin, training for the half marathon. Surreptitiously, on the side Lulu couldn't see, Scotty grabbed the roll of fat around her waist. The old commercial used to say if you could pinch more than an inch, you needed to eat their cereal and get into shape. Scotty could pinch half a foot. "I really need to get into shape," she said. "You look great," Lulu said. Scotty gave her a skeptical look. There was all this wise woman BS about accepting yourself the way you were right now, not thinking about the body you had when you were 25. Easy for Lulu to say it when she had a stomach as flat as a teenage boy's. "You're beautiful," Lulu said. Scotty didn't believe her, so she ignored her. "I hope Isabel remembers about the detective coming." "Want me to go get her?" Lulu asked. Scotty nodded. "That would be really nice of you." "I need the swim anyway," Lulu said. She gave Scotty a big hug and kissed the top of her head, then went running into the water, dove in, and started swimming fast out toward Isabel on the raft. Scotty gathered her towel, beach bag, and chair, and walked as steadily as she could across the hot sand, toward her house on the other side of the boat basin. She couldn't wait to close the door behind her. Emotions made her drink, and she was nothing but emotions these days. Right now, she needed to lie down. She would hit the reset button and start fresh after her nap. She had to keep going on, but it wasn't easy. Murder didn't just take one life, it stole the essence, will, and ease from everyone it touched. It took their old lives and left them to make their way in a completely new and uncertain world. Scotty had to find a way back to being alert and present for Julie and Isabel. Julie hiding deep within herself. Isabel, her beautiful, troubled daughter. Scotty didn't want to be a bad influence, drinking to escape the pain. Nick had grounded Isabel after she'd come home wasted the night of the graffiti. Maybe Scotty should ground herself. 38. In Reed's interviews with Pete and his friends, he had heard repeatedly that Pete was a member of Mensa, the high IQ society. Pete seemed determined that everyone know it, and to Reed's mind, if someone had to brag about being a member, he might not be as smart as he thought. Mac Green had relented and decided to let Pete take the polygraph. Reed had questions, a list of them, and he was going to request an interview after the polygraph. He met Jen Miano at the crime lab. "Are we going to arrest him today?" Miano asked. "I'd like to," Reed said. "But we're not there yet." "Jed is interesting." "Yeah, but he has an alibi," Reed said. As soon as he had left Jed at the Paradise Drive-In, he'd called Lainey Stewart. She had told him that Jed had stayed in the main house with the family. His bedroom was between her grandson Terry's room and the master suite where she and David slept. He had given art lessons in the living room of their guest house, reconfigured as an art studio, and had been with the family the whole time, including meals. Reed had then checked with the ferry operators, determined that Jed had taken the boat only twice, on his way to and from the island. He hadn't brought a car. The Stewarts had arranged for him to be driven back and forth to Blackhall. Reed had confirmed that fact with William Nelson, the owner of Admiral Limousine Service. The Stewarts were favorite longtime customers, and whenever they called, Nelson drove the passengers himself, as he had with Jed. "Pete has an alibi, too," Miano reminded Reed. "True, but the timeline works against him," Reed said. "Jed was in love with Beth." Reed nodded. "Then there's the baby," Miano said. Reed felt the breath rush out of him. "Don't feel too bad," she said. "Who would think of a paternity test? Pete was the cheater. Not one thing made us think Beth was anything but faithful to Pete." "Thanks," Reed said, appreciating that she was trying to make him feel better. To everyone, Beth had been an angel. Umberto Garcia, the coroner, hadn't tested Matthew's DNA, and Beth's body had been released to the family for cremation. "What the hell was Beth Lathrop doing with a guy like that?" Miano asked. "It doesn't track. He seems like kind of a loser." "He's not, actually," Reed said. "I could be wrong, but he seems like a decent stand-up guy." "Yeah, but homeless?" Miano asked. Reed remembered what Leland Ackerley had said about Beth, that she loved and nurtured artists whose talent she believed in, and how Jed had said she took care of everyone. "Well, if she wanted to get in Pete's face," Miano said, "she couldn't have done better than choosing a homeless con. A younger homeless con. So much for the perfect Blackhall life." "Only on the outside," he said. "You know, if it turns out Jed's the father, it would make a hell of a motive for Pete," Miano said. "Jealousy over Jed and wanting to be rid of Beth so he could be with Nicola. Plus, the baby. Whose was it?" I know, the damn paternity test." "Right," Reed said, feeling his chest constrict. Pete and his lawyer had arrived. Mac Green had a full head of white hair, and he wore a perfectly tailored gray pinstripe suit. He had represented several of Reed's suspects over the years, and Reed had a grudging respect for him. He did a good job for his clients without resorting to dirty tricks that Reed considered the stock-in-trade of many defense attorneys. Pete sauntered over to Reed and Miano. Like his lawyer, he was dressed in a suit instead of his usual Beach Boy garb. "Looking sharp, Pete," Reed said. "You look as if you're dressed for court." "I want you to know how seriously I am taking this." "This?" Reed asked. "The polygraph?" "The fact that my wife was murdered and you're wasting time harassing me instead of doing a real investigation." "Harassing you? Correct us if we're wrong," Miano said. "But aren't you the one who pushed for this?" "Pete, we're ready," Green called sharply, and Reed could see the lawyer wasn't happy with his client baiting the police. "What a cocky son of a bitch," Miano said when Pete and Green stepped away. "What makes him so confident?" Reed didn't reply. He felt nervous. She was right. Pete held himself with total assurance and an air of martyrdom, as if a great injustice was being done. Reed was looking forward to the results, wiping that look off Pete's face, but something told him not to be too sure just yet. An hour later, when it was all over, his misapprehension was confirmed. Pete passed. The examiner had paid extra attention to his answers to questions about Jed, Nicola, and Beth's last day. He told Reed and Miano there was no ambiguity. The machine had picked up no lies or signs of deception. "Well, then," Green said as he and Pete walked toward Reed and Miano. "I hope this means you'll be moving on." "Not quite yet," Reed said. "We have a few more questions." "I think Pete has been helpful enough for today," Green said. "Yeah, it's true," Reed said. He smiled at Pete. "Beautiful day out there. Going to go sailing?" "No, I have other things to do," Pete said, sounding haughty. "Ever do any night sailing?" Reed asked. "Get away from land, look up at that canopy of stars in the sky?" "Where's this going, Detective Reed?" Green asked. "Just thinking of how nice it can be to get away from it all," Reed said. "I'd sure like to." "As it happens, I do enjoy sailing at night," Pete said. "Ocean races especially. Newport to Bermuda. Out there in the Gulf Stream, bioluminescence flashing against the hull. Do you know what bioluminescence is?" "Sea creatures that glow in the dark?" Miano asked. "That's right. Very good," Pete said. "Gee, thanks," Miano said. She glanced at Reed. "I got it right." "One up on me," Reed said. He saw Pete grin. "Let's go, Pete," Green said. "Did you ever do that thing? I forget what it's called," Reed asked, tapping his forehead as if he was trying to come up with the word. "You know, when you point that instrument at the sky to figure out where you are?" "Celestial navigation," Pete said, "and that instrument is a sextant." "Yes, I've done it. It's very mathematical. Really just angles. If you can do geometry, you can steer by the stars." "Steer by the stars," Reed said. "I like that. Really nice way to describe it. Easier than celestial navigation. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, gentlemen." Green shook hands with both detectives. Pete stood back, then turned to go. "Hey, Pete," Reed said. "I almost forgot. I met your friend Martin." "Who?" Pete asked. "Martin Harris. You know, the astronomy expert." "I have absolutely no idea who you're talking about," Pete said. He and Mac Green left the building. Reed wiped the gee-whiz expression off his face and narrowed his eyes as Pete walked away. "That was genius," Miano said. "That bit about sailing at night? Steer by the stars?" She punched Reed's upper arm. "Too bad he didn't admit to knowing Harris. Think he was telling the truth about that?" "Hard to say." "Then again, he just beat the lie detector," Miano said. "It didn't show deception, that's for sure," Reed said. "Come on. Like any good narcissist, he doesn't register emotion the way normal people do. Cool as a cucumber." "He never got riled," Reed said. "Let's get a warrant for his computer. Look for articles on how to outsmart the machine. He probably researched it." Reed stood still, thinking. He pictured Pete sitting across from the examiner, strapped to the machine. Pete had stared straight ahead. No change of affect, no matter what he was asked. He barely blinked. "We still have time of death going for us," Miano said. "Other than body temp, everything points to Beth having died the morning Pete left. Thank God for stomach contents." "You're right," Reed said. The autopsy had shown that Beth's last meal had been eggs, melon, and blueberries, exactly what Pete had said they had had for breakfast before Ackerley picked him up. "Those polygraph questions," Miano said, giving an exaggerated shiver. "What about them?" "The way he recounted their last minutes together, that he hugged and kissed her, that he told her he loved her and then left." "Shit," Reed said, suddenly getting it. "That's exactly what he did do." "But if she was already dead—" "Jennifer, I think you're right." He did research the polygraph. Okay. But before he killed her, not afterward. It's why he's been insisting on taking the test, Reed said, excitement building. Because he knew that if he actually hugged and kissed her dead body, told her he loved her after he'd smashed her head in and strangled her, the machine wouldn't detect a lie when he told the story. Because he'd be telling the truth, Miano said. But when he was directly asked if he killed Beth, his research would have taught him how to control his breathing. He might not have been able to keep it up through the whole slate of questions, but for one, he nailed it. Reed's heart was pumping with elation at the breakthrough. We've got to get his computers, Miano said. House and gallery. And Nicholas, Reed said. But I still think we won't find anything on any of those. We've got to look at libraries, public places he could have gone to look it up. Books, too, Miano said. Check his credit cards for book orders. Reed was beaming when he said goodbye, and he and Miano went to their separate workstations to start working on the warrants. 2 hours later, Miano told him he could leave early, that she'd finished the applications. She had a leave of absence coming up. She needed knee surgery for an old college soccer injury, and she knew he'd be carrying the caseload while she was gone. He thanked her and took off. On the way home, he took a detour through the center of Blackhall. He parked in the driveway of the Lathrop Gallery, stared at the historic building. The blinds on the tall windows were closed. The flowers in the stone planters on the front porch hadn't been watered, and the geraniums had turned brown. Without Beth to take care of the gallery, it looked abandoned. He wondered if Kate would take over. He circled around back, tracing the steps he had taken 23 years ago. The rhododendrons were as thick around the hatchway door as they had been back then. He remembered what it had been like to hear Kate thumping her feet, the sound that had made him break down the door. He leaned his shoulder against the door now, remembering the force it had taken to break the lock. If he counted the days and minutes since that day, he knew there would be very few when the Woodward sisters had not been on his mind. He stared at the windows, wondering what secrets the computers inside held. He doubted very much that Pete had left any trail on a hard drive that could be traced to him, but he had hope that they were on the right track. A message from Kate popped up on his phone. "Can we meet? I have something to show you." He texted back. "Where?" Kate replied, "My place." When he got to Bank Street, he saw her sitting on the top step in front of her building. Her tan legs were streaked with salt or silt, silvery in the light, as if she'd been wading in the river. Popcorn lay on the sidewalk behind her and jumped up when Reed got out of his car. "Let's talk out here," she said. "Sam's upstairs." "Okay," he said, sitting beside her. "Connor," she said, "I hate to say this, but you might be wrong about Pete." "Why?" "Have you talked to Jed Hilliard yet?" "Yes," Reed said. "Well, so have I," Kate said. "I think you'd better look at him more closely." "We did, of course," Reed said, "but he has an alibi." "So does Pete. He was on a sailboat 200 miles away." "Jed was giving private art lessons to some kids on Fisher's Island," Reed said. "The Stewarts?" Kate asked. "I know them. I fly the family. David's the one who first mentioned Jed to me. But they're so sweet. He could fool them. He could have snuck off." "He spent the nights before Beth's death in their guest room, and he didn't return to the mainland until the day after. We have statements from David and Laney, the ferry operators, and the driver who took Jed to the boat and back to Blackhall." Kate paused, looked out at the harbor. She watched the Cape Henlopen, one of the big ferries that went out to Orient Point, back out of the dock, turn and head south down the Thames. "Well, I have something to show you," she said. She reached into her pocket and handed him a small, square sonogram in black and white. "Okay," he said, waiting for her to explain. I took it from Jed Hilliard's tent, she said. Reed stared at the picture. Look on the back, Kate said. Reed turned it over, saw that someone had scrawled, Love, B. B for Beth, Kate said. So you think... Reed began. Yes. Jed was the father of her baby, Kate said. 39. Sam sat on the glider, salt-rusted chains creaking as she pushed back and forth with one toe on the weathered wood floor. Isabel was braiding her hair, and Sam was savoring the closeness when a scratching sound came from under the table beside them. She nearly jumped. Julie crawled out, glanced at them, then disappeared under the faded tablecloth again. I see you, Sam said. Julie giggled. We get it, Isabel said to her sister. You're so adorable. You're the most precious. But guess what? Watching people and eavesdropping isn't nice. I do it, though, Julie said. No fucking kidding. It's okay, Julie, Sam said. Come out and hang with us. I don't think so, Isabel said. Sam watched her glare at the rustling tablecloth. What's wrong? Sam asked. You okay? I'll be honest, Isabel said. Having you coddle Julie when I just want to be supportive and understanding of you makes my stomach hurt. I love you both, is that okay? Sam asked. Thinking about the time, Julie said, her voice muffled by the tablecloth. What time? Sam asked. Before the dying, before your mother went to heaven. Julie, Isabel said. Yeah, I think about it too, Sam said. Julie poked her head out. She actually met Sam's gaze and nodded. Eye contact was really rare. Julie's face, always pale, was scrunched up with worry and looked translucent, almost bluish. She was obviously really upset, giving Sam a serious needle in her heart. Julie's so-called friends bullied her. They weren't patient and they teased her. Once when Sam and Isabel were at the beach with Julie, they overheard Cammie Alquist bullying her. You don't look different, but you are different, Cammie had said, and Isabel had grabbed Cammie by the back of her neck and said, different is better than shitty like you. Seeing Isabel defend Julie had made Sam wish she had a sister. Someone who had her back, while Sam had hers, just like her mother and Aunt Kate. Bad dream, Julie said. You had one? Sam asked. She has nightmares, Isabel said. Let's get out of here. Sam wanted to stay and hear more of what Julie was talking about, but she could tell that Isabel had lost her patience and seemed ready to explode. Foley's? Sam asked. Yeah. They took the long way around, the road that looped along the marsh. They were beach girls and walked barefoot, the tar warm and soft beneath their feet. What's bothering Julie? Sam asked. I can't tell exactly. She's very upset about your mother, obviously, Isabel said, glancing at Sam. But I think it has more to do with your father. What did he do? Well, he came over to pick up my dad the day they left, and we all talked to him. Julie hears everything, and she knows he's a suspect. Again, Isabel looked at Sam. Sorry. Don't worry, I'm aware of it, Sam said, knowing she sounded stiff. Every time she thought of her father killing her mother, she wanted to die. It wasn't possible. He wasn't the greatest dad sometimes, but he would never do that. She dug her nails into the palms of her hands. Julie's just scared. That cop came to talk to me about the dumb book. Why my mother had to mention it to him, I have no idea. It was just a thriller my mother picked up at the library book sale. I read it, and then my dad did, and I guess he gave it to your dad. "What book?" Sam asked. "Meat locker? This restaurant owner kills his business partner and hides the body in a refrigeration unit to slow the decomposition of the body. I mean, there's more to the story than that, but that's the part the cop wanted to know about." "I don't remember seeing it around our house," Sam said. "And you never mentioned it before." "Well, I forgot about it," Isabel said. "Mom's the one who called the detective to tell him about it." "Your mom?" Sam asked, shocked that Mrs. Waterston would get involved, would say anything that might implicate her dad. "How could she do that?" "Well, she's worried about you, Sam." "I've lost my mom, and now she wants to help them take my dad away, too?" Sam asked. "No, she just wants to do what's right. For everyone. For your mother, and you too, of course. I mean, if your dad did it, it could be dangerous." "Sam, don't be mad." Sam started walking faster, and they didn't talk the rest of the way. Foley's was a general store, set in the midst of Hubbard's Point. Only locals went or even knew about it. It stocked basic food and supplies along with beach toys, and in the back it had a snack bar with the best lemonade and grilled cheese sandwiches in the world. Isabel and Sam sat at one of the old scarred oak tables. Generations of kids had carved their initials into the wood, and it was not only allowed but encouraged. "Ha, look," Isabel said, pointing to her parents' initials. "S.B. and N.W. "Hello, hypocrites. Is this that different from graffiti?" "Well, it's allowed here," Sam said. "Where are your parents' initials?" Isabel asked. "You've never shown me." "They didn't grow up in Hubbard's Point," she said, "so they're not here." "Maybe you should carve them, to commemorate—" Everything Isabel had said on the way here reverberated through Sam like seismic waves. People thought her dad had killed her mom. Did Sam think that? She told herself no, but right now, despair bubbled up and boiled over. "To commemorate the fact that my father basically lives with someone else and has a kid with her? I think my mother had a boyfriend too." "Really?" Isabel asked. Sam could see it came as a shock. Everyone thought her mother was pretty much a saint. "I'm almost positive. He's this guy we knew from New London. I didn't think about it before she died, but now, looking back, she was happy when she was around him." "That must suck thinking that," Isabel said. "It doesn't," Sam said. "It should, right? As Julie would say, it's weird, it's strange. But for some reason, it doesn't suck. I'm just glad my mother was happy." "You have to quote my sister?" Isabel asked. "Come on, you know I love Julie. She's the only one who tells it straight. Everyone else is so polite and walking on eggshells around me, not wanting to upset me. I know they talk about it when I'm not there." "Are you grouping me in with the polite people?" Isabel asked. "No," Sam said. "You're my best friend. But to be honest, it fucked me up to hear about the book just now, and you talking to the detective. I mean, I know he's interviewing everyone, but I still hate it." "How do you think I felt?" Isabel asked, "having to talk about how my best friend's dad might have killed her mom?" And then, because she just couldn't take it anymore, Sam ran out of Foley's and left Isabel sitting there. 40. Sam returned to school just before Labor Day, and Kate took a leave of absence from Intrepid Aviation. Nearly 2 months after Beth's death, she began spending days at the gallery. It was just a quarter mile from Blackhall High, so she and Sam could drive together from New London. Being at the gallery made Kate feel closer to Beth. She sat at her sister's desk, popcorn lying at her feet. Time was passing, and still Beth's killer hadn't been caught. Connor seemed sure Jed hadn't done it. Her thoughts veered wildly between still believing it was Pete and starting to wonder if it really had been an art theft and a sexual assault. She thought of the horribly torn underwear beside Beth's bed and what it had been used to do to her. It was all unthinkable. She tried to get the picture of Beth lying on her bed out of her mind, the marks around her neck, her blankly staring eyes. Her fingers trembled as she paged through a thick black ledger Beth kept of all the paintings that came through the gallery. It calmed and soothed her to think of the things Beth had always loved, had been good at. After a few minutes, she lost herself in Beth's notes. Kate had always been informed about the most important acquisitions and sales. A few key paintings stood out. Beth had written about them, filled paragraphs with question marks and red arrows, words that were circled or boldly underlined. She'd been searching for clues, more information than the previous owners had been able or willing to supply. Works of art were a mystery, their meaning, provenance, and authenticity, and to study them, one had to become a detective and an academic. Kate examined the small oil on a display easel beside Beth's desk. Beth had determined that the landscape, unsigned, was by Ben Morrison, the same artist who'd painted Moonlight. Could there be any significance to Beth's having had it right next to her desk? It had been found with over 50 other paintings in the attic of a salt box on Sill Lane. Edith Peck, a 95-year-old recluse who had never married, had collected works of the American Impressionists who had painted in the Blackhall Art Colony. Morrison had lived there from 1898 to 1905. After Peck's death last December, it had come to light that she had 2 great-nephews in Bangor and a great-niece in Rochester, none of whom had any interest in owning the paintings. Miss Peck's family wanted the Lathrop Gallery to sell the paintings on consignment, but Beth had asked Kate to agree that the family purchase them outright. Beth worked out a price, and Kate concurred. Edith Peck's family had felt it was fair, and the deal was made. Pete objected. He thought they were paying too much. "They're not Metcalf caliber," he'd said. "We're talking about a couple of LeBlancs, a Potter, a Giddings, and a few unsigned that might be Morrison. What you've got is a bunch of barely knowns." Pete was correct about the fact that the works Miss Peck had collected, other than the possible Morrisons, were by artists not terribly sought after, but the passion of collectors had always escaped him. The thrill of discovering a new artist, the love of beauty, the deep satisfaction of owning a picture done over 100 years ago, outdoors on local hills or riverbanks, of scenes that still existed today. He would never comprehend the role the gallery played in creating reputations. Artists represented by the Harkness Woodward, now Lathrop Gallery, became sought after. Once they secured the gallery's imprimatur, the value of their work went up substantially. Many artists who showed here later had work acquired by museums, from the Farnsworth to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Pete might have done well in another field. He would never understand that soul was more necessary to the art business than a calculator. Kate examined the painting at hand, the one Beth had attributed to Morrison. The canvas was 8 15/16 by 12 15/16 inches. It depicted a brook in spring. The water's strong zigzag and diminishing diagonal drew the eye back and forth from the foreground into the distance. Light glinted on the surface and through pine needles, a wash of gold green and clear pale blue. Claude Monet had said, "Nature does not stand still." Kate was thinking of those words when she suddenly recognized the brook. It was on the island, running down the hill from where Jed had pitched his tent. She recognized the rock contours and the serpentine of water flowing toward the distant blue river. She had observed that exact scene the day she'd found the sonogram. Was that the reason Beth had the painting propped up where she could see it at all times? Because it reminded her of Jed and the island? The painting was undeniably lovely, idealistic, and romantic. Could that pine grove by the brook be where she had conceived Matthew? Lost in thought, Kate heard the discreet bell that rang only upstairs in the office, announcing that someone had entered the front door. She heard footfalls on the bare wood floor, and Popcorn loped downstairs to investigate. Kate's fists clenched, an involuntary reaction to the sound of footsteps in the gallery. After all these years, that sound reminded her of the day the intruders had come. The bell had rung upon their entrance as well. "Hello," came a familiar voice. She walked downstairs to see Connor bending down to pet popcorn. He wore what she came to realize was his uniform: gray slacks, a white broadcloth shirt, a striped tie, and a rumpled blue blazer. He pushed his dark hair out of his eyes, sparkling with warmth. "I drove by and spotted your car," he said. Then, "I'm surprised you're here." "Why?" she asked. "I thought you'd be flying." "I'm taking time off," she said. "I thought I'd spend some time at the gallery. It's been neglected since Beth died." "How does it feel to be back?" "It's complicated. Not all one thing." She paused. "It's practically my home. I've been coming here as long as I remember. A lot of memories, and some ghosts." She thought of the Morrison painting. "Your mother?" "And Beth," Kate said. My sister with her lover, she thought. Had Beth chosen that spot by the brook to be with Jed because of the Morrison painting? Had she let art guide her? There was another ghost, too. The girl Kate used to be. Her gaze went to the basement door. She had walked down those stairs one person, and when she'd come back up 22 hours later, she'd been someone else entirely. "Are you okay?" Connor said, taking a step closer to her. Kate nodded. She felt lightheaded. "You look pale." Now he was inches away. She could feel waves of energy between their bodies. Her skin tingled. She realized Connor was attracted to her. Maybe he had a hero complex, or perhaps it was the smell of her hair. Was she mistaken, or did he want to kiss her? For weeks now, she had sensed him nearby, watching her, even when he didn't let himself be seen. She never had these instincts. She'd been frozen solid, and the ice had started to form right here in the gallery when she was 16. What would happen if she touched him? She tried it. Just one finger at first, tracing the back of his hand. Her skin burned. "You knew I'd be here, didn't you?" she asked. "No," he said. "Did you follow me?" She watched him staring at her. Electricity tingled through her body, taunting her to collapse, to quit holding it all together, to give in to something sublime and terrible. She felt overcome with desire. Was this how Beth had felt when she'd gone to the brook with Jed? "Yeah," he said. "I did follow you." "Are you supposed to be doing that?" she asked. "I was concerned," he said. "About what?" she asked. "About Pete. He lost face with anyone connected to the gallery. You're letting his girlfriend and son stay in your family house. He might be very angry." "I can take care of myself," she said. But now, in contradiction to her words, the pressure of her finger on his hand was stronger. She was holding herself up, balancing with one fingertip on Connor Reed. Blood was rushing in her ears, a roaring brook, melting the ice in her body. "I messed up," she said out loud. "No, you're not." She pulled herself away and walked across the room. She sensed him right behind her. He wasn't touching her, but she felt warmth pouring off him. Now his hand was on her shoulder. Her hair was pinned up, and he brushed a tendril aside. She was numb. Would he notice? Would the ice really melt? Did she want it to? "Kate," he said, and his breath was warm on the back of her neck. She felt more than just a breeze, movement of air. He was going to kiss her. She felt everything he wanted, as if her own desire had become his. She turned to accept the kiss. His lips nearly brushed hers. She bowed her head, shook it hard. "This doesn't happen to me. I don't do this," she said. But only to herself, not out loud. She took one step away from him, then another. As she did, the longing that had rocked her a moment ago felt more like a dream. It wasn't real. The sound of the blood in her ears, the rushing brook, stopped. She took a deep breath. She knew she had to be brave, face what had happened here 23 years ago, here and now, if she wanted to move on with her life. She walked to the basement door, pulled by the force of the past. She turned the knob and walked down the stairs. In the late 1800s, the basement had had a dirt floor, but Matilda had redone it with concrete. Despite that improvement, this was New England, and basements were often damp, so chill and a musty smell hit her when she opened the door. "Kate, why are you going down there?" Connor asked. "You don't need those memories." "I do," she said quietly. She heard his footsteps on the stairs behind her. Beth had trained Popcorn well, and he didn't follow them down. Kate felt daring, entering the place of so many nightmares. The odor and the clammy feeling of her skin brought everything back to her. She had actually desired Connor. She wanted that feeling back, right now, but first she had to break the spell of the past. Maybe her body could be her own again. Connor had been there that day. He had found Kate and Beth and their dead mother. Had he heard Beth whimpering, speaking gibberish, a language that she'd invented during that long night? At the foot of the chestnut plank stairs, she turned in a circle. The basement held all the systems: furnace, hot water heater, electrical panel. One wall was covered with shelves filled with bronze and stone sculptures. There were 3 6x6-inch load-bearing support posts set into cement piers, original to the 1890 house. The edges of the cement were crumbling slightly, eaten away by time and moisture. Kate, Beth, and their mother had been tied next to one post, the rope looped around and around, anchoring them to the building. They had tried changing positions, this way and that. They tried to saw the ropes against the rough edges. Each of them stretched as far as possible, trying to wriggle free. Kate's left side had been scraped raw. To this day, she had fine, thread-like horizontal scars on her hip from scraping against the ragged concrete. She walked over to the pole now, leaned against it, and stared at the floor. She pictured her mother, blood streaming from her nose, vomit from choking on the gag. Kate and Beth had struggled to get free so they could save her. The harder they'd thrashed, the deeper the ropes had cut into their wrists. "Do you remember what it was like that day?" she asked Connor. "Yes, everything," he said. "Do you?" "I think so. It's hard to tell whether the memories are real or dreams. Sometimes I think I turned into a ghost that night, that I left the earth." "You didn't," he said, reaching for her hand. "You're not a ghost. You're right here." "I don't always feel alive," she said, staring at the way his fingers were clasped with hers. "But I want to." After a moment, she pulled her hand away and turned around. A framing workshop occupied the basement's east wall. A pegboard with hooks for tools hung above a long, rustic workbench. Vices, a mortar board, and saws covered the wooden bench. The family had scoured estate sales for antique frames, often with inferior painting still intact. The canvases, if they weren't interesting, would be cut out and discarded. Several large, ornate, gilded frames leaned against the wall. "He made himself useful at one thing," Kate said. "Who?" Connor asked. "Pete, building frames." Standing by the bench, Kate noticed a print by Thomas Nason. Beside it were 4 lengths of black painted wood, corners mitered, ready to become a frame. Connor leaned over to examine a wood engraving of a colonial house on a low hill, surrounded by pine, maple, and birch trees. Kate found it haunting. She wondered if Connor did too. Kate remembered how Matilda had told her Nason had etched thousands of fine lines in the block of wood to create depth and shadows. He'd then rolled the block with a thin layer of ink and printed the work. The print was painstakingly detailed, right down to the textures in pine needles and maple bark, the house's shingles, a glint of dying light in the window glass. "Looks as if Pete was in the middle of building a frame for this one," Connor said. "It's Matilda's house, isn't it?" "It is," Kate said. The artist used houses and barns and land along the Connecticut River as his subjects, just as Ben Morrison had used the island and the brook. "Did Nason know your grandmother?" "Yes. She said he was the most poetic artist in America. She meant it literally. Some of his prints illustrated books by Robert Frost." "I can't picture Pete feeling the poetry working on this," Connor said. "Trust me, he didn't." "But Beth," Kate said. "Beth, yes. She would," Connor said. Kate nodded. Frost was her favorite poet. His poems evoke New England, the places we grew up and loved. And then it hit her. Frost's west-running brook. Beth had always been haunted by it, the poem about contraries in love. Most brooks ran east toward the ocean. One streaming west was rare. Kate knew Beth had related the poem, with its dialogue between a couple questioning what they were to each other, whether to follow expected routes in life, to their parents' difficult love. She pictured Morrison's painting of the brook, so close to Beth's desk she could touch it. The stream that ran past Jed's tent. Beth's contrary love for him. Everything was connected. "I'm glad we came down here," Connor said. "It helps me with Pete's state of mind." "In what way?" "I think this is where he formed the idea to kill Beth," Connor said, chasing away any feeling of redemption. "Working on the frames right here in the space where your mother died, where the three of you suffered. It got him thinking. Even though your father hadn't intended Helen to die, he had made a plan to get himself out of a situation. Pete did something similar, only murder was the whole point." "Let's go upstairs," Kate said. The cellar was closing in on her, the damp smell filling her throat and choking her like the gag. Turning fast, she bumped into the post where she'd been tied. The boiler was halfway between it and the stairs. She tripped on a wooden crate, kicking over bottles of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir served at gallery openings. One shattered, and when she looked down, she saw glass shards, red wine streaming across the floor. It was just like blood, just like her mother's. "Kate," Connor asked, catching her arm. "What is it?" She didn't reply. The floor had a slight tilt, built that way in case the basement flooded, and the wine trickled downward toward a narrow drainage trench cut along the south wall. Kate followed the flow. She blinked hard, remembering a time long before the incident, before her mother died. She and Beth had come into this basement alone. She could see her sister, 9 years old, frustration in her eyes. "You have a hiding place," Beth had said. "It's not fair. I want one too." Set into the wall was a massive and long unused stone fireplace and beehive oven with a heavy cast-iron door. Cut into the wall was a metal grate to allow heat to escape, and by wiggling the grate, Kate had been able to remove it and hide her treasures there. Revolutionary War-era coins, a tarnished silver spoon, a speckled black rock she was convinced was a meteorite, and 3 arrowheads she'd found in the rose garden alongside Matilda's house. "Okay, we have to find you a hiding place," Kate said, hugging Beth so she would feel better. "Like yours," Beth said. "Yes," Kate had said. How about this? She had walked over to the beehive oven, but when she had tried the cast iron door, it had been locked. There had been a keyhole, but no key. Now, with Connor, Kate walked to the beehive oven and touched the lock. She felt hypnotized, as if the poem, the painting of the brook, the melting ice, and the old memories had put her under a spell. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the key she'd been carrying since she'd found it in the box in Beth's desk drawer. How could she not have known until now? The heavy square key found its way into the lock, and Kate turned it. The iron door clanged open. She stood staring into the murk, at first not seeing anything. "Beth's hiding place," she said. Her fingers brushed spider webs as she reached inside. She brought forth a dusty packet of letters written on onion skin paper and tied with a blue ribbon. She held them in her hand, gazing at them as if unsure how they had gotten there. She glanced at one, saw that it was signed J, the same script as the signature on the small nude of Beth. All the way at the back of the oven was a brown cardboard mailing tube. She felt Connor's eyes on her as she pulled it out. Peeking into the tube, she saw that a canvas with ragged edges had been rolled up, stored inside. She reached in with 2 fingers and carefully withdrew the small, furled painting. It felt weightless as she carried it to the workbench, laid it flat, smoothed the sides. She stared at the familiar nocturne. Summer leaves cast shadows on a black lawn, the filmy light from above illuminating the graceful girl twirling in front of the great stone house. "Moonlight," Connor said. 41. Reed's heart was racing. This painting hadn't been stolen by art thieves. Its existence in the gallery was evidence that someone close to home had placed it here. Reed had mostly ruled Jed out. Although Harris was intelligent, or at least had been before he'd pickled himself, and capable of violence against Beth and stealing the painting, why would he hide the artwork here? It had to be Pete. "Who had the key?" Reed asked. Kate acted as if she hadn't heard him. She leaned over, face practically touching the painting, as if she was examining every brushstroke. "Beth," she said after a minute. Without looking up, she tried to hand him the key. He didn't touch it. He pulled a clear plastic evidence bag from his pocket and had her drop it in. He felt the weight of the odd, square-shaped key. "How long have you had this?" he asked, trying not to sound frustrated. "A few weeks. It was in Beth's desk." "Would Pete have hidden it there?" "No," Kate said. "He didn't even know it existed. It was in a box I gave her, along with a sketch, beneath a false bottom. I had no idea it was there until the day I came back here with you." "Then how did Moonlight get locked in here?" "Beth, she stole it herself," Kate said in a flat voice. She sounded hypnotized. Why would Beth steal her own painting? Pete staging a theft made sense, but not Beth. What was she trying to accomplish? Finding Moonlight was the most significant part of the case in weeks, and Reed knew he had to get it to the lab. But he was still overwhelmed by how Kate had acted upstairs. She'd gone into a fugue state when he'd tried to kiss her, and she'd led him down into the basement like a sleepwalker. Standing at the workbench, thinking about the wood engraver, she'd come out of the trance. But once the bottle of wine had broken, the spell had overcome her again, and she had gone straight to the metal door and unlocked it. Had she known the painting would be there? Had she experienced a waking dream? Did Kate's actions, like Lady Macbeth's, reveal a guilt-ridden mind? He stared at her, wondering if he'd been blind all along. He went back to that first day, at the house when she'd discovered Beth's body and asked if she was a suspect. Had she killed her sister and hidden the painting here? The thoughts rattled his bones. "Kate, "Why would Beth steal it from herself?" he asked. "I don't know." "She couldn't have put it here after she died," he said. "Then maybe before. I don't know," she said. She turned away from him, held her head in her hands, leaving him to stare at the painting. He knew that the initial examination should be done by a state police lab technician, perhaps with the help of an art conservator, but he put on latex gloves and turned it over anyway. On the back of the canvas was a rust-colored drawing in the shape of a heart. It looked as if it had been made with blood. At the very bottom was a small smudge, barely a dot. Kate glanced back over her shoulder and fixed her gaze on the heart. She stood beside him, staring down, reaching out with a trembling hand. He felt her wanting to trace the lines with her finger, but she didn't. Perhaps the blood, he was pretty sure that's what it was, belonged to the artist who had painted Moonlight a century ago, but Reed didn't think so. He believed that heart was the signature of whoever had cut the canvas free just months earlier, in July, leaving the blank frame on the wall of Beth Lathrop's bedroom, within sight of her body. 42. Driving toward Matilda's, Kate needed to clear her head. Images from the gallery came back to her in quick bursts, starting with the brook painting and poem. She felt as if Beth had been with her, guiding her. She saw herself staring at the pole, touching the wooden surface, hearing a bottle smash, following the red liquid, feeling the heavy key in her hand, unlocking the beehive oven, hearing the creak of metal hinges. She couldn't remember finding the painting inside, but she had definite, clear memories of seeing Connor hold it in his hands. She could see the heart-shaped scrawl of blood. It reminded her of being 16, when she, Beth, Lulu, and Scotty had become blood sisters, pricking their fingers with sewing needles, marking the moment in blood on the end paper of a book in Matilda's library. It always happened this way after an episode. Pictures and memories filled her mind in bits and pieces, as if they had been chopped up with scissors. Dissociation was followed by an aura, cloudiness, and sickness, physiological complications of traumatic shock. 23 years ago, the murky feeling could last for weeks, but more than 2 decades had gone by, and she had gotten better. Her spirit had knit back together. She knew from experience, even though she doubted it every time, that this feeling would pass within the day. The Porsche passed through the stone gates, tires rumbling up the long gravel drive to Matilda's house. An alley of beech trees lined the road, their trunks tall blue shadows, September leaves still green but dry, rustling in their interlocking branches overhead. Rounding the last bend, she almost wished to see Pete's black car. She wanted a fight, to discharge the terrible, sick feeling that had been building inside, that always came when she got too close to those 22 hours, when her mind blacked out the worst of them and she felt the vertigo of lost time. But Pete either wasn't here or he had hidden his car. Kate's stomach ached at the idea of seeing Nicola, and she felt it was a mistake, bad judgment to let her and Tyler stay here. Popcorn jumped out of the convertible and went running out of sight to investigate the paths and hedges. Kate rang the doorbell. A minute later, Nicola answered. "Kate, hello," Nicola said, taking a step backward and looking worried. "Pete's not here." "Good. I'm glad. I'm not here to see him." "I've been looking for a place to rent. I really have," Nicola said. "If you're here to tell me it's time to go, Tyler and I can stay with my mother in Groton." "You've had Pete staying with you, haven't you?" Kate asked. "He shows up sometimes." Kate gave her a long, hard stare. "And you don't have the balls to tell him to leave?" "I'm sorry," Nicola said. "You should be, for yourself and for Tyler. Where is he, by the way?" "Sleeping," she said. "Can I see him?" Kate asked, surprising herself. Nicola nodded. She was about 5 feet 4 inches, the same height as Beth. Following her, looking at her from behind, Kate felt a pang in her heart. She wanted her sister back. Nicola wore shorts and a white t-shirt, and she was barefoot. Tyler slept in a blue baby seat in the shade on the wide back porch, his chin tucked onto his chest, arms at his side. His yellow onesie had an orange lion on it. Kate crouched down beside him. She closed her eyes and thought of Matthew. She leaned closer, smelled Tyler's clean baby smell of shampoo and lotion and sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw that his had fluttered open and he was looking straight at her. "He doesn't know me," Kate said, leaning back. "I don't want to scare him." "He's not scared," Nicola said. "Look, he's watching you." Tyler's brown eyes were enormous, unblinking as he regarded Kate. He unclenched tiny fists. His fingernails were perfect half-moons. Kate pictured Beth as a baby. Even though Kate had been only 2, she had signed on for a lifetime of loving and protecting her sister. Her mother used to let her help give Beth a bath, stick the tabs to close her diapers. Kate would lay her fingers against the baby's open hand. Beth would squeeze, and Kate would wish she'd never let go. She had done the same with Sam, and now Tyler, letting him grab her index finger with a hard grip. She glanced up at Nicola, who was smiling. Nicola had brown eyes. Pete's were bright blue. She was glad Tyler's were brown. Tyler began to fuss, and Nicola picked him up. 1,000 birds called from the trees, and the flutter of leaves got louder. It was hurricane season, and Hilda, the latest threat, had skirted the Leeward Islands, on track to hit the Carolinas and spin out to sea before hitting the northeast coast. Even from so far away, there was an atmospheric disturbance right here on the Connecticut shore. Wild weather excited Kate, as it had Matilda. The wind helped blow out the cobwebs of trauma. "I came to ask you something," Kate said. "Of course. Anything," Nicola said, but she sounded apprehensive, as if afraid of what it would be. "When you worked at the gallery, how often did Beth go down into the basement?" "The basement?" Nicola asked. "Never. She wouldn't. Because of what happened to her, to you, down there. Even my first month working, while I was cataloging all the sculptures on the shelves, I did it alone. She didn't come down to supervise. I thought she would." "She must have sometimes," Kate said. "Maybe when you didn't see her." "I don't think so. Only I did, and Pete to do the framing." Kate flinched, picturing Nicola and Pete getting together in the basement while Beth worked upstairs. Nicola chewed her lower lip, seeming to be thinking something over. She watched Kate for a minute. "Kate, after Beth was killed, I saw Pete with baby clothes," she said finally. "Well, you two do have a son." "They weren't Tyler's. He threw them away, or at least hid them." "Where?" "The dumbwaiter. Kate, I think they were for Matthew." Kate couldn't stand to hear Matthew's name come out of Nicola's lips. "My sister bought clothes for him. So did I. Beth was ready for him to be born. He was her son. She loved him as much as you love Tyler." "I took them out of the dumbwaiter. They're in the yellow room upstairs." "Excuse me," Kate said quietly, barely able to contain her emotions. Her head was spinning with the idea of Pete hiding Matthew's clothes. Beth had bought them so lovingly. She should be holding her baby now. He should be wearing the outfit she'd found for him. Kate left Nicola standing there and walked into the house. She went upstairs into the yellow room. Beth had stayed here when they were young. Had Nicola somehow known that? The buttery light was soft and welcoming. Baby clothes were folded on the bed. Kate sat beside them. She looked without touching for a long time. 3 onesies, striped in different bright colors. A sun hat printed with sailboats. 2 blue soft terry cloth towels. A package of bibs with Winnie the Pooh characters on them. A blue baby blanket monogrammed ML that she had given Beth to hold her nephew. That had been the week before they'd died. Seeing Matthew's things made him even more real. Kate lifted the sun hat, each onesie, the towels, the blanket, and held them to her chest, just as if she were hugging him. She thought of how she would have liked to take him flying. They would take off, bank over the sound, and see where they lived from the air. She would teach him to fly, just as Matilda had done for her. After a while, she took a deep breath. Instead of leaving Matthew's things on the bed, she placed them in the top 2 drawers of the cherrywood bureau. It made her feel good to think that Beth had kept her clothes in the same drawers. It felt like a secret, just for herself, keeping Matthew's things in this room where Beth had stayed. Kate was glad she would always know where to find them. The baby clothes her nephew never got to wear. She went downstairs into her favorite room of the house, the library. It was warm and ordered, as it had been during her grandmother's life. Tall windows admitted hazy white light that fell in patches on the wide-board pine floors, the antique Saruk rug. The fireplace smelled faintly of smoke, hinting of fires from chilly days and cold nights when Matilda was alive. The bookshelves were perfectly arranged, not alphabetically or according to size, but by color. Although not an artist herself, Matilda had appreciated the palette, and the book's spines ranged through the spectrum from scarlet to violet. Kate went to the dark greens. She removed a book, not a first edition. The girls had been careful about that. Vasari's The Lives of the Artists. Kate turned to the last page, flipped it over, looked at the yellowed end paper. She saw the initials KBLS written in blood. They were surrounded by a heart drawn in their own blood. Kate had been 15. It was a year before that day. She and Beth hadn't yet seen the worst of life, still trusted the world. She remembered pressing her fingertip to the page, swooshing the shape, squeezing an extra drop of blood to make a complete heart. Her sister and friends had done the same, tracing over the marks she had left. "Blood sisters," they'd said, one by one, forming a circle and facing each other, pressing their palms together and clasping fingers. "My secrets are your secrets," Beth said. "No secrets between us," Scotty said. "May our circles be free of secrets," Lulu said. "Forevermore," Kate said. "Promise, promise, promise, promise," each of them said. And with a kiss, they'd sealed the promise of sisterhood, friendships, secrets, and blood, bonds that would never break. But there had been lies and hurts and secrets and broken bonds and promises. Kate stared at the smudged heart. This was what she had come here to see. It looked exactly like the one drawn on the back of Moonlight. A blood heart, the symbol of the compass rose. She closed the book. Instead of putting it back on the shelf, she walked to the long mahogany table. Her family had a tradition of leaving books they wanted to return to later, but soon, stacked here instead of reshelving them. She wanted to leave this one out so she could find it again easily. As she was about to place it on the table, the book at the top of the pile caught her attention. An exquisite volume with green, paper-covered boards over a green cloth spine. The title and author's name stamped in gilt. West Running Brook by Robert Frost. where Beth had clearly left it, intending to read it again soon. 43. "Hey, Connor," Winifred Sibley said, walking into Reed's office. Tall and thin, with short white hair and bright blue eyes, she gave him a huge smile, and he beamed back. She was the state's chief accountant and a Reed family friend, and he had asked her to come to the major crime squad to go over the Lathrop's financials with him. "Hi, Winnie," he said, hugging her. "I'm really glad to see you." "And you, as always. You've got a lot going on, kid," she said, lifting her black briefcase. "Have you got something good for me in there?" he said. "That depends on how you define good," she said, giving him a wry smile. "Why don't we go into the conference room? It will be more comfortable there. Can I get you a coffee?" "Yes, please," she said. "I remember," he said. He went to the break room and filled 2 mugs. It had been a busy, frustrating week. Judge Caroline Walker granted the warrants for Pete's electronics, and the marshals executed them. They seized his computers and mobile phone. Analysts examined the hard drives, documenting his search history. Jennifer Miano had had her knee surgery. She had come through with flying colors, but it would be a long recuperation, so Reed had scoured the reports alone. And he'd found no evidence that Pete had searched for instructions on how to beat a polygraph exam. After entering the conference room, he handed Winnie her coffee and sat down on the other side of the long walnut table. She was about Reed's dad's age, and they had met when they were both young cops. Over the years, his dad had decided he was happiest patrolling the streets of New London, and Winnie had used her business degree to rise through the ranks of the state police. "How's your brother?" Winnie asked. "Tom's great," Reed said, "other than giving me grief every chance he gets." "Ah, the 2 Reed boys, still the same." Winnie started to unpack her briefcase. Reed watched her place 2 black vinyl 3-ring binders on the table. Then she looked up and gazed at him with those clear, intelligent blue eyes. "What, Winnie?" he asked. I recognized the connection right away. Beth Woodward. I know how much she and her sister mean to you. I remember everything about the gallery crime. I had just gotten my master's in accounting, and I was assigned to go through the books. "Yeah, I know," Reed said. "I remember that. It was a bad one. Your father was worried about you," she said. "He knew you'd carry it for a long time. And here you are again, same family." Reed stared out the window behind Winnie at the rolling hills, blue in the afternoon shadows. He had the feeling she wanted to reach across the desk, touch his hand. "I'm okay," he said, steeling himself against the feelings, for how his father had cared about him, how Winnie did now. "Anyway, let's get down to business," she said. "The Lathrop family's financials," Reed said. "Yes, and here's where my work is so much easier than yours. I follow the numbers. They are so nice and tidy. There's no blood, no death. They don't care who the killer is, and they don't lie." "So what do they say?" Reed asked. Winnie pushed the 2 black binders toward him. "The one on the left contains balance sheets from the Lathrop Gallery, their earnings and losses, salaries and benefits, the purchases and sales of art going back to the year Beth married Pete. The one on the right contains Beth's trust documents." Reed reached for the one on the right. He flipped it open and saw that Winnie had annotated each page, marked some with brightly colored post-it notes. "It's a complicated trust," Winnie said, "originally set up by Matilda Harkness." Reed scanned the first page. There were 100 more to go through. "Can you boil it down for me?" he asked. "Mainly, what does Pete get, and when does he get it? Half the gallery? Will he have to share it with Kate?" "No," Winnie said. "Beth's interest in the gallery goes directly to Sam, to be overseen by Kate. That includes the real estate, the works of art and all other assets, and the business itself. Pete receives nothing.
Nothing?
Beth leaves him a lump sum of money from her own investment account.
How much?
Reed asked, rifling through the papers. $1.5 million, she said. That stopped Reed short.
Well, there's a motive, he said.
Until you consider that Beth's entire estate is worth $75 million, and add in the fact that Pete does not receive the money free and clear. It is in trust, and Kate is the trustee.
So,
it will be her discretion as to how much is paid out and when.
Still, 1.5 is a lot, he said.
Connor, he would have gotten much more in a divorce. They didn't have a prenup. They have a 16-year-old daughter, and if he claimed he had helped Beth build the business, he could have a good case.
Did he know what was in the will?
The trust, she said, correcting him. The documents were on Beth's computer in the gallery, attached to an email from her lawyer.
I doubt she gave Pete her password, he said.
Her computer wasn't password protected, and our tech guys determined the trust documents were accessed after her death. Winnie paused. Beth's Gmail account had a very easily guessed password.
What, Sam's birthday?
Yes, combined with the name Popcorn and Beth and Pete's wedding anniversary.
Can Pete contest the trust?
No, it's brilliantly written and quite unbreakable. Pete is out of the business, will only be able to stay in the house if Kate, as trustee, allows it, and will walk away with a sum that, from what I gather by looking at his rather extravagant expenses, will be gone in 2 years, unless he receives wise investment advice.
So this means he would have been better off,
Reed said, with Beth alive. A divorce would have been in his interests, not murder, Winnie said.
There goes his financial motive,
Reed said. I'm sorry, she said. I have the feeling this isn't what you wanted to hear. It doesn't help your case against him.
And neither did the search of Pete's hard drives, Reed thought.
Ahab's white whale had killed him in the end. That's what obsession could do. He shook his head hard, as if he could clear out the fog. Winnie was right. Her work was easier. Numbers didn't lie, and they didn't care.
Eye on the ball, Reed said out loud.
I've heard that before, Winnie said.
Yeah, Dad always said it.
You can do this, she said. You're going to solve this case.
I appreciate you thinking that, he said.
I have no way of knowing whether Pete is your killer or not. He still might be, Connor. There are motives other than money.
True,
Reed said, but his heart wasn't in it. He didn't want to talk anymore. He felt as if he had been building his whole case on a ton of emotions and not enough evidence. The opposite of keeping his eye on the ball. His father wouldn't be proud of him, and Reed certainly wasn't proud of himself. He hugged Winnie and walked her down the hall to the front door. Then he returned to his office and stared at his desk. It was time to start again. 44. Kate walked Popcorn along the city waterfront while Sam did homework upstairs in the loft. Dark water swirled with reflected orange light. The rusty bulkhead and rocky shore were littered with old tires, broken pilings, the fiberglass core of a foundered boat, all exposed by the outgoing tide. Waves from the wakes of passing ferries sloshed the shore. Amid the cacophony of trains and ships, Kate sought white noise, but nothing stilled her thoughts of moonlight hidden in the beehive oven, hearts of blood scrawled more than 20 years apart. On her way back from the walk, she saw someone sitting on the steps of the Maritime Museum across the street from her loft. When she got closer, the man stood. The streetlights illuminated him, and she recognized Jed. Popcorn hustled over, wriggling with pleasure as he reached down to pet him.
Hey, boy, he said.
Then, looking up at Kate,
I was waiting for you."
"How did you know where I lived?" she asked.
"Beth showed me," he said. "We'd take walks after finishing up at the soup kitchen, and she'd always steer me down here. She loved you, Kate."
Kate looked up at the sky at the mention of her sister. "I know," she said.
"She wanted to be closer to you," Jed said. "She wanted you to know about us. Every time we walked by, she hoped you'd be coming out your door, leaving the building, and that you'd see us."
"Why didn't she just bring you upstairs?"
"She was afraid of how you would react. An accidental meeting would be okay, but she thought it would be too aggressive to throw it in your face."
Kate glanced up at the tall windows of her apartment. The lights were all on. Sam was still up. "What made you come here now?" Kate asked.
"You're the only other person in the world," he said, "who loved her as much as I did. Sam, of course, but I can't talk to her. I can't stand how much I miss her, Kate. I just want to talk about her."
"Yes, I want that too," Kate said.
"Can I buy you a tea?" Jed asked.
They walked 2 blocks to Witchfire Tea House, open till midnight. Cecily sat at a back table reading tarot cards, not looking up when they brushed through strings of bells hanging in the entrance. They took a table, and popcorn lay beneath it on the painted wood floor. A young waitress with a blue streak in her blonde hair and a ring in her nose took their order, a large pot of Earl Grey. "When you said she wanted me to know about us," Kate said, "what does that mean?"
"We were together," he said. "She was my person. I was hers."
She stared at him. He wasn't much older than 30, 7 or 8 years younger than Beth. "What about the fact she was married?" she asked.
"Pete didn't deserve her. He was a bastard, and she'd had enough. She stopped being able to pretend and put up with it, even for Sam's sake. She was going to leave him."
"And be with you?"
"She was already with me."
"But she was living with him."
"Presence is only part of it. Intent and feelings are what count."
He held out his left hand, showed her a ring. White gold or platinum etched with fine markings.
"She gave it to me, and I gave one to her. We designed them together. They were going to be our wedding bands, but we figured, why wait to wear them? They were our promise to each other."
Promise to each other. The same phrase had run through Kate's mind just hours ago, remembering the blood sister ceremony. She leaned over the table to examine the ring's delicate engraving more closely, but the dim light made it impossible. "Earl Grey," the waitress said, setting down the blue and white bone china pot and 2 mismatched, chipped porcelain cups and saucers. She poured the tea, then took a pewter sugar bowl off another table and left it with a pitcher of milk. "Beth wasn't wearing hers," Kate said as soon as the waitress walked away.
"She only wore it when we were together."
"Did Pete know about you?" He frowned and looked troubled, didn't speak as he stirred sugar into his tea.
"Did he know, Jed?" she repeated. "I'm not sure. She was going to tell him."
"Tell him what?"
"That we were in love, that she was divorcing him."
Kate sat up straighter. She thought of what Connor had said, about Pete's anger building as he realized everything he was losing.
"When?" "Well, she planned to when we saw each other a few days before he left on the boat trip."
He paused.
"But I don't know if she followed through."
"Why wouldn't she let you know?"
"I never spoke to her again. We were together that day, at my tent. Don't think it's weird. Beth was the most, I don't know, refined, elegant, whatever you want to call it, person I've ever known. But we were happy there. She could let all the bullshit go, all her unhappiness, and just be Beth." She left my tent that day and I headed out to Fisher's Island. She was supposed to talk to him, and she never called to let me know if she did. Why didn't you go looking for her?" He stirred his tea, the milk swirling in the amber liquid, and was quiet for a long time. She had the feeling he was figuring out something to say, inventing it as he went along. She waited. "I wanted to. I felt like getting a ferry back from Fisher's, going to see her. But I thought maybe he'd talked her out of it, that she'd changed her mind," he said finally. "It was up to her to tell me, and she didn't." "Really? But you were so sure. You gave each other rings. You promised each other." "I know that. I hate myself for doubting her. But I live in a fucking tent. She's Beth Woodward. She comes from all that. Maybe she decided she didn't want to give it up." Kate thought, the money is Beth's, not Pete's. He'd be the one giving it up. "To Beth, a promise is a promise," Kate said instead. But was that true? Even after the ceremony, the vows marked with blood, she and Beth hadn't stayed close. "Are you the baby's father?" "What do you think?" "Were you?" "You went through my tent. I know you took the sonogram." "A ring? A baby?" Kate said. "But you didn't even go to see her when you couldn't get in touch, to find out what was wrong. What if it was a problem with the pregnancy, especially if the baby was yours?" "Look, she wouldn't tell me, okay?" "Whether you were Matthew's father?" "Yeah," he said. "At first, when she found out she was pregnant, she said I was. But about a month before she died, she backed off from that. She told me it was possible Pete was." "Did she even know?" Kate asked. "She must have," Jed said, "because when she and I got together, there was nothing between her and Pete. She said it had been over a year. That's why I was so sure." He sounded miserable. "So what happened a month before she died?" Kate asked, "to make her be unsure?" "I don't know. Maybe there was just one time with him. Maybe he forced her. I can't stand to think of either possibility. I think back 6 months before she died, February. That's when Matthew was conceived. We were so happy. Even before we found out she was pregnant, we knew we wanted to be together." Kate thought about that. If Beth had any doubts, why had she given him the sonogram? Had something happened last summer to make her want to push Jed away? "This must be hard on you," Kate said. "Fuck yeah, it is. But in my mind, in my heart, I know for sure I am Matthew's father," he said. "I feel it, Kate. She told me she'd stopped being with Pete long before she and I got together. But then..." He trailed off, as if remembering something painful. "After a while, during the pregnancy, she began to seem so sad." "About the baby?" "About the whole thing. She cried a lot, and I had no idea how to help her. She said Sam would be upset. She already had to deal with her father having Tyler. She was really worried about Sam. I said I'd be Sam's stepdad. I'd do anything to help her. But she just seemed to get farther away from me." "Did she say more about it?" "She said she'd messed up her life, that everything was so complicated. I told her I loved her and our baby, and she could count on that she hadn't messed up her life, that we'd have a great life." Kate heard the passion and tears in his voice. She waited for him to be able to go on. "That's when she said, 'No one can count on anyone.' I was shocked. I didn't know what she meant. She told me she couldn't plan anything. Being with me, staying with Pete. It was because of him. He's the one who messed her up. He treated her so badly." "But she was so happy to be having the baby," Kate said. "She told me. I could see it in her. I know, Jed said. She loved Matthew. It was the rest of her life that was making her crazy, including me. You? She loved me, but she felt pressured. I didn't want to put that on her, but she felt it anyway. She didn't want to keep me hanging, but she couldn't be sure she should leave Pete, upset Sam's life that way. He shook his head. I figured she would sort things out once Sam was at camp and Pete left on his trip. I thought she'd tell me the truth, that I was the father. She wouldn't feel so caught in the middle. Except you didn't see her. Why, Jed? If you expected to hear the truth from her, why didn't you just go over there? I told you, I was on Fisher's Island. Beth arranged it, having me stay with her friends, give their grandkids drawing classes. I didn't want to go. I wanted to be there to celebrate with her after she told Pete. I thought we'd be together then, for the rest of our lives. Did you tell her you didn't want to go to Fisher's Island? Of course, but she had made the effort for me, and I didn't want to turn down a paying gig. My goal was to pay my own way with her. She said she needed time alone. She was drowning in everything. The responsibility for everyone's happiness, doing the right thing for Sam, for everyone she loved, and for us. I told her all I needed was her. She didn't answer. He coughed as if he was choking, tears streaming from his eyes. Kate felt tense watching him. His emotion was hot, pouring off him. She felt it on her own face, scalding her cheeks. I had no idea what to think, he said, sounding as if he was about to explode. Maybe she'd changed her mind about us. The guilt, the pressure was too much for her. I'll be honest, I was pissed, hurt, whatever. The anger seemed to leak out of him. He took a deep breath and peered at Kate. Can you believe that? I wasted all that time feeling sorry for myself when she needed me. Kate couldn't reply or even look at him. You hate me? He asked. Well, I hate myself. What if I'd gone earlier and could have stopped it? Yeah, what if you had? I would never have thought of what happened to her. That he could do what he did to her. His voice broke again. Kill her? Did Pete think the baby was yours? Kate asked. She felt sick thinking of what he might have done to Beth if he had. I have no idea. You just said you were pissed. You could have refused to go to Fisher's Island. You must have known there would be fireworks if Beth gave him that kind of news. You have no idea how guilty I feel about that. I think about it every day. What did she tell him? How did he react? What was that last day of life for her? I drive myself crazy thinking about it. Nothing you say can make me feel worse than I do already. I'm sorry, she said, her throat tight, knowing how much time she spent thinking about Beth's last day, too. He stood up, started to leave. Her hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. Don't go, she said. Jed, I'm just so glad my sister was loved. That she was happy with you. I believe you when you say that. She was. We both were. The drawing you did of her? It was beautiful. I could tell just by looking at it that you adored her. That's the word I would use too, he said. Can I ask you, how did you decide where to pitch your tent? Beth, he said. She took me to the island to draw flowers, but then she showed me that spot up the hill. It was private, under the pines, and she loved the sound of the brook. The brook. Kate looked at his face, still streaked with tears. He had a faraway gaze in his eyes, as if everything he cared about was distant. What did it feel like to adore someone and to be loved this way? "Can I see your ring?" she asked. He pulled it off his finger, placed it in her palm. The metal felt warm. "You designed it, you said?" she asked. "We both did. The hearts were hers, the words were mine. Same line on both rings. My idea. I wanted the line to be about her, for her, and I needed it next to my skin." Kate held the ring to the flickering Edison bulb and the brass sconce on the wall. The line was engraved in tiny script, but she knew it well. "It's from a poem she used to read to me," Jed said. Kate closed her eyes and couldn't speak. The words were from West Running Brook. Beth and Jed were each other's north, and the brook ran west. People thought, lots of people did, that Beth was settled, that what you saw with her was what you got, a lady who lived in a big house and dealt with high-priced art and rich collectors. She was so much more than that. She wanted to give it all up for me. Go everywhere, feel everything. Kate was silent, thinking of the poem Contraries in Love. "She wouldn't have given Sam up," she said after a moment. "No, never. She would have fought him for Sam. We both would have." Kate turned the ring to see the other markings. The hearts were Beth's, Jed had said. Under each were 3 dots. "Ellipses? To be continued?" she asked. "No, those are drops of blood." Kate's pulse quickened. She pictured the scrawled hearts on the back of the canvas and on the last page of Vasari's The Lives of the Artists, the book at Matilda's house. "Blood hearts," she said. "Yes," he said, sounding surprised. "That's what she called them." "Did you ever see Moonlight, the painting?" "She told me about it, how it was stolen during that time when they tied you up and your mother died." "You never saw the back of it? The unpainted side? What was drawn there?" "No," he said. "She never even showed me the canvas. Why are you asking about the back?" "No reason," Kate said, still staring at the hearts on the ring. "I was just wondering." Then, "Where did she keep her ring?" Jed reached into his pocket, pulled it out, placed it on the table. It was beautiful, smaller than Jed's. Beth had worn it. Kate picked it up. She closed her eyes and felt her sister's passion. She turned it over and over in her hand, but Jed reached over and took it from her before she could slip it onto her own finger. 45. The first Saturday after school started, Kate went to the hardware store and bought an eco-friendly gel that wouldn't leach into the sea. She filled a bag with safety goggles and gloves. She and Sam met Lulu, Scotty, and Isabel at Little Beach, and they scrubbed the boulders, removing the graffitied paint from the granite and quartz. After a while, Lulu, Scotty, and Kate left Sam and Isabel to finish the job and sat on a beach blanket to supervise. Julie walked the tide line, looking for sea glass. September skies were bluer than August, the sea cleaner, less churned up by boat traffic. A good breeze blew the tops off low waves, sent beach grass skittering and tracing circles on the hard sand. Kate had always loved this time of year, when vacations were over and she and her friends had the beach to themselves. Even over here, this hidden, private place felt more isolated. People weren't likely to come through the path. Kate walked down to the water's edge, picked up a piece of tide-scoured driftwood. Bleached silver by salt and sun, bark scraped off, it was a foot long, the thin, sharp tip of a broken branch. When she returned to the blanket,
Scotty was on the phone with Nick, and Lulu was lying on her back, face to the sun. Waiting for Scotty to finish her call, Kate looked at her right index finger. For nearly a year after that day in Matilda's library when they were teenagers, there had been a fine scar on the pad from where she had pricked it, coaxed blood to bubble out. The mark had long since disappeared. When Scotty hung up, she shaded her eyes to look at Kate. So did Lulu. After smoothing a patch of sand beside the beach blanket, Kate used the branch to write the letters K-B-L-S. She encircled them with a heart. "Do you remember?" she asked. "Blood sisters," Lulu said. "We wrote in the book. A long time ago," Scotty said. "Time wasn't supposed to matter," Kate said. "And it didn't," Lulu said, holding out her hand, grabbing Kate's. "Not to me." "Feeling sentimental?" Scotty asked. "More like confused," Kate said. "About what?" Lulu asked. "My sister's secrets," Kate said. "Which we helped her to keep," Lulu said. "Are you blaming us?" Scotty asked. "We promised never to keep secrets from each other," Kate said. "Beth and I were 14, Scotty said. "You two were 15. We didn't even know, really, what secrets meant. Look at them." She nodded toward Sam and Isabel. "They think they're so grown up, but they're babies." "I think we knew exactly what secrets were," Kate said slowly, "when we were young. How powerful they are, how they can hurt. I think we've forgotten as we've grown up. At least Beth and I did. She was my sister, and I had no idea about her real life." "Jed?" Lulu asked. Kate nodded. "She was leaving Pete for him. She wanted to marry him. I didn't even know he existed." "Kate," Scotty said, "I don't mean this in any sort of cruel way." "Nice way to start your thought," Lulu said dryly. "Take it as you will, but Beth was in love. Head over heels, madly in love. Feeling that way lends itself to secrets, makes it more delicious, maybe. However, it was never all one thing. There were some issues she couldn't make up her mind about. And, Kate, she was being sensitive to you." "How?" Kate asked. "Well, love isn't your thing. That kind of love, anyway." "Scotty, is that vodka in your water bottle?" Lulu asked. "She's right," Kate said. "You loved Beth. You love Sam. You love us," Lulu said. "That's not the same as in love," Scotty said. "Will you please shut up?" Lulu asked. "I meant it in a good way, truly," Scotty said. "When you think of the fucking nightmare it can be, finding the right person, and even afterward. All Nick seems to do these days is run and train. He's clearly trying to escape something. I only hope it isn't me. Huh. I really am sorry if it came out wrong, Katie." "It's okay," Kate said, giving her friends a big smile, reassuring them that she was fine, not offended. "But, Scotty, what couldn't she make up her mind about?" Scotty frowned for a second before speaking. "Well, she began. Kate had a sudden, shocking feeling she was trying to get her story straight. "Just tell me. Don't be afraid of hurting my feelings." "Okay. It was just the pregnancy. You can't even imagine what it's like if you haven't been... Sorry, but it's like expectant mom brain, hard to make decisions." "Like whether to stay with Pete?" Lulu asked. "Like that," Scotty said. "What did she say about it?" Kate asked. "She was under a lot of pressure," Scotty said. "She felt she had to make everyone happy." That's what Jed said, Kate thought. "To the point it completely messed with her moral compass," Scotty continued. "Her moral compass?" Lulu asked with complete incredulity in her voice. She was an amazing, complicated woman. Yes, she was, Scotty said. She taught me so much, even at the soup kitchen. She didn't just serve the meals. She sat down with everyone, wanted to hear about their lives. She was interested. And I've gotten that way, too. I don't just go there so I can be all church lady and say, oh, I'm such a good person. I look forward to it, getting to know new friends, people who got in trouble but are trying to turn their lives around. I had no idea you were so involved, Kate said. Well, like I said, Beth taught me. The ones who knew her miss her terribly. They want to know what's happening with her case, and I do my best to fill them in and let them get their feelings out. You just wouldn't believe the emotion. It's a completely different perspective than you get in stuffy old Blackhall. Kate smiled at Scotty. She could hear an echo of Beth's compassion in her words. Lulu stretched on the blanket, September sunbathing. Scotty squeezed Kate's hand, mouthed, "Love you," then peered at her phone's screen, scrolling through Facebook. Love. Kate thought of the words in love. Love, in love. Love, in love. Such different states of being, of feeling. An image came to her mind, a man and a woman standing in an art gallery, close enough to kiss each other. She remembered that moment of feeling desire. The memory of Connor came with an emotion too strong to bear, so she pushed it away. While the girls continued to scrub the garish paint off the granite boulder, as the muted, soft browns and grays emerged again, streaks of pearl-white quartz, Kate walked farther down the beach. She pictured her sister and Scotty at the soup kitchen. It sounded as if Beth was guiding Scotty still. Just before Kate got to the next rock outcropping, she stopped. She cleared a patch of seaweed from the tide line and used her driftwood branch to write in the sand. Crouching down, she wrote her sister's name. She wrote her own. She drew 2 hearts, 2 drops of blood. She drew a full moon and squiggled a path of light on the waves. She drew stairs leading to a basement. She drew stick figures of 1 woman and 2 girls tied together, heads bowed. She enclosed the entire tableau in a heart. 46. Scotty stared at Kate halfway down the beach and wondered what she would have thought to know Beth had considered doing something drastic about the baby. Beth hadn't actually put it into words, but she'd expressed such misgivings. She'd been just a few weeks along, fighting morning sickness at the soup kitchen. Scotty had hustled her outside, away from the lunch line and the smells of roast chicken and sweet potatoes. "How am I going to do this?" Beth had asked. "I can't handle it." "You're just upset," Scotty had said, not thinking clearly, understandably. "Scotty, I'm so worried. I'm terrified about what's going to happen, how it's going to affect Sam, our whole family. God, what a mess I've made of everything." "A new little baby to love," Scotty said. "How is that a mess?" "Pete? Jed?" Beth said. "It's not about them," Scotty said. "Well, actually it is," Beth said. "And what about Sam? I feel as if we've already failed her. She's going downhill. You see it when she's with Isabel, don't you?" "She's holding her own," Scotty said. She'd grabbed some saltines from the condiment table, and she ripped open the cellophane and handed Beth a cracker. Beth leaned against the church wall and took tiny nibbles. "I don't think she is," Beth said. "Frankly, Beth, I don't see how that enters the equation. Look at my family. We were perfect. We thought we were. Nick, me, and our amazing Isabel. Then Julie, with her problems. You can't imagine how hard it's been. I don't complain. I never would. But there have been sacrifices. Do we love her any less because she has issues?" "I know how much you love her." Both my children. And you'll love both of yours, Scotty said. I know, of course, Beth said, slowly eating the rest of the cracker. I'm just scared, Scotty. I never thought this would be my life. None of us ever think our lives would be our lives, Scotty said. She stared hard at Beth and wondered what she was planning. What had she really meant when she'd said she couldn't handle it? Scotty had plenty of problems, and Beth had no idea. Beth had the perfect house, money, a business, a career. It gave Scotty a strange, shameful thrill to know that Beth had screwed up. Everyone idolized her. Scotty felt glad that Beth could turn to her. She was the only one Beth was expressing her doubts to, and it was up to Scotty to support her. 2 clients from the soup kitchen walked out of the building. Rosalie, whose children had been taken from her by DCF, and Martin, one of the most tragic cases of all, a brilliant man who chose the wrong path in life. Hi, Beth called to them, waving. How are you doing? I'm great, Beth, Rosalie said. I'm going to see my kids on Saturday. 2 hours with them. We're going to the aquarium. That's fantastic, Rosalie, Beth said. Scotty watched her. Even in her own despair, Beth was so enthusiastic in supporting other people. You've got to take them to the Truergy Planetarium, too, Martin said, at Mystic Seaport. Oh, I love the seaport, Scotty said, entering into the spirit. Have a good day, you guys, Beth said. Rosalie and Martin waved and were on their way. Scotty had the feeling they were heading to the package store. She knew drinkers when she saw them. Everything will work out, Scotty said to Beth when they were alone again. Are you sure? Beth asked. Honey, you have morning sickness. You can't think straight when you feel like you might throw up at any moment. You're right about that. Let's take a little walk, Scotty said. It will clear your head. Thanks, Scotty, Beth said, giving her a big hug. I don't know what I'd do without you. Life is going to get crazy when people find out. She touched her belly. Well, I'll be there for you no matter what, Scotty said. She held out the cellophane pack and Beth took another cracker. Chew it slowly, Scotty had said. Too fast and you'll get sick. There you go. That's the way. It had touched her the way Beth had listened to her, respected what she had had to say, complied with Scotty's suggestions even about eating a saltine. Sitting on the beach, Scotty reflected on how it had seemed almost as if Beth were a child instead of Scotty's best friend. Part 3. 47. Lulu counted the months without Beth. Summer ended, fall sped along. The holidays, starting with Beth's birthday, would be here soon, and no one wanted to face them. A blast of Arctic air, extreme for November, slashed down from Canada. At dusk, when the light was lavender, Lulu bundled up in her red fleece jacket and drove north, past Matilda's stone gates to one of the oldest cemeteries in Connecticut. She parked on the road, slung a brown leather bag over her shoulder, and climbed to the top of the hill. Heronwood Cemetery was surrounded by a wall built before the Revolutionary War. Colonists were buried here, graves dating back to the 17th century. The first time she had visited, on a late May afternoon 2 decades before, had been with Beth. Although Beth had had her driver's permit, she hadn't had her license yet, and Kate had been on a flying trip with Matilda, so Lulu had driven her here. Beth had wanted to visit her mother's grave. They walked past stones and crosses so old, time and the elements had scoured the engravings down to nothing. Other graves still bore ancient etchings of angels, death's heads, sailing ships. Helen Woodward's headstone was at the northeast end of the graveyard beneath a Norway spruce. A great horned owl roosted above, fast asleep in the middle of the day. The ground was covered with pellets of hair and bone. Beth knelt on the grass. Lulu sat beside her. "It feels so weird to be here," Beth said. "I don't know what to say." At first, Lulu thought Beth was talking to her, but Beth faced the stone. She traced the engraving of her mother's name and dates with her finger, leaned close, and whispered. "Well, I do know. What I want to say, anyway," Beth went on. "I miss you. Do you know how much I miss you? Are you really here? Be here, please, Mom." Lulu looked away, embarrassed. Should she leave? But Beth seemed barely aware of her presence. Lulu looked up into the branches of a nearby white oak, watched a downy woodpecker hop up a groove in the bark as if it were a well-worn trail. "Dad didn't do it," Beth whispered, touching the stone. "I mean, I know what they say, but I can't believe it. I don't believe it, Mom. He wouldn't have. He couldn't have. He loves us. I think it was those people, only those people, the Andersons. Joshua and Sally, they have such normal names. They look like regular people. Kate and I saw them in court. They look normal, but they're evil. Dad's not evil, Mom. He's nothing like them. He wouldn't have done that to you. They did it on their own. It was their idea, not Dad's. You know that, right?" "Beth," Lulu said softly. "Kate believes it was Dad, though. She said it was his plan, and that's even worse than what the Andersons did. She's glad he's in prison, but we're his family. He couldn't have told them to tie us up. He would never have let us be hurt, let you die. Mom, you and I know that, even if Kate doesn't." Beth was sobbing. She braced herself against the stone as if it was keeping her from falling over. Still on her knees, she put her arms around it, embraced the gravestone as if it were actually her mother, not just the marker of where she was buried. Lulu had tried to pull her away, but Beth had wrenched her shoulders from Lulu's hands and clung more tightly to her mother's stone. Lulu walked to the spot now. The massive Norway spruce was gone, probably felled by a storm. 23 years ago, Helen's grave had stood alone here. Now it was one of 4, Matilda's, Ruth's, and Beth's. Lulu stared at the newly engraved name, letters scored deeply into the granite. Elizabeth Woodward Lathrop, beloved by her family. "And friends," Lulu said, kneeling on the ground, just as Beth had done. She stared at the dates. She and Beth had come here one Saturday in late spring. Beth's father's and the Andersons' trials had lasted all through the winter, and by the time Lulu and Beth had visited Helen, the lilacs had already bloomed and leaves were on the trees. It had been a bright, sunny day. But now, all these years later, Lulu had come to the graveyard alone, and it was evening. The moon closest to the autumn equinox was the harvest moon, and tonight it would be full. Lulu had waited until this moment to visit Beth for the first time since her death. It seemed not only appropriate, but necessary. She sat still. The cold air had silenced the crickets. The night's first owl called from a pine up the hill. She turned her head to look and saw the moon. Just starting to come up, it was large and orange and filled the eastern sky. It seemed to rise fast, nearly clearing the tree line, just like the moon in the painting. "Beth," she said out loud, "what did we start? And what would Kate think if she knew?" That sliced Lulu's heart more than anything. "Proof of love," Beth had said to explain her reasons. And proof of the opposite. Love had its own internal logic. What made sense at the start could spin out of control, turn into a mystery. An adventure of revenge could become tragedy. Had they thought of their act as vengeance? Beth hadn't called it that. She had wanted to be bold and defiant, to send Pete a message, to take what was hers and, in doing so, reclaim her life. The moon was a silver disk. Its light dappled through the pine boughs, oak and maple leaves. Lulu stared into the glade beyond the graveyard. She was sure she saw an apparition, a young girl dancing in the moonlight. She reached into her leather bag and removed a pocket knife, the blade sheathed in bone. She'd had it since she was 12 and taking sailing lessons. The instructor had told the class that all sailors needed to carry a knife at all times, that it could save their lives. The wind had such strong force, filling the sails, driving the boat forward, tightening lines that could trap a person, wrap around a wrist or an ankle, drag a person overboard. With a knife, you could cut yourself free, save your own life. Lulu held her knife now. So often she had wished Kate had had one with her in the gallery basement. She could have sliced their bonds, rescued herself and Beth and their mother. It had seemed fitting that Lulu had brought this one to Beth's house that hot day this past July, the week before Beth died. They had stood in the bedroom. "Why do I feel like a pirate?" Beth had asked, holding Lulu's knife. "You're Grace O'Malley," Lulu had said, "rebel woman, pirate queen, and quadrant of the compass rose, pillager of idiots, leader of your clan." "My clan," Beth had said, hand on her pregnant belly. Earlier that day, she had let Lulu feel Matthew kick. "And I am about to pillage." The dancing girl in the painting by Ben Morrison might have been any of them, but it had always reminded Lulu of Kate. The house looked as if it belonged in Blackhall. The moon cast a spell. Within 7 days, Beth was dead. Lulu knew what they had done that day had been the catalyst for Beth's murder. She opened the pocket knife now and cut her finger. She watched 4 tiny drops of blood fall into Beth's grave. Despite the frost, the earth was still soft, and the blood drained into the dark soil and disappeared, as if it had never been there. Lulu held the tip of her finger till the bleeding stopped. A few snowflakes began to fall. She stared at Beth's headstone for a few minutes, focused on the date of her birth. November 21st, 5 days away. The stark realization that Beth wouldn't be here for it filled Lulu with more sorrow than she'd ever felt in her life. The owl had fallen silent. Lulu imagined she had flown out for a night's hunting. The only sound was wind in the leaves. She slipped the knife back into her satchel and walked through the graveyard to her car. 48. Tests on the unpainted side of Moonlight came back. Reed sat at his desk in his home office, scanning the data. He was partly surprised by it. He had not expected the blood to be Pete's. The romantic gesture of a drawn heart wouldn't be Pete's style, and besides, since meeting with Winnie, he had taken his focus off Pete. It had started to make sense the blood might be Beth's, given the hiding place known mainly to her and Kate, but he hadn't seen the Tallulah Granville component coming. The left side of the heart had been sketched with Beth's blood, the right side with Lulu's. There was also a tiny smudge, not red at all. It looked like a coffee stain, blood possibly older than the lines in the heart. Or perhaps it had been there since the painting had been made. It had been left by a third person. Although the DNA wasn't in the database, the markers indicated it belonged to a female. Lulu had been fingerprinted for her various airline jobs. Her DNA was on file because she had once been a suspect in an assault. Reed hunched over his desk reading the report. 5 years ago, a woman named Danielle Marvin had accused Lulu of domestic violence. They were both pilots at different airlines, sharing an apartment in Greenwich Village. Danielle claimed Lulu attacked her one night. The file revealed photographs of Danielle with bruises around her neck, a bite mark on her shoulder. From the start, Lulu denied it. She claimed she had moved out a week before and that Danielle had become obsessed with her. Lulu had, in fact, filed for a restraining order, and it had been granted. Reed read the copy that was in the electronic file. The order of protection was based on an anti-stalking statute and detailed ways Danielle had installed spyware on Lulu's laptop and a GPS tracker in her luggage. She told friends and co-workers that she and Lulu were lovers, while Lulu maintained they were just roommates. At the time, they each were based at JFK, and Lulu stated that the village apartment was just a pied-à-terre for layovers in New York. According to the restraining order, Danielle arranged her schedule around Lulu's, contriving to be in the same cities at the same times. They had some friends in common, but separate social lives. Lulu said Danielle would often show up at the same restaurant, pretending it was a coincidence. The assault on Danielle occurred just after 10 p.m. in her apartment on Sullivan Street. She accused Lulu of attacking her in a jealous rage after a stroll through nearby Washington Square Park because Danielle had told her she wanted to break up with her. Danielle asserted that it was Lulu who had the obsession, who stalked her, not the other way around. In Lulu's sworn statement, she said that at the time of the assault, she was with Richard Guerin, a curator at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. It was their first date, and they were seeing Lucia di Lammermoor at the Metropolitan Opera. Reed was interested to learn that Richard was a longtime client of the Harkness Woodward Gallery, that he'd been introduced to Lulu by Kate. Lulu had voluntarily provided DNA and bite impressions. Richard had corroborated her alibi. She'd been cleared of the crime, and no perpetrator had ever been arrested. If she had been involved, her airline job would have been history. Reed pushed his chair back from his desk, stretched, turned his head from side to side to relieve stress. His gaze fell on the news clippings from his career, including the crime against Beth, Kate, and their mother. He had recently tacked up newspaper and magazine stories about Beth's murder, along with the timeline he'd worked out about Pete's movements in the months before Beth had been killed. He realized, as he often did, that if anyone saw his wall, they'd say he was obsessed. He always told himself that his fixation on the Woodward sisters, particularly Kate, was chivalrous, stemming from a desire to avenge what had been done to them as teenagers. But was that so different from what Lulu said Danielle had done, for which she had obtained a restraining order? Yes, it was. Night and day different. He was positive of that. His confidence was shaken only at night when he couldn't sleep, an unending tape of details from Beth's murder running through his mind, interrupted only by a what-if scenario. Him and Kate at the gallery, the kiss that didn't happen. That was the part that veered into the realm of obsession. He had never felt passion for any other subject of an investigation before. The other night he'd woken up sweating, dreaming of Kate. In the morning, he'd felt this ridiculous wave of shame. Why should he? Who could stop a dream? But it had made him feel like heading to the Why Not on Bank Street and getting drunk. He hadn't sought whiskey or any alcohol as a solution for years, but shame and frustration were powerful motivators. He stared at the heart and the small spot in the corner. He looked up the address he had for Lulu Granville and headed over to question her about the bloody heart. Maybe she could tell him who the third woman had been, or perhaps it was historical, left by someone long dead. And even though Lulu had been cleared of the charge of biting Danielle, Reed couldn't get the image of those scratches and bite marks on Pete's back out of his mind. Early on, Pete had said he'd gotten them during sex. It seemed crazy, but could they have come from Lulu? Pretty much the only thing worse than having your husband cheat on you with an employee would be having him be with one of your best friends. When he arrived at Lulu's house, Reed found no cars in the driveway, and no one answered the door. 49. It was Beth's birthday, and the sun had not yet risen when the phone rang and woke Kate. "Hey, old sweetheart," Lulu said. "Let's go flying."
What do you say to a hike on the block? Block Island, one of Beth's favorite places in the world, a perfect place to go on her birthday. Yes, Kate said, already climbing out of bed. Let's go. She had to drop Sam off at Isabel's so she could catch a ride to school. On the way to Blackhall, Sam talked about Beth. She asked Kate to tell her something surprising about Beth, something she'd never heard before. She was a champion tree climber, Kate said. Everyone thought of your mother as being quiet, scholarly, completely wrapped up in art. But one of her favorite things to do was to see how high she could go. Where? Sam asked. There was a Norway spruce behind our house. Not Matilda's, but the one where we lived with our parents in town. It was so tall, Sam, maybe twice or 3 times as high as our house. The trunk was sturdy and so thick with branches at the bottom, but up toward the top it was scraggly and the limbs were sparse. Your mom would climb a little higher each time. That sounds more like something you would do. You'd think so, but I was too scared. I never got more than halfway up. I'd feel the tree swaying and it would seem like the branches wouldn't hold me. What would she do up there? Peek into birds' nests on the way up, and then look out. She said she could see across the Sound, even past Plum Island, all the way into Gardiner's Bay. When she came down, she'd be covered with sap, all over her hands and legs, and she'd be beaming. She called it visiting the sky. Why didn't I know this? Sam asked. She and I could have done it together. Well, she stopped at some point. When? When she was a teenager. After your mom died? Yes, Kate said. Sam fell silent, and Kate felt she'd made a mistake by telling that story. It showed how brave and exuberant Beth had been, and how tragedy had killed that part of her. It had taken so much of the fun and the thrill of life out of her. Sam, Kate said. She found her passion. Maybe she stopped climbing trees, but she... I know, Sam said. Loved art. Loved the gallery. No, I was going to say loved you. You were everything to her, Sam. You were her sky. Sam didn't reply, but when they parked outside the Waterstons' house, she gave Kate a quick and unexpected hug. Thanks for telling me that about Mom, she said. Anytime, Kate said, wanting to hold on to the feeling of closeness with her niece. She watched Sam walk up the steps. Scotty greeted her at the door, waved to Kate. It was still so early. Sam and Isabel would hang around for a while, then catch the school bus. Kate picked up Lulu and they headed for the airport. Just knowing she was about to go up into the air made her feel lighter, took weight off her shoulders. She felt Beth with her. They would visit the sky together. Their Piper Saratoga looked lonely and neglected on the side of the tarmac. Dead leaves had skittered around the wheels, caught beneath the chocks. Rainstorms had stuck them to the wings and windshield like brown paper. Kate and Lulu did their best to brush the debris off, knowing the flight would do the rest. Lulu was pilot this leg, and Kate would fly home. They took off toward the southwest, Long Island Sound glittering below. One sweeping turn revealed the faded autumn colors of southeastern Connecticut. The rising sun lit the land, acres of trees dropping their last leaves. They banked over Napatree Point. 1,000 feet below, the long, narrow sand spit curved outward into Block Island Sound, creating Watch Hill's sheltered harbor. Nothing could have protected the point from the hurricane of 1938, when the winds blew 98 miles per hour with a gust of 120 recorded in New London. A 50-foot storm surge washed away 40 houses from Napatree. 100 people in Westerly were killed. Kate stared down at the sandy spit. She and Beth had walked there every summer. She closed her eyes. Everything seemed so vulnerable. Tom Francis, a pilot friend, moored his boat in Great Salt Pond during the summer and let his friends borrow the old Jeep he kept at the airport.
Kate got the key from Margie at the desk, and they set off for Rodman's Hollow, 230 acres of pristine open space. Kate and Lulu were at their best when they were on the move. They sometimes tried meeting at cafes or restaurants, but sitting still at a table never felt like enough. It didn't have to be hiking in the Anza Borrego Desert or kayaking the Colorado River. They loved local expeditions just as much. They parked in the lot off Kunamis Road, grabbed their backpacks, and followed a trail into the glacial hollow. Beyond the tawny fields and coastal scrub, the bright blue Atlantic glittered. Migratory birds, resting on their journey south from the boreal forest, darted around the thicket. A yellow warbler, perched for 10 seconds on the silver-tipped branch of a bayberry bush, looked like pure gold. "I have to tell you something," Lulu said. "Do I want to hear it?" Kate asked. "Lately, when you say those words to me, we stop speaking." "Well, when you put it like that, I've changed my mind." They kept walking. Kate stared at the 5 massive wind turbines just offshore, tall and white and gawky in the morning light. A red-tailed hawk circled overhead, a black shadow against the blue sky. "Go ahead," Kate said, stopping dead in the middle of the trail. "You sure?" "Just get it over with," Kate said. She felt off balance, scared of what she was about to hear. "Whatever it is, you couldn't have told me before?" "I didn't want to," Lulu said, "but it's Beth's birthday. It has to be now or never." She looked pale as she pulled her phone from her back pocket. Head bent, she scrolled through photos. "Let's see," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "October, September, August, July. Okay, here we go." She glanced into Kate's eyes. She hesitated, then handed the phone to Kate. Kate held it and stared at Beth smiling out of the screen. She felt a shiver of normalcy, as if Beth were still alive, could appear at any moment, could be with them enjoying her birthday. Beth had a sly twinkle in her eyes. She stood in her bedroom. She wore an orange sundress, and from the size of her belly, Kate knew the photo couldn't have been taken long before she died. "Swipe through," Lulu said. "There are 8 photos and a video. I took them all the same afternoon." Next was a shot of a pocket knife in a bone sheath, laid on the bed's summer-weight white comforter. Beth standing in front of moonlight on the wall. Moonlight now face down on the bed, Beth holding the knife like a dagger above it. The painting cut from the frame. The pale red heart drawn on the back. The canvas yellowed with age, its edges unraveling. A selfie of Beth and Lulu grinning at the camera, each holding up a blood-smeared index finger. Then a 5-second blurry video. "Proof of love," Beth said steadily. She reached out to Lulu. The camera shook as Lulu accepted the knife, and the clip stopped. "What did you do?" Kate asked now, trembling as she looked into Lulu's eyes. "Isn't it obvious?" Lulu asked. "No," Kate said. She hated him, Lulu said. Pete. He'd lied to her for so long, took so much of who she was. She had to show him. That painting was hers. The empty frame was a symbol. That was all he was, an empty space. And that was all she was leaving him. She wanted him to know there was someone else. The heart was her proof of love. For herself, for Sam, for the baby, for Jed, for us, her blood sisters. "Okay," Kate said, her voice breaking. "Then—" "I put the knife into my pocket," Lulu said, rolled up the painting and hid it in Beth's briefcase. Then Beth took a nap. "But God, Kate, I did it to her. I caused her death." Kate's mind slipped out of gear, a car rolling backward down a hill. She pictured the knife. It couldn't be.
She couldn't bear the thoughts and images racing through her mind. "You're telling me she died that day?" Kate asked, her voice barely a croak. She took a step closer to Lulu. "No," Lulu said, "not that day." "But you were there when she died?" Kate asked. "What?" Lulu asked. "Are you kidding?" "Whoever took the painting killed her," Kate said. "She stole it herself," Lulu said. "I just told you, it was a message to Pete. Jesus, Kate, he killed her the day he left to go sailing." "How do you know?" "He had to. It's the only way it fits. You know it too." "Then what did you mean by what you said? That you did it?" "I meant that I helped her cut the painting from the frame. She asked me to. And seeing the painting gone must have set him off," Lulu said. "He got Beth's message, figured out she was going to leave him. He couldn't have missed it. He'd never be able to stand Beth having the upper hand, making a fool of him. She was laughing when she took it. The idea of it made her feel strong, so happy. If I hadn't supported her, even egged her on, she might not have done it. It was just a symbol. We never imagined the consequences." "Why didn't she ask me to help her?" Kate asked, feeling so helpless about the distance between them. It seemed that every day she was learning of more and more ways Beth had evaded her. "You didn't even know about Jed, or that she was leaving," Lulu said quietly, almost as if apologizing for the fact. That statement smashed into Kate, a baseball in the chest. It came down, again, to the fact Kate didn't understand love, or being in love, could never appreciate a romantic or vengeful gesture because she'd never had a relationship that would require it. Her sister had known she wouldn't understand. She walked away from Lulu. She began to run toward the ocean, but she heard footsteps crunching fallen leaves behind her, Lulu keeping pace. Old stone walls marked the end of the trail. A hard left led onto a coast path, hugging the top of the clay bluffs above the Atlantic. The sea was dark blue. The gigantic white windmills turned relentlessly. The hawk had caught a rabbit in the open field. At Matilda's, when Kate was young, she would hear owls grab them at night, and they would scream as they died. But this rabbit was alive, stock still in fright as the hawk perched on its back, talons dug in. The hawk flapped its wings, lifting the rabbit 5 feet into the air. "Stop!" Kate yelled, tearing through the tall grass, waving her arms. The raptor wheeled, lost its grip. The rabbit fell to the ground. Kate approached slowly. It lay still on its side. Deep, red, raw claw marks scored the gray-brown fur along both sides of its spine. At first, she thought it was dead, but there was life in the glossy black eyes, watching her as she leaned over. "Oh," she said, kneeling behind it. "Oh." "Poor thing," Lulu said. "Didn't have a chance against a redtail." Kate bent her head so she could look directly into the cottontail's eyes. They stared straight at her. Not a whisker twitched, the stillness of shock. Blood oozed from the tracks left by the hawk's talons. She placed her palm on the rabbit's side, felt the light, panicked flutter of its heart. The vulnerability of small creatures, the ones who couldn't be saved. The phrase came to her mind and filled her eyes with tears. In that moment, all she could see was Beth. She felt Lulu's hand on her shoulder. "Come on," Lulu said. "Leave her. Let nature take its course. You don't want to watch her die." "She's not going to die," Kate said. She took off her soft fleece jacket and placed it in the grass. She closed her hands around the little rabbit. Lifting her, she felt surprised by her weight. Laying the rabbit on her jacket, she wrapped her body tight, the way she'd seen Beth swaddle Sam when she was a baby. Her purpose was to immobilize her and prevent further injury. She She expected her to thrash against her touch, but the rabbit seemed to snuggle against her right away. The rabbit must be so scared, she thought. She had once flown a family and its pet parrot from Westerly to Chicago, and they had kept the cage covered to keep the bird calm. She emptied her backpack, handing Lulu her water bottle, phone, and wallet. Gently, she placed the rabbit inside and closed the zipper. The whole way back to the Jeep, and then driving quickly to the plane, the rabbit didn't move. Although it was Kate's turn to pilot, and she'd been craving the exhilaration of flying them back to Groton, New London, she took the passenger seat. "I'm so sorry, Kate," Lulu said. "I know you're really mad. If you want to cancel for later, us all getting together at Matilda's, I understand." "We're not canceling," Kate said. "It's Beth's birthday." Lulu nodded, banking north toward Connecticut. Kate closed her eyes, missing out on the spectacular, endless blue sea view, and held the backpack against her chest, the warmth radiating through the fabric, telling her the rabbit was still alive. 50. Kate dropped Lulu off and headed to the veterinarian. They'd barely spoken the whole way from Block Island to the airport, from the airport to Lulu's cottage, except to agree to meet at Matilda's after Sam got out of school at 3:30. Dr. Laurie Banks practiced in a barn on the edge of Mile Creek. Kate had been here before, accompanying Beth to take popcorn for shots. Dr. Banks took one look at the rabbit and shook her head. "I'm not licensed to treat wild animals," she said. "You have to take this one to a wildlife rehab." She leaned closer, though, examined the hawk's gouges. "It really doesn't look good, though. The rehabber will probably euthanize it." Kate stared at the rabbit's wide, dark eyes and saw life force, and she knew she wouldn't let that happen. "Can you at least tell me if it's male or female?" Dr. Banks turned the rabbit over carefully and looked beneath the short white tail. "Female," she said. Kate nodded. "Here's the name of the closest rehab," Dr. Banks said, handing Kate a slip of paper. "Thanks," Kate said. "It could be a long shot," Dr. Banks said. "It's unlikely she'll survive. It's probably kinder to put her out of her misery. The wildlife vet will make that decision." "Okay," Kate said. The vet brought out a cardboard crate for transport and placed the rabbit inside. Kate carried her to the car, set her on the front seat beside her. She started to drive toward Montville, the address Dr. Banks had given her. But instead, she stopped at CVS, bought hydrogen peroxide and bacitracin, and headed for home. On her couch, she set the cottontail on a towel. The bleeding had stopped. She gently washed the cuts with warm water, then hydrogen peroxide. The gashes were clean. She applied the antibiotic ointment to prevent infection as carefully as she could. The rabbit's fur felt impossibly soft. Popcorn investigated. Kate didn't want him to scare the rabbit, but Popcorn was so cautious it seemed okay. Kate slung her arm around his neck, burrowed her face in his fur. The dog had been Beth's. Beth had instinctively known how to care for him, and she'd wanted to. Beth had had a husband and a daughter and a lover and all the people she'd helped at the shelter and the soup kitchen. Kate had kept herself as separate as possible from all creatures. "What should we name her?" Kate asked Popcorn. He circled, lay at her feet. Kate heard him sigh as he settled. The rabbit was perfectly still, except for her breath. Kate's hand rested on the sofa beside her, and she felt the warmth of each exhalation. On the coffee table was a blue bowl filled with small oranges. The scent filled the room. It smelled like a citrus grove, both sweet and tangy. Beth had loved oranges. They had been her favorite fruit, and she had been wearing the color in those pictures Lulu had taken. Kate held her hand above the rabbit's head and felt energy passing between them. All her senses were engaged. Beth was still with her.
She felt warm breath on the back of her neck and actually turned around to see if her sister was standing there. She had the sudden feeling that she was coming alive in a different way. Kate's gaze fell upon the bowl of oranges, and the rabbit's name came to her. "You're Clementine," she said. "You're going to get better." She carried Clementine to the other side of the loft, away from the windows, where it was dark and toasty. She put her back into the crate. It was 2:30, nearly time to leave to meet the others. She'd have to gather tall grass from Matilda's yard, arrange it in a nest for Clementine. And food. She'd need to learn what wild rabbits like to eat. She'd seen families of them in the meadow, hopping through clover. She wondered where she could find clover in late November. "It will be all right," Kate whispered. She thought of Lulu and Beth, the ritual of drawing a heart on the back of the painting. She cringed to think of the secrets they had kept from her. Since July, her heart had ached more than she thought was safe. She'd thought maybe she would collapse. Her sister was gone, and she'd never see her again. The feelings were similar to what she'd felt when her mother had died, when it had seemed that if someone she loved could be taken so violently, there might be no reason to go on. Sitting with Clementine, feeling sudden and deep commitment to saving her, she saw clearly what she'd known all along, that she'd already been doing that with Sam. She had decided, without putting it into words, that she would be her niece's person. Less than a mother, but more than the somewhat distant aunt she had always been. She might have thought she was shut down, but she had loved as deeply and totally as anyone else all along. She just hadn't let herself feel it. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she stared through the crate's open door and watched Clementine watching her. She remembered being 11, rescuing a feral cat that had lived behind the gallery, the last pet she'd ever had, loving every second with Maggie, feeling her warmth as she snuggled against her side. After those hours in the basement, Kate couldn't even look at her sister. She had been too numb to grip her hand, to hold her little sister tight, to bond together and try to dispel the horrors of that day and night. Kate's love of her sister had never left her, but after their mother had died, after the brutality of the ropes, she'd stopped being able to open her heart to physical, hands-on caring for any living being. You never knew when they would be taken from you. She thought about what Lulu had told her. If not for the photos and video, she would have had a hard time picturing Beth with a knife, cutting moonlight from the frame, and she couldn't help feeling angry at her sister. Beth had staged a fake crime, reminiscent of what their father had done with the same painting. "Beth," she said out loud. Then she closed her eyes and listened. She ached to hear her sister's voice. After a few minutes, she leaned down to stare into the rabbit's big, beautiful eyes. "You're going to be fine, Clementine. It will all be okay," Kate said, unable to stop herself from reaching into the crate, gently touching the head of her injured cottontail. "I love you more than you could ever know," Kate said. And she wasn't completely sure whether she was talking to Clementine or to Beth. She stood up. It was time to meet the others and celebrate Beth's birthday. 51. Scotty and her family lived in a winterized beach cottage overlooking the boat basin at Hubbard's Point, and at this time of year, she never felt quite warm enough. The November wind whistled through every window. Most boats had been hauled for the season, but gazing out her kitchen window, Scotty saw that there were still 2 tied up in their slips. Lobster pots were piled on the bulkhead between them. Late fall and winter weren't bad times to be lobster fishermen, if you were hardy enough. Isabel and Sam had gotten off the bus after school, had a quick snack, and were up in Isabel's room with the door closed. She had no idea what they were talking about. It was time for Scotty and Sam to head to Matilda's. Isabel would stay here and babysit Julie.
but try prying the best friends apart. It had been the same for Scotty and the rest of the Compass Rose when they were that age. Scotty walked into the pantry and stood looking at the liquor. She wanted a drink badly. Often she let herself have a small one at this time of day. She used to wait till 6 o'clock, the official cocktail hour, but lately she'd begun telling herself an hour or two earlier didn't make a real difference. She didn't drink to get drunk, just to take the edge off. But other than her 2 days a week at the food pantry, she didn't usually have to drive anywhere. She actually missed volunteering on the days she wasn't there. She knew it would be frowned upon, but every so often she'd take a walk with one or more of her favorite clients and treat them to a cocktail. Why not? They were all adults, and if it brought a little pleasure into their peaceful lives, she was happy to provide it. Beth might not have approved of her sharing alcohol with them. Many had substance abuse issues. But Beth had understood almost everything else that mattered to Scotty. They talked about how it felt to have teenage daughters, how unnecessary they'd started to feel. Both Isabel and Sam had found their independence on what had seemed to Scotty the early side. They'd embraced the belief they didn't need their moms the same way. They had lives of their own, and the last thing they wanted were mothers hovering. But of course they did need their mothers, more than ever. These were crucial days. That's how Scotty thought of it. Mere days, 600 or so, before they went off to college. The comfort of years stretching ahead, a seemingly endless time for the entire family to nestle together, for Scotty to savor the closeness with her older daughter, was over. Beth had thought she had that luxury too. Even though life had changed, with Sam growing up they were still together, and Sam, although perhaps not in the same way as she had in middle school, needed her guidance and love. Beth had loved that little girl, and she had been so ready to love Matthew. It was supposed to last forever. Scotty shivered, thinking of the terrible loss. Beth gone from their lives. Today, on her birthday, the emptiness was almost unbearable. She stared at the vodka bottle, then abruptly turned her back on it. She had to stay strong and sober for today. Kate and Lulu would be expecting her and Sam, but she knew they wouldn't mind if 2 more joined them. She knew in that moment she couldn't leave Isabel at home on Beth's birthday, and that meant she'd take Julie along too. Her children were everything. She paused. The last talk with Beth had been so upsetting. Her sweet Beth, so hurt by the men in her life. Was that why Beth had refused to give either one of them, Pete or Jed, the satisfaction of knowing he was the father? Scotty had no use for Pete, and she couldn't see much good in Jed. He was an ex-con, probably drawn to Beth for her money and the connections she could make for him in the art world. He certainly didn't deserve any respect, not after tempting Beth away from her marriage. Money, clearly, and the prestige of the gallery. Beth must have realized he didn't have good motives. That had to be the reason Beth wouldn't tell him whether he was or was not Matthew's father. Although Jed wasn't honorable, it wasn't fair to keep that fact from him. If he was about to be a parent, he deserved to know. And it was terribly unfair of Beth to not tell him. Everyone had loved Beth, but very few had realized how deeply flawed she had been. There were certain rules in life that had to be adhered to. You simply couldn't come between a person and his child. That would be selfish and unforgivable. The important thing was to celebrate Beth's life, to be with everyone who had loved her as much as Scotty had. "Girls," Scotty called from the bottom of the stairs. "Hurry up, it's time to go. Dress warm, it's cold out." 52. November 21st. It's my birthday. It's so strange to be here instead of there on this day. On any day. You're not supposed to ask for gifts. If they are freely given to you, you are grateful, but you can't expect them. Am I allowed to wish for one? The gift I would like is for them to know, to exact payment. They are my beloveds, my sister,
daughter and best friends. In some ways, I believe they've known all along, for how could they miss it? Or maybe my own experience has been colored, of trusting and loving, then turning my back and my skull being smashed, hearing the bones in my head crack. Then feeling hands around my throat, seeing that wild gaze, so charged with fury. But then emotion draining away, staring into my eyes with no emotion, as dispassionately as someone trying to loosen a particularly tight lid from a jar. It has colored my judgment, made me believe that there could be no questions, none at all. That is the drawback of knowledge. It gives you a singular point of view that you cannot, in fairness, expect others to share. I would have liked to have remained blank as I died, to not give the satisfaction of my panic and desperation, but I wasn't that strong. Or perhaps a better word would be disciplined. I so quickly lost track of what I wanted, to remain calm. My survival instinct made me want to fight with everything I had. But instinct wasn't enough. I started to die the minute that sculpture, the owl I had loved so much, struck my head. I would have withheld my fear if I could. I believe it was accepted as a gift. Although I couldn't scream, the grip around my neck was too tight. I could hear the terrible choking, gurgling sounds coming from my throat. The fine bones breaking under the pressure of strong thumbs. In that most human of moments, I thought I sounded inhuman. I reached for those hands, wanting to pull them away, but I couldn't even reach them. My muscles tensed, softened, and my arms fell slack. I imagined the power bestowed by my weakness. Is it odd that I didn't wonder why this was happening to me? Every cell in my body knew, so why bother asking the question? The point is, while being murdered, I was purely there on the bed, physically and therefore mentally present in the moment, experiencing my own death. And Matthew's death. My son had been moving and dancing and kicking for weeks. He was even more active in my womb than Sam had been. And that is saying a lot. I was sure she'd come out a champion tennis player. Her pre-birth serve and volley game was strong. Matthew was ready to be born. If he could have arrived in July instead of October when he was expected, I believe he would have. He had such an exuberant life force. I felt I already knew him. When he kept me awake, his feet contentedly tapping, I could picture him learning to walk early, chortling with pleasure as he toddled after popcorn. A dancer who would grow up singing and laughing. He had a wonderful personality. He fought even harder than I did. Even as my own life faded away, I felt Matthew twisting and punching, his little fists balled up, moving in slow motion in the fluid in which he swam. My heart beat oxygen into his. Every breath I took was a breath for Matthew. When I stopped being able to breathe, so would he. That was the only thought that pulled me away from the physical act of dying. The sorrow that my son, already so alive, would lose his life before he had the chance to truly live it. I felt such heartbreak for his father, that his father would never know his beautiful son. So many misconceptions about the moment of death. They say your entire life flashes before your eyes. You have time to make peace with your regrets, to forgive and let go of resentments, to fill your heart with love. I can see why people want to believe that in the minutes before death, a person can find peace. For me, that did not happen. My entire wonderful life was wiped out, as if it had never been, in violent thrashing, despair, pain beyond belief. I would have thought it was pure anger that drove my killer, a crazed moment that would surely end as the rage stopped, when realization that this was happening, that I was dying, would have halted the whole thing. but it didn't. That's when I saw that terrible calm enter the eyes staring down at me. I was so focused on that familiar, once so loved face during those long moments of death. At the very end, when I stopped breathing, before the last spark of consciousness left me, I heard the sigh. My vision was gone, but I heard footsteps across the room, the sound of the air conditioning cranking up, and my sensation was of cold air blowing from the vent, a harbinger of cold beyond human understanding, the ice of death. Until those final moments in my frigid room, I couldn't spare a thought from my daughter. There was no clinging to the girl that I love, no sense of goodbye. It was all me and Matthew, because we were together, and my death was his death. But at that last instant, when my life flickered and extinguished, it was Sam I thought of. It was all my daughter. I gave my entire self, my spirit, to Sam. It was all I could do for her, my daughter, my girl. The dead mourn the living, the loss of closeness and the future. I won't be there to teach Sam what I knew about growing up, and I have lost the chance to be guided by her. When she was little, she would come to the gallery after school and paint and draw. The works that inspired her most were so different from my beloved American Impressionists. After my grandmother and Ruth took a trip to India and Nepal, Matilda acquired several 15th-century Tibetan paintings and a 100-year-old English translation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The illustrations were colorful, painted in shades of red and green on parchment, filled with images of protector and wrathful gods, bodhisattvas, and green Tara, the mother of Buddhism. Sam was fascinated with all the characters, but hungry ghosts moved her most, and she drew an entire book of stories about the desperate souls who died in violence and misery, who haunted the earth without ever finding peace. What would Sam think to know that I have become a hungry ghost? After my mother died, when I was too sad to do anything but dream about heaven, I read the Book of the Dead and learned that the Bardo state lasts for 45 days after death. The Bardo is a ghost world, a period of time before a person is reborn. It gave me comfort to imagine that after a month and a half in the Bardo, my mother could find peace in another life. I looked for her everywhere, in feral kittens, a bobcat that stalked the meadow, a new baby at the beach. Will Sam remember those Tibetan-inspired drawings she did of beings in the Bardo? Will they make her think of me? Many more than 45 days have passed since my murder. My death was in July, and now it is November, my birthday. A single birth, a death, and there has been no rebirth, no respite from wandering. I'm left to believe that there never will be. My violent end leaves me ravenous for justice, a hunger that hasn't been sated. Being a mother was the best part of my life. Scotty had nothing on me in that department. I remember how I scared her, upset her in that moment early in my pregnancy when I wavered, when I thought having Matthew might change everything too much, upset the order of things. It was just a few seconds, but it angered her. I didn't appreciate her feelings enough. I wish I had been more sensitive. Motherhood. Yes, Scotty understood more than anyone what it meant to me. When I think of Sam now, what she is about to face, how will she manage? I remember how I felt when my mother died. Scholarship and achievement had been my way of healing from what the Andersons had done. But once I conceived Sam, nothing else mattered in the same way. I wanted Kate to have this too, the eternal connection to a child, the transformation from a victim who had suffered at the hands of others to a powerful woman able to give life. Lulu, too. Our dear and not-so-dear secretive mystery girl, Lulu.
It sometimes felt so unfair to me that only Scotty and I had experienced motherhood. But frankly, not everyone deserves it. Not just the childless, but not even every woman who's become a mother. I need Kate now. If justice is to come, my sister will deliver it. She is strong and furious, more single-minded than anyone I know. It has served her well in the air, in her work. She thinks I look down on her for not having the life I do. Family, children, my garden. But I don't. She would never have created the mess I did. I took the painting, one I already owned, to prove to myself I deserved my own life. The complication of Jed, I tried so hard to keep them both happy, my husband and my lover. Giving Jed the photo of Matthew from the sonogram, encouraging him to think he was my baby's father before I knew for sure. Playing with someone's feelings when the stakes are so high is serious business. Leaving Pete with an empty frame on the wall. Lies and manipulations I hadn't known I was capable of. They felt good at the time. Vital, even. A good girl all my life, it felt exhilarating to step out of line. But why couldn't I have been content with my children, living surrounded by the art that has sustained me from the beginning? I lost myself in love. And then I lost my life. 53. On Beth's birthday, Reed drove to New London to meet Tom for lunch. He had plenty to keep him busy at his desk, but the date made him uneasy, and he really needed to get away from the office. He had been sure he would have wrapped up the case by now. He had wanted it for Beth. He parked in the St. Ignatius Loyola Church parking lot at the end of Bank Street, just a few blocks from Kate's loft. He walked slowly toward the black whale, keeping his eyes open for her. He had told Tom to meet here because Tom was lecturing at the Coast Guard Academy this week, and New London would be convenient for him. But he knew there was another reason. He hadn't spoken to Kate in over 2 weeks. He felt ashamed of having nothing to report, but he wanted to run into her. The place was packed with people from the courthouse up the street, lawyers, defendants, jurors, cops. Reed recognized half of them and said hello as he made his way through the restaurant. He spotted his brother in his Coast Guard uniform, sitting in a booth in the back. "Hey," he said, sliding into his seat. "Thanks for meeting for lunch," Tom said. "I was surprised to hear from you. You've been so busy." "I needed a break," Reed said. The waitress came over and they both ordered fish and chips. Reed asked for a coffee. "What's going on?" Tom asked. "Nothing, and that's the problem," Reed said, drinking the instant the waitress set down the cup, burning his mouth. Ouch. Tom watched him, and Reed recognized the expression, half amused, half concerned. "Here," Tom said, reaching into his glass of water, fishing out a handful of ice cubes. "It'll stop the burn. An old Coast Guard trick." Reed took the cubes, nodded across the table. Tom never stopped being an older brother. He thought about siblings, how strong the bond was. He wondered how Kate was handling the day. It must have shown on his face. "What's going on?" Tom asked. "You okay?" "It's Beth's birthday." "Oh, man," Tom said, leaning forward, watching Reed. "Probably a really hard day for Kate and Sam," Reed said. "And you too?" Tom asked. "A little," Reed said. "But let's talk about something else. How was teaching?" "I'm done for the day," Tom said. "It's always good to be at the academy. See the kids coming along." "So the Coast Guard will be in good shape with the next generation?" Reed asked. Their platters of fish and chips arrived, and he realized he didn't feel hungry. He sat back, listening to Tom talk about the seamanship class he'd just taught. It made him think of sextants and celestial navigation and the astronomy professor at Osprey House, and when he glanced toward the lunch counter, there he was. "The astronomer," Reed said. Who? Tom asked, his mouth full. Martin Harris, Reed said. The guy I told you about, who knew too much about Beth's crime scene? Right. Connected to Pete by the stars, Tom said. Give me a minute, Reed said. He left his brother sitting there and walked around the counter, right through the swinging door into the kitchen. It was a small space that smelled like fried food, noisy with clattering dishes and the hiss of the griddle. Martin Harris carried a big rectangular gray plastic bin full of dirty dishes from out front, placed it in a deep stainless steel sink, and turned on the water. Reed waved at Alma, the cook. They knew each other from his many lunches at the detectives' table over the years. He raised his eyebrows in a question, pointed at Harris, and she nodded her okay. Thanks, he mouthed. Mr. Harris, Reed said. Harris glanced over his shoulder, his eyes as bloodshot as ever. I'm working, he said. I see that, Reed said. I only want a few minutes of your time. Your boss doesn't mind. Let's step outside. Harris looked over at Alma, who was busy at the stove. He led Reed out the back door into an alley. It ran the length of the block behind the church. People were milling around outside the parish house, lining up. He realized they were waiting to go into the soup kitchen. That's where you eat sometimes, right? Reed said. Yes, it is, Harris said. It's strange to me, Martin, that when I asked you about Beth Lathrop, you didn't mention you ate there. Because she worked there. Yeah, she and her friend. Two nice ladies from a fancy town, Harris said. Serving food to people like us. Who'da thunk? So you did know Beth? Not really, Harris said. Yes, I'd see her at meals sometimes, and she was really nice. I didn't mention it because I didn't do anything, and I knew you'd think something bad. Reed didn't say anything, held his emotions inside. But he thought of Beth feeding Martin Harris, being kind to him, having no idea of the kind of crimes he had committed, making herself vulnerable to what he could do to her. We never got together outside here or anything, Harris said, sounding nervous. I barely even talked to her, just thanked her for the food. I hang out more with her friend. Jed Hilliard? Reed asked. Who, that artist guy? Harris asked. I know him from here, but we're not friends or anything. Then who is it you hang out with? You know, the other lady from Blackhall. She's really nice. She buys us drinks once in a while, and she'll join us. He laughed. She's a hoot. Then a serious look crossed his face. But she is really broken up. About what? Beth, of course. They were so close. You could tell just seeing them here. When she talks about what happened... Harris closed his eyes tight, as if it was too awful for him to contemplate. What does she talk about? Reed asked, feeling sweat run down his back. The death, what was done to Beth, the bruises, those bone chips, pearls in the blood, the lace around her neck, the way it dug in. These were the things Harris had said before that had caused Reed to suspect he had been at the crime scene, or that Pete had told him about it. Harris was practically salivating now, and Reed saw him in the grips of a fantasy, made more thrilling by the fact the ingredients had come from someone so close to Beth. Did she tell you how she knew those details? Reed asked. No, and I didn't even ask. She's tight with the family. I figured Beth's sister told her, or you did, or someone involved with the investigation. I was just happy to listen. I bet you were, Reed thought. Thank you for your help, Mr. Harris, Reed said, filled with urgency, knowing what he had to do. He left him standing there in the alley and ran back into the Black Whale to tell his brother he had somewhere to be. 54. These feelings of pure connection were unfamiliar to Kate. When it was time to meet the others, she found herself not wanting to leave the house without Clementine.
Online literature regarding the rescue of wild animals encouraged the rescuer to place the animal in a warm, quiet, dark place where it wouldn't be disturbed. Kate had found the perfect corner of her loft and done that. But when she knelt on the floor and saw Clementine lying on her side, watching her with those wide, velvet brown eyes, she fought the urge to take her along. "You're coming with me," she said after a minute, not even feeling foolish for speaking out loud to a rabbit. She put Clementine's crate on the car seat beside her and turned up the heat. Popcorn squeezed into the back. She drove straight to Matilda's. All the leaves were off the trees bordering the private road up toward the house. The bare branches interlocked overhead, forming a dark canopy against a white sky. Snow was forecast. Kate could feel it coming. The air was charged with static electricity. It was only 3:15 and she was the first to arrive. She stopped at the head of the hillside meadow, got out of the car with the basket she'd brought from home. She left the car running to keep the heat going for Clementine. Popcorn went bounding through the field. The only sound was the November wind blowing through an acre of hay, whispers from the sea. She tugged handfuls of tall grass. When she got home, she would weave them into a bed for Clementine. Crouching down, she ran her hand over a patch of dry clover, picking a bunch for her food. The first snowflakes fell. She glanced down the hill, pictured how it looked when it was covered with deep snow. She felt a pull back to childhood. She could see children on sleds, Beth in a red snowsuit, Kate in blue. They would tear down the hill, top speed, hitting bumps, steering the best they could and hoping the long glide at the end would stop them short of the lily pond. The pond usually froze solid by mid-December, but Kate still worried about breaking through the ice. Rescuing Clementine helped her remember how protective she'd felt of her sister, of how it had helped to care at a level deeper than words, to feel it in her skin. They had had so much fun, sledding down and running back up the hill, but Kate's mind would be busy formulating plans for what she'd do if Beth went into the icy pond. Kate weighed whether it would be better to kick off her boots, toss her jacket aside first. Without them, she'd be more buoyant. Or whether the extra seconds would mean less time to save Beth. It wasn't actual fear, just a measure of how seriously she took her responsibility as a big sister. "You ready?" she remembered saying to Beth. Kate was 9. She sat behind Beth on the sled, a flexible flyer that had been their mother's when she was young. Her arms and legs wrapped around her sister, holding her tight. "Don't go so fast this time," Beth said. "You don't have to be scared." "I don't want to fall off," Beth said. "I've got you." And they pushed off and flew down the hill again, shrieking with the thrill of it all. After that, Beth couldn't get enough. The speedier they went, the better. Kate had loved watching Beth find her inner daredevil. When Kate had filled her basket with enough grass and clover, she checked her watch. The others should be arriving at any time. She continued up the hill on foot, leaving her car parked on the side of the driveway. She opened the door to the garden shed, where the sleds had been stored. They were still there, their red runners rusting, the oak boards weathered and lettering nearly invisible with age. The shed's interior was colder than the outside. She saw her breath. Ice skates hung from pegs on the wall. 6 pairs, Matilda's and Ruth's, Kate's and Beth's, and Kate's parents. There was a time when the whole family had been happy together. Kate closed her eyes and saw her father building a bonfire down by the pond. Matilda had filled thermoses with hot chocolate, and after skating, everyone drank from green pottery mugs, blowing on the steaming chocolate to cool it off while warming their frozen fingers on the hot cups. Kate and Beth had always squeezed together on the rough wooden bench. They'd shared warmth through their jackets, arms pressing together, listening while the grown-ups talked. Back then, Kate had always been happiest when there was as little room as possible between her and Beth. When she heard tires crunching on the gravel, she called Popcorn and drove the short distance to the turnaround in front of the house. She saw Pete's car parked there. Her blood boiled. She had told him he couldn't stay, but typical Pete doing just what he wanted. She didn't want him here ever, but especially not on Beth's birthday. She reached into Clementine's crate, gently touched her soft fur. It reassured Kate to feel her breathing in and out. Lulu pulled up the drive, then Scotty. Kate saw that Scotty's car was full, Isabel in front, Sam and Julie in back. They'd all come to celebrate Beth. Popcorn bounded out of the car. Everyone piled out, hugged each other. They all wore warm coats, and they squished together in a big circle and didn't want to let go. "I didn't expect him to be here," Kate said, gesturing at Pete's car when they broke apart. She glanced at Sam, not wanting to hurt her, but unable to hold back her real feelings, especially today. "Should we go somewhere else?" Lulu asked. "Well, he is Sam's dad," Scotty said, "Beth's widower." "He said he didn't want to celebrate," Sam said. "Maybe it's better we leave." "We're not leaving," Kate said. "He is." She had started toward the house when she heard Julie squeal. "Bunny! A bunny!" Julie said, her palms pressed to the passenger side window of Kate's car. "That's right," Kate said. "What's wrong with her?" Julie asked. "She's sleeping?" "She got hurt," Lulu said. "Kate rescued her." "Want to see her. Let me get close," Julie said. "Oh, come on," Isabel said. "It's freezing out here." Kate agreed, but Julie was so insistent, and she had planned to carry Clementine inside anyway. "Her name is Clementine," Kate said, crouching beside Julie. "Little rabbit," Julie said, reaching out one finger but not quite touching Clementine's twitching nose. At the same time, she glanced nervously over her shoulder. "Don't want to go in there." "In where?" Kate asked. "Inside the house. Reminds me of Sam's mom." "It's good to remember people we loved," Kate said. "It was strange, very," Julie said. "Don't want to go in. I will stay with Clementine." "God, Julie," Isabel said. "Don't be so annoying. This is about Mrs. Lathrop. We're thinking about her on her birthday." "I will stay with Clementine," Julie said, scrambling into the car. "Julie, get out here right now," Scotty said. Kate leaned past her, face to face with Julie. The girl who never looked her in the eye suddenly did. "Are you afraid of something?" Kate asked. "I don't like pretend talk to Sam's mom." Her eyes darted to Lulu, then to her mother. "Did something happen?" Kate asked, alarmed by Julie's panic. "That makes you feel this way?" Julie put her hands over her ears. "Stop it! Stop! Mommy, no one listening like before. No one listening. Just talk to air. Talk. Again, she looked at Lulu. Whether in fear or a sort of pleading for understanding, Kate was unsure. "Come on, sweetheart," Scotty said, hugging Julie. "Everything is fine." "Hey, where's Sam?" Isabel asked. Everyone stood still and looked around. Sam wasn't there. 55. Pete wanted to feel amused to call this home. It had belonged to the great Matilda, but he was here now. He sat in the recliner he'd brought from Church Street, making himself at home. He ate a big handful of Georgia peanuts, his favorite kind, from a tin Beth had given him for his last birthday. And today was her birthday. It made him feel terrible. Melancholy didn't cover it. He couldn't even enjoy the satisfaction of being in Matilda's house. Kate had forbidden him to stay here, and even Nicola wasn't very welcoming. That was their problem. He closed his eyes, going over the details for the many hundredth time, sure that if he could put the pieces together, he would be able to figure out what had happened. He grieved Beth, and screw anyone who thought otherwise. But the events of the year prior, all the fights with Beth and Nicola, could cause him trouble, make him look bad if they were brought into the open. And he knew the detective still thought he did it. His back had healed from the scratches, the bite. He hadn't meant to scare Nicola so badly that day. It had been a week before Beth had died, and Pete had been totally sick of women, of being torn in half. It was a beautiful day in July. Tyler was fussy, didn't want to take a nap, so they loaded him into the car, went for a ride. They wound up in the state forest near a waterfall. Tyler had finally fallen asleep in his car seat. Pete and Nicola sat in the front, windows open, listening to birds and the sound of rushing water. She started in. "When are you leaving her? When can we be together?" And he snapped. "What the hell do you even want with me?" he asked. "All you ever do is complain about what I'm not giving you." "Why don't you realize that it's what I want to give you that's killing me?" she said. "Not being able to do everything I want to do for you, for Tyler." He shook his head. "I can't even remember the last time you kissed me." She smiled. She leaned across the console and kissed him the way she used to. The way that used to make him go crazy. Then he felt her hand between his legs. Next thing, they were out of the car. He took off his shirt, laid it on the ground for a blanket, and they made love right there in the open, not caring if anyone came along. "Is that better?" she asked, smiling up at him. "Yeah," he said, rolling off her and smoothing her hair back from her face. She was so beautiful, young and bright-eyed. If only they could go back to the way they'd been when they first started. "Can I ask you to be more patient?" "I'm trying." "Doesn't seem it," he said. He hadn't meant it to sound harsh, but she reacted as if he'd slapped her. Her face turned bright red, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "Here they come. Here come the sobs, right on schedule." She pushed him away, hard, and tried to get up. He grabbed her wrist, yanked her down. Anger boiled inside him. She provoked him every chance she got. "You know what I'm giving up for you?" he asked. "I have a wife, a daughter. Beth fucking told my mother about us. Now I'm going to have to face that. For what? This? Someone who cries every time I open my mouth?" She was weeping now, sitting on his shirt, hands over her eyes. He had had enough. She wanted to walk away just now. He'd see how she liked it. He stood up, hurried toward the car. He'd leave her right where she was, let her walk down the road. He'd be waiting there, but just then he wanted to really show her what could happen if she kept this up. "See you at home," he said over his shoulder. "Pete!" she cried. Pete glanced in the back seat. Tyler was still sleeping. "I'll take good care of him," Pete said, dangling the car keys. "Just think about the way you act, how you're pushing me away. You're the one destroying us." "Don't leave," she cried. He opened the car door fast, wanting to speed away. "Don't you take my son," she screamed, and he felt her on his back, clawing, biting him as if she were an animal. He yelled, trying to shake her off, but she held on tighter. It was as if every emotion in the universe filled him, turned her into a monster, tore around them like a tornado. When she finally stopped, and Pete had wheeled to grab her in a tight hug to keep her arms from flailing, it turned into an embrace. And he was the one sobbing, telling her he didn't know what to do, that he never would have left her alone in the woods. Meanwhile, his back was on fire. It felt as if she had bitten a chunk out of his shoulder. And Nicola was whispering into his ear, "Forgive me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." They had driven back to the house, where she had dressed the nasty wounds, dabbing at them with hydrogen peroxide, covering them with gauze. Reason it out, he told himself now, sitting in Matilda's house.
If you can give the police more of the truth, you're off the hook. Tell Reed about the fight with Nicola." But it would make her look terrible. Pete didn't want Reed going after her. What if he thought she was violent? He could become suspicious of Nicola, think that she could have been the one to kill Beth, shift the investigation to her. As a child, his passion had been chess. He had grown up in the part of Providence you wouldn't want to be seen in, and most Saturdays and Sundays he would take the bus to the east side, where he would wait for a spot outside the chess shop on Thayer Street and with total confidence take on all comers. He played Brown and RISD students and professors, retired physicists, math prodigies, and a Russian Grand Master who had coached Boris Spassky. But his greatest teacher was Max Brandt, a homeless man who slept in Prospect Terrace Park and who regularly beat everyone. It just went to show that the educated, the so-called elite, could easily be bested by someone overlooked by society. Pete had learned that staying one move ahead was pleasant, but nowhere close to the rush of letting the opponent think he was winning and blindsiding him with an attack he didn't see coming. Max had shown him that over and over. Beth's death wasn't a game of chess. It was nothing but sorrow for most of the people in her life, including Pete. But dealing with the police, his friends, her sister, Sam, even Nicola, required careful maneuvering. Pete couldn't expect anyone to understand his point of view. He was alone in this, as he had been in most things. Throughout his entire life, he had been told by his mother how brilliant he was. His entire extended family had acknowledged that he was the brain of the family, and many had been resentful. He'd gotten into St. George's, one of the best prep schools in the country. If he had wanted, he could have gone to any Ivy, but he hadn't gone that route. Pete was modest about his looks, but he couldn't help being aware that women who'd been buttoned up their whole lives enjoyed the attention of a handsome bad boy who happened to be brilliant. He had dated several possibilities before Beth. Another heiress, a principal in a private equity firm, a top-earning sales rep for a major pharmaceutical company. Beth had had the most potential. And surprise, he had actually loved her. In the early days of their relationship, what was not to love? She'd believed in him almost as much as his mother had. She had handed him the keys to the gallery, the art world, and the quiet blue blood society of Shoreline, Connecticut. By the time their marriage was in trouble, he'd found Nicola. As a graduate student at Bard, Nicola would be attracted only to the smartest men, and she had chosen Pete. Beth had stopped appreciating him the way he deserved. She had at the beginning of their relationship, but it had dwindled away. She had demeaned him and had never let him forget that she owned everything. He thought back to their early days when he had been so full of hope and dreams. He was working for the insurance agency that had underwritten the art stolen from the Lathrop gallery. Pete researched the case thoroughly. Back then it had been called the Harkness Woodward Gallery. Once Pete understood the dynamics of how Garth Woodward had hired the Andersons to steal Moonlight and tie up the family in the basement, he decided it was time to meet the daughters. He showed up at the gallery for an opening. They were both there, Kate and Beth. But Kate barely gave him a look. Beth did the opposite, drew him in with her warmth and bubbly personality. When he told her where he worked, no doubt stirring up traumatic memories, she didn't turn away. He remembered the sensitivity in her eyes. "Are you in your field because you love art?" she asked. "It's my passion," he lied. "Did you know that your company and our gallery have a long-standing connection?" "Yes," he said. "And I am so sorry for the reason that you needed us, for what you and your family went through." "Thank you," she'd said, her eyes welling. He gazed at her with all the comfort in the world. It was as if they had known each other forever, an instant bond. He wanted to give her the feeling that no one could understand what she had endured more than he could. She soaked it up.
He knew what she needed, and he gave it to her. His instincts were perfect when it came to what women needed. Greater things had happened to the gallery since he had married Beth and taken over as president. He had acted as press agent, getting articles in several art magazines and major newspapers. Because of Pete, the Lathrop Gallery had a presence on all the major social media platforms. He tweeted once a day, posted photos on Instagram, and had attracted over 5,000 followers on Facebook. An impressive number for a small family-owned gallery. But she had not appreciated him. She had never let him forget that the money came from her family. What she'd failed to fully realize was that being born rich was nothing more than blind luck. It had nothing to do with IQ. He had once, before Sam was born, tried to get her to take the Mensa test, and she had literally laughed. Not that she would have passed. Last December, when they were decorating the gallery for Christmas, Pete had stood at the foot of the ladder while Beth had balanced the star on top of the tree, and he had felt like giving the ladder a good shake. God help him, he thought of it now, and given how she'd died, he felt more ashamed than ever about that single impulse. In that split second, when he had been so angry with her, he would have loved to see her crack her head open on the edge of the desk. "Fuck," he said out loud to himself. "Fucking bastard." But it wasn't all him. The whole family had put each other through the ringer. The damn painting. Moonlight. It had gone missing last year, and now it was again. When he'd seen that empty frame, his heart had literally stopped in his chest. Beth had just stared at him, eyes full of blame when he'd pointed it out to her. Of course, she'd probably think he took it, and he couldn't explain to her, or even after she died to read. Not without betraying someone he loved more than the world. "Dad?" At the sound of Sam's voice, he got out of his chair. "Sam, what are you doing here?" "Everyone's outside," she said, gesturing at the front window. "We came to celebrate Mom's birthday." "Kate's here?" She nodded. "And Lulu, and Scotty, Isabel, Julie, all of us." "Are you doing okay?" he asked. "Well, it's her birthday, so..." "Yeah, I know." She brushed her long hair out of her eyes, and he caught sight of the scars on the inside of her left arm. Were the cuts fresh, or were they scars from months, a year ago, that were healing? "She's cutting because of you," Beth had said. "Because of you and Nicola and your baby, because she's afraid of losing her father." "You still doing that?" he asked, pointing at first, then walking over to her, gently holding her wrist. "Please tell me you're not." "Not as much," she said. "Sometimes, though." He traced the scar she had made last year, just before going to camp. Beth was at the gallery, cataloging new acquisitions. He went to the bank, but instead of returning straight to work, he drove home. He knew Sam had been upset with him, and he wanted a father-daughter moment to reassure her as she was getting ready for camp that she was his number one, his oldest, his baby, and always would be. He walked into the house through the front door, heard rummaging in the closet, saw Sam emerge. She jumped as if he'd caught her doing something wrong. The look upon her face was pure guilt. "What are you doing in there?" he asked. "Nothing, Dad. Just looking for my boots and a rain slicker. It gets a little wet up in Maine." "You sure?" he asked. "What happened to your wrist?" She glanced down at it, saw the smudge of blood. "Huh," she said. "Must have snagged it on a nail or a hook or whatever." Later, Beth would tell him about Sam's cutting, but that day he didn't have a clue. "Well, did you find your slicker?" "Yeah," she said. "It's in there. I'll grab it when we drive up." "Why are you here anyway? Why aren't you at work?" "I came to talk to you," he said. "Why?" "Because you're going to camp," he said. "And I want us to be okay." He thought of the day Sam was born, of how thrilled he had been, how he had imagined for her the life he had never had. That July day, he felt pressure in his chest, as if his heart were expanding, wanting to burst out of his skin. He stepped forward to hug her, but she pulled back. "Be okay?" she asked with a guttural laugh. "Sam." "Dad," she said. "Don't. Talking will just make it all worse. I have to go. I told Isabel I'd meet her." And she'd run out the door. Now, on her mother's birthday, she stood in Matilda's living room, looking at him with sad eyes. "That scar," he said, pointing, "looks better." "I call it memory of moonlight," she said. "Maybe it's better you just forget it." "Forgotten moonlight?" she asked. "Don't you think that's impossible, considering what I did?" "I suppose it would be." "Why didn't you ever tell Mom?" "Because I wanted to protect you." "She would have been mad." "You taking the painting off the wall, putting it in the hall closet, didn't you think you might trigger her? Make her relive that earlier time? Didn't you think it would hurt her?" Sam stared at the small white scar. "I bled on it, too. I didn't mean to do that. I felt horrible. The painting's so valuable." "It was just a tiny smudge on the back of the canvas," he said. "And the painting's value is nothing compared to you, Sam. You're who we love, who matters, not some piece of art." He swallowed. Had she come in here to confess something else about the painting? He knew the police had found the canvas rolled up in the gallery basement, the back scrawled with a blood heart. "Honey, did you take it this time too?" "No, I swear," she said, shaking her head hard. "Okay, I believe you. But why did you do it before?" "Because everything was falling apart," Sam said in a low voice, not meeting Pete's eyes. "I wanted you to think someone broke into our house so you'd pay attention, so you'd stay home. We're a family." She walked toward him then, banged right into his chest and let him hold her while she cried, rock her while she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hid the painting. I want her back, Dad. I want you to be together. I want us all to be together." "I want that too," he whispered. More than he had meant anything in his life, he meant that, which was why when Sam tilted her head back and asked her question, it cut him like a knife. "Dad, you have to tell me. Promise me you'll tell me the truth. Did you kill her? Did you kill Mom?" 56. The sky was white and snow was intermittent. Scotty's cheeks stung from the cold, and Kate's were bright red. She watched Lulu stomping her feet to keep them from freezing. Scotty bundled both Isabel and Julie close to her. Everyone faced the house. "She must have gone inside," Lulu said. "To talk to her father?" Scotty asked, giving an exaggerated shiver. "Let's get her out of there, away from him, and go warm up somewhere." She hoped it would be someplace with a full bar. Surely drinks all around would be welcome. They could toast Beth for her birthday. "I'll go get Sam," Isabel said, striding away toward the front door. Julie trailed after her. "Girls," Scotty called. "I'm sure it's fine," Lulu said, grabbing her arm. "Pete's not going to do anything, and Sam will be more likely to come with Isabel than a bunch of ancient aunties." Scotty instinctively recoiled from Lulu's touch. It was something about the pointed look in Lulu's eyes, as if she were staring into Scotty's soul, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Or possibly wanting to rewrite her own history, wiping out the parts that Scotty knew. She glanced at Kate, who seemed not to notice the interaction. "What's your problem?" Scotty asked. "I was going to ask you the same thing," Lulu said.
You've been acting weird toward me, Scotty said. I was just thinking about how close we all were, Lulu said, and then how many secrets we kept from each other. I've gotten over the Jed part of it all, Kate said. At least I'm trying to. Whether I like it or not, she had her reasons for not telling me, and so did you two. Scotty watched as Kate reached into the pocket of her jacket, pulled out a folded piece of paper. I made a copy of this, Kate said. I don't know if Beth ever showed you. Maybe it's the one thing between her and me that you don't know about, haven't seen yet. She smoothed out the black and white image. Scotty's knees nearly buckled when she realized what it was. A sonogram, Lulu said. Matthew, Scotty said, reaching for it. Who was his father, Pete or Jed? Will we ever know? Kate asked. At this point, I'm not sure it really makes a difference, Lulu said softly. It does, Scotty said, her voice harsher than she intended. Both friends turned to look at her. Only someone who doesn't have kids could say it doesn't, Scotty said. Believe me. The baby's gone, Kate said. No one needs to raise him, but he still has us to love him. Still, Scotty said, the father deserved to know. And she decided not to tell him, Lulu said. You were behind her in that, Scotty said. In that way, you encouraged her worst self. Beth didn't have a worst self, Kate said. Don't say that. Scotty took a step closer to Lulu. I tried to help her. I really did. I wanted to support her in all she was going through. What are you talking about? Kate asked. Scotty stared at the sonogram. It reminded her of the joy she'd felt seeing Isabel's, then Julie's, sharing the moment with Nick. He had been as thrilled as she was. He had always been there throughout her pregnancies. Why did he have to start running? She asked. What? Kate asked. Nick, turning into a running fool, jogging away from us. Come on, Scotty, Lulu said. He was just training for the race. Scotty shook the cobwebs from her mind. Pregnancy is one of the greatest times of a couple's life. The way Nick used to look at me, hold me, I wanted that for Jed. Jed, he's the father? Kate asked. Mm-hmm, Scotty said. When did she tell you? Lulu asked. That last day, Scotty said. I'd gone over to help with her garden. She really wasn't feeling good. It was so hot out, and I didn't like thinking of her digging in the dirt, weeding, getting overheated. Wait, Lulu said. The last day of her life, in July. Scotty nodded, picturing the perspiration on Beth's face, how Scotty had gently wiped it from her brow. You were the last to see her? After Pete left? Lulu asked. Who said it was after Pete left? Scotty asked, feeling pressured. Kate knows it was before. Yes, Kate said to Lulu. Scotty was over there early in the morning. Beth liked to garden in the shade before the sun rose over the trees. But even then it was scorching. Lulu, you keep talking about support. Well, that's one way I helped Beth, planting mint and thyme and petunias and lobelia, and encouraging her to tell Jed the good news, that he was the dad. But she didn't want to, Lulu said. A statement, not a question, which implied criticism. No, she didn't want to, Scotty said, narrowing her eyes. And that was wrong. She felt startled by the vehemence in her own tone. Did you see her go into the house when Pete was still in there before he left? Kate asked. Scotty scrunched up her face, not only trying to recall the exact sequence, but calibrating how to tell it to Kate and Lulu. She had been so hungover. Maybe things would have gone differently if she hadn't gotten so drunk the night before. She had still had alcohol in her bloodstream when she'd arrived at Beth's. She really needed to do something about her drinking. "Yes," she said, "I did. I convinced her to leave the rest of the gardening till sunset. It would be so much cooler then. I told her to go inside and lie down in the air conditioning." She choked up. This was the part she hated to remember. She wished she could erase it from her mind. "I keep thinking if I had just stayed, if I hadn't sent her in there, to him, to Pete. I should have just stayed out there, insisting she tell Jed. I could have driven him to her. She could have had the happiness of telling him he was the father, instead of going into that house and—" "It wasn't your fault," Lulu said. "You couldn't have known." "When I think of what was done to her," Scotty said. She pictured Beth's fractured skull, blood pouring from the caved-in side of her head, and she felt so sick she had to keep herself from throwing up. "You know, my girls hadn't even had breakfast by the time I got home. I walked in and cut up a pineapple and some ice-cold watermelon, put everything on the table for the girls, for when they woke up. Isabel would stay in bed all day if she could, but that day it was humid. She was up and waiting for me, Julie too. On other summer days, she might have heard the screen door opening, seen Nick running water at the sink after his jog. She'd watch him take a long drink, his body glistening with sweat. She could actually smell it now, not dank and awful, but the scent of the man she loved. She would push from her mind the suspicion that he was having an affair, or wanted to have one, with one of those women he ran with. They used to be happy. They used to have a great marriage. She looked from Kate to Lulu. These two would never understand, but Beth had. "Cheating," she said to Lulu and Kate now. "I never even thought about it before Pete and Nicola. They opened the door to it, such a terrible door. And Beth walked through it, straight to Jed. I would have expected her to be stronger." "Scotty," Lulu said. "I'm grateful, Scotty," Kate said, "that she saw you that day. She spent some of her last morning with one of her best friends." Scotty's eyes filled. "She did. I made sure of it. And after Isabel woke up, it was still so early, but God, it was so hot she just couldn't stay in bed. I called Beth. Isabel and Julie were right there at the table, listening to me talk to her on the phone." "When did you go over and find the UPS note?" Kate asked. "The what?" Scotty asked, distracted by the sound of a car coming up the driveway. She peered down the hill, but it hadn't rounded the corner yet. "Never mind. Back to the phone call. What did Beth say when you talked to her?" Kate asked. Scotty understood her friend's thirst for every memory of her sister. She got that, and she would make sure Kate received what she needed. "Well, Isabel and Julie were right there next to me, eating their breakfast. I was gazing at them, thinking how lucky Beth and I were to have daughters. So I said, 'Sweetheart, I'm here for you. We might disagree about a few things, but you know I love you. And when Sam gets back from camp, we'll have a mother-daughter day.'" "And what did Beth say?" Kate asked, thirsty for more. "That she couldn't wait, that we would go to Watch Hill and have lemonade at the Olympia Tea Room, and watch Julie ride the carousel, and maybe the older girls, too." "No, she didn't," Julie said, crouched by the shed. "Julie," Scotty said, shocked to hear her voice. "I thought you were inside with Isabel, getting Sam." "Air talk, Mommy. You talked to the air, not a person." Scotty tried to laugh, noticing how Kate looked puzzled and Lulu looked suspicious. "What is air talk, Julie?" Kate asked. "When Mommy talked to no one, on the phone, saying words, but no one to listen. The phone line just ringing and ringing." "What are you talking about, Julie?" Scotty asked, grabbing her arm and giving it a shake. "Don't lie, you know it's wrong." "Not lying," Julie cried out. "Just stop this. Be quiet. Go find your sister." "But, Mommy," Julie said, tugging on Scotty's sleeve. I picked up the phone in your bedroom, Mommy, and you were talking to no one. Sam's mother not on the phone, no one on the phone. And we weren't eating breakfast either. It was lunchtime already.
Julie, the adults are having a conversation, Scotty snapped. Do you want a timeout?
Daddy was gone to the boat, remember? Mr. Lathrop came to pick up Daddy and they left, and it was after that. Lunchtime, you called and talked to the air. Lunchtime, Mommy.
Beth wasn't talking? Kate asked. When your mother called her? Julie shook her head. For God's sakes, Scotty said. I came home for breakfast. I called Beth. We had a conversation before the men left, and she was fine.
Lunch, not breakfast, Julie said. And talked to air, ringing phone, not Mrs. Lathrop.
There was no one on the line? Kate asked, and Scotty felt her gaze burning straight into her. Don't listen to her, Scotty said.
It was lunch. Tuna fish, not breakfast. That's when you got back from Mrs. Lathrop. Blood on you here, Julie said, touching the side of her neck and under her chin. I told you, Mommy, wash it off! Wash it off!
Scotty didn't listen to the rest. She saw the way Kate's face crumpled and turned red, how she lurched toward her, and Scotty turned away. She began to walk, then run toward the house. She was running just like Nick ran, away from what he didn't want. In this case, her. And she ran away from what she didn't want. The sight of Kate's eyes when she realized the blood Julie had seen had been Beth's, from when Scotty had bashed her head in. When Kate realized what Scotty had done to her sister. 57. Kate was frozen in place, watching Scotty walk into the house. A black car sped up the drive, kicking gravel out behind. Scotty. Beth. White sky, snow. Beth. Lulu chasing Scotty into the house. Beth. Scotty, no. Scotty. Now this car, this black car, coming fast. Kate couldn't move, couldn't feel. She was a statue, a sculpture in Matilda's garden. Sculpture. Owl. Beth. Beth. She stared through the windshield, saw Connor's eyes, wild eyes staring at her. Connor jumping out of the car, door left open. She saw him running to her now, as fast as anyone has ever run, and the ice broke into a million pieces, and Kate stopped being a statue. She flew at Connor, crying now, grabbing him as hard as she could. It was Scotty, she screamed. I know, Connor said, holding her. I know, Kate. Where is she now? In the house, Kate said, sobbing. And Sam's in there. 58. Reed walked through the front door and found Scotty sitting on the marble stairs. Lulu stood beside her. Isabel and Julie huddled together, leaning against a grandfather clock. Everyone was very quiet. Sam was nowhere in sight. He sensed Kate behind him but didn't turn around. His gaze was on Scotty. She was wearing a heavy wool coat, and the heat seemed to be getting to her. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't wipe them away. Reed saw her trying to look behind him. He wanted to block her view of Kate. Scotty, he said, do you know why I'm here? A misunderstanding, she said. My daughter has a disability. She didn't know what she was saying. I'm sure if I can just explain. Mom, Isabel said. Please just tell them you didn't do anything. Well, of course I didn't, Scotty said. Reed watched Lulu walk over to Scotty's daughters, bend down and whisper something. She put her hands on each girl's shoulder. Isabel struggled as if she didn't want to comply, but within a few seconds, Lulu had led Isabel and Julie into another room of the house. Now Reed could hear Kate breathing heavily behind him. He didn't want to look away from Scotty, to make sure she wasn't holding a weapon, that she couldn't hurt anyone else. But he threw a quick glance, saw Kate looking pure white, like a ghost with fire in her eyes. "How could you do it, Scotty?" Kate asked. "Sweetie, don't even—" Scotty began. "You can't call me that," Kate said. "Not after what you did." "Detective Reed, Kate is really upset right now. It makes sense, doesn't it? It's Beth's birthday. We're all very emotional. I think it's best if I take my daughters home," Scotty said. "It's better you stay right there," Reed said. "I actually have to get home to my husband," Scotty said. "He'll be expecting me." When Reed had run back into the Black Whale and told Tom what Harris had said, and that he was going to drive to Hubbard's Point to arrest Scotty Waterston, it had been Tom's idea to check to see where she would be, because it was Beth's birthday, and it made sense the best friends would be spending it together. So Reed had called Nick, and Nick had told him Scotty and the kids would be joining Kate, Lulu, and Sam at Matilda's to celebrate Beth's life. He expected they would all be having dinner together. "I talked to your husband," Reed said. "He's the one who told me you'd be here." "Well, I've had enough of being here," Scotty said. "This day isn't turning out to be at all what I'd hoped. Not a very good way to honor Beth." "I also talked to your friend Martin," Reed said. "He's not really a friend," Scotty said, sounding nervous. "Did he say he was?" "He said you buy him drinks and tell him the news." "I don't tell him anything," Scotty said, her gaze darting to Kate. Reed looked, and Kate seemed spellbound, as pale as before, the fire in her eyes still smoldering. "You told him about Beth," Reed said. "Well, he cared," Scotty said. "She was important to everyone at the soup kitchen. They wanted to hear how the case was progressing." Scotty, he knew an awful lot about things. "And I have to admit, I wonder how you knew them," Reed said. "Oh, come on," Scotty said with another glance at Kate. "Word gets around. People talk. We all want this to get solved, put behind us." Kate cleared her throat. She stepped forward so she was standing next to Reed. "You know what I want?" Kate asked, staring straight at Scotty. "To know what she said when she saw what you were doing to her." "Please, Kate." "And I want to know," Kate said, her voice low and calm. "Why, after you hit her, after you strangled her, why did you do that with her underwear? Wrap it around her neck?" Reed needed to know the same thing, and he knew he should stop Kate and take Scotty back to headquarters to question her. But Kate took a step closer to Scotty, stood right beside her. "The bruises between her legs," Kate said, her voice rising. "Did you do that to make it look good? To make it seem like a stranger attacked her? Did you do that, Scotty? Was she still alive when you were making it look as if she'd been raped?" "Kate, no, I swear," Scotty said. Reed reached behind to grab his handcuffs from his belt. "You did it," Kate wept, crouching beside Beth's best friend. "You did, Scotty, and she knew it. That's what I hate to think of more than anything, that Beth knew it." Reed watched as Scotty reached for Kate's hand, and Kate let her hold it for a few seconds before she tore herself away. 59. Kate sat in a chair in the library, West running Brook and The Lives of the Artists on the pile of books where she had left them months ago, the day she had come to look for the blood hearts. She leaned to better see out the window, making sure she could see Sam walking through the field with popcorn.
Connor had arrested Scotty, put her in handcuffs, and taken her to the state police barracks in Westbrook. Nick had picked up Isabel and Julie. Pete had been somewhere. Kate hadn't cared. "Why did she do it?" Kate had asked. "She lost her mind," Lulu said. "No, there's a reason. A clear reason. There has to be. Kate, there's no way this will ever make sense." And Lulu was right about that. "Staging it all?" Kate said. "With Beth's underwear? Making her look like that?" "To put the blame on someone else?" Lulu asked. "I don't know what went through her mind," Kate had said. "She went crazy." She was drinking more, a lot, and things weren't going so well with Nick. Maybe they were falling apart. But what did Beth do to make her do it? Kate was watching Sam out the window. Sam had found an old tennis ball and threw it for Popcorn to chase. He retrieved it and bounded back to her. "Nothing," Kate had said after a few moments. "There's nothing she could have done to deserve it." "I know," Lulu had said. But in Scotty's mind, what was she thinking? Kate didn't take her eyes off Sam. Now she was petting Popcorn's head. Now she had her arms around his neck. The way she held him, cheek against his fur, reminded Kate of Beth. Beth loved two men, Lulu had said, trying to answer her own question. Was that it? She cheated on her husband. She refused to tell the men whose baby it was. Everybody but Scotty is a sinner. She was our friend, Kate had said, fighting waves of fury and hate. I don't care why she did it. She killed Beth. Lulu had given Kate a little shove, making her push over slightly, squeezing onto the chair beside her. Kate had felt the warmth of Lulu's arms around her shoulder. The front door slammed and Sam walked into the room. She was lit from behind, from sunlight pouring through the tall window. She looked like an angel holding a rabbit. She placed Clementine on Kate's lap and sat at her feet. "It was Mrs. Waterston?" she had asked. Kate nodded, hardly able to see through her tears. What would it be like for Sam to know her closest friend's mother had killed Beth? "It wasn't Dad," Sam said, choking as she said the words, tears pouring down her face. "At least it wasn't him. But oh, Aunt Kate, she was like family to us." She couldn't speak for a few seconds. "I can't stand thinking of Mom knowing it was her, feeling her best friend kill her." Kate stood up to hug Sam. Her niece's words flowed through her, and for that instant, Kate was Beth, imagining how it felt to have the life crushed out of her by someone she had loved her whole life. "I saw the detective take her away," Sam said. "She had handcuffs on. Isabel was screaming. Julie was crying." Kate nodded. She had seen and heard them too. "Mom had to visit her father in prison, and now Isabel's going to have to go there to visit her mother. Will she and I even stay friends?" Kate hugged her because she didn't have the answer. She remembered the old phrase, "best friends forever." It hadn't worked out that way. Outside, tires crunched on the gravel. Kate heard a car door slam. The sound startled Clementine, and she scampered across the room. Sam went to look out the window. "Who is it?" Lulu asked. "Detective Reed's back," Sam said. Kate watched Clementine hide beneath the desk chair. She walked over to the desk and reached for The Lives of the Artists. She opened to the last page, saw the heart and all their initials. K, L, S, and B. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. She didn't turn around. She heard Pete's voice greeting Connor.
Someday Connor would apologize to him for getting it wrong. Or maybe he wouldn't. She heard Lulu saying they should leave, that it was time to go home. She heard Sam trying to coax Clementine out from her hiding place. But still, Kate didn't turn around. She couldn't take her eyes off the page where 4 young girls had once written their initials in blood. They had been sisters and best friends. They had made promises to each other. There would be no secrets. There would be only love. "Come on," Lulu said gently. "It's time to go." Kate stared at the page. She heard low voices behind her. Leaning down, she kissed B for Beth. "Kate," Connor said from the doorway. Kate stood tall and walked toward the detective. He put his arms around her, and they stood together, rocking back and forth. "You okay?" he asked, leaning back enough so he could look into her eyes. She shook her head but felt a small smile deep inside. He gazed at her as if he could see into her soul, as if he knew what she was thinking, that she could never really lose her sister. She crouched to pick up Clementine. She held her gently in her arms, felt her heart lightly beating through her soft fur. Then, together, they had all walked out of the room. 60. May 5th. Oh, Kate. We walk through the meadow holding hands. Up the slant of the hill we go until we near the top up above our grandmother's house. It is late afternoon, the first Tuesday of May, and golden light washes over the green grass, and the air is warm. Those cold days of November have long passed, and the earth is starting to bloom. My fingers interlock with my sister's. In her other hand, she carries a small carton with handles and holes for air. "Can you feel me with you?" I ask her. "Yes," she says out loud. I believe she can, although it is hard to know. The unshakable certainty I had last summer when my body died has given way to a sense that being definite is an illusion. It doesn't actually matter. Nothing is solid. Nothing is black and white. Love is fluid, and so is peace, without shape or edges, fresh water flowing from the river's mouth into a sea. She named her rabbit from my favorite fruit, for the color of the dress I wore the day Lulu and I cut Moonlight from the frame. I once despaired over that act, feeling that if I hadn't done it, I might have lived. Telling Scotty that I had done it deliberately to hurt my husband had filled her with poison. How could I not respect my husband when she loved her so much, when he was turning away from her? Now Scotty is in prison, just like my father. My father desires retribution. He would like to see her die. What happens to Scotty is not my concern. I left her behind on my last day, when she followed me upstairs from the garden, when I pointed out the blank spot on the wall where Moonlight had hung, when she told me she was tired of my life. Those were her words. "I am sick of your life." So she took it from me. Lulu wasn't wrong. Everyone but Scotty was a sinner. I have a journey to take. Scotty will go on trial, and she will tell the truth, that I attacked her, slapped her when she accused me of cheating, of not respecting my husband or myself, of not even respecting my lover enough to tell him he was Matthew's father. Kate and Sam have suffered all along. They were collateral damage of her act, and they will see this through. They will do it for me. Kate. I say her name. Kate. Her name is contained. It is hard, while my name is soft. Say it out loud. Beth. It sounds like a breeze. Then say Kate. It starts with a sharp K sound and ends with a hard T. I used to think, after our mother died, that her name was perfect for her, She had shut herself off in a castle to protect herself, with rock edges of impenetrable walls. I used to feel her watching me, perplexed, wondering how I could stay open to the world after what had been done to us. And for so long, she stayed that way. I don't take credit for what has happened to her in these last months, but I think her love for me, missing me, has let her realize that life is so short, over in the blink of an eye. She rescued Clementine because she couldn't save me. The rabbit with soft fur healed and is alive because of Kate's care. Kate's love helps me forgive myself for my own death, the choices I made, the people I hurt. But now I know, the best of us waste our time repenting, forgiving everyone but ourselves. And the worst don't even realize there is anything to forgive. Hungry ghosts wander the earth, trapped in the bardo, seeking redemption that had been there all along. It is time for me to leave. Letting go of my sister's hand will be my last act in this world, and may well be the hardest thing I have ever done. We've finally found our way back to each other. I desire peace. I need it. It is the natural order. Yet I yearn to stay. If only I could be reborn. If only this connection could last forever. Now we have reached the top of the rise. Matilda's roof glints silver in the dying light. The Connecticut River is painted pure gold, running south to Long Island Sound. In the far distance, the salt water sparkles deep blue, and the 2 lighthouses at Saybrook Point have blinked on. Kate stops when she sees their beacons. We stand there together, watching the sunset. In the east, a full moon rises. This night will never be truly dark. Moonlight will illuminate this hill, the river, the sea. Kate crouches down and looks into the cardboard crate. Clementine's dark brown eyes watch her with gentle vigilance. "It's time," Kate says. "I know," I say. "I don't want you to go," she says, "just when I've found you." "I love you," I say. "Forever," she says. "And ever." She slips her hand from mine, and I feel myself start to fade, to merge into the moon's pale glow. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? I want to ask, but I find I can't. Words lose their meaning. Feelings are all that exist. I look down the hill and see the man with dark hair climbing up through the tall grass, coming toward us. "I will visit you here," my sister says, reaching into the crate to pet Clementine's head, to trace with one finger the scars left by the hawk's talons. "You don't have to visit me anywhere," I say. "I am with you. I am in you. I always will be. Love Sam for me. Love Lulu. Love each other." Kate draws a heart in the grass. There is no blood this time. There is no need for it. The pressure of her finger makes its mark. I kiss the top of my sister's head. She opens the door to the crate, and Clementine inches out. She hops a foot away, seems to look back at Kate, then races through the field and disappears into the hay. "I love you," my sister says. Her voice is quiet and happy. That is what I take with me, the sound of Kate's happiness. The moon rises above the tree line, and I lift with it.